Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a little special presentation here from Badlands Media. For those who missed the Daily Herald yesterday, what we're doing here is Rumble has this feature. It's called the Creator Program, and in order to qualify for it, and the only reason we're doing it is to help the payroll of the creators on Badlands Media. We don't know how much it'll help, but it's we need everything we can get. So in order to qualify for this, you need to have so many hours streamed using Rumble Studio and using Rumble Premium, which is paid subscribers, right? And I'm a big believer in never putting anything behind a paywall, so this kind of goes against that principle of mine. But we have a little workaround. So if you want to watch this, and it's just going to be a replay of the entire GART. We're going to do half of it today, and I think half of it tomorrow morning. You can go watch on YouTube or Twitter. It'll still be there. You don't have to, subscribe anywhere on those platforms to have access to this. But on Rumble, it will be for premium subscribers only, just so you guys are aware. But it's going to be the full conference. So I think it'll be pretty enjoyable. We're going to start with Friday. Let me first, before I switch over to Rumble Premium, I want to make sure this will work here. GART Friday, present, share screen. Okay, is this working? So, there we go. Yeah, so I'm going to do that right now, guys. Got to get 5 hours in, but we'll probably, since we're starting it, we're going to do the full Friday conference today, and then tomorrow I'll do Saturday and probably Sunday, or maybe I'll save Sunday for another day. I don't know. We'll see. But for now, for sure, 100%, we're doing all of the Friday from GART. It'll be 6 hours. So enjoy, guys. Head over to YouTube or Twitter if you don't have Rumble Premium. We appreciate your guys' support and understanding. And I'll be in the background kind of hanging out in case anything goes wrong. So let me make sure I can switch this over to paid subscribers only. There we go. Switch over to premium only. Let's do it.
The Badlands. What are the Badlands? Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Good morning, Badlanders. We're going to begin our morning by standing. We're going to face the flag, and we are going to do what we used to do back in the 1950s and 60s and the 70s in classrooms, say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. You may be seated. History repeats itself. My Bible app went crazy on me. The Lord's telling me that I need to hold the Bible in my hand and not technology. Hold on, we're almost there. In a very real sense, history repeats itself over and over again. God is the author of history. History is God's story. Make sure I don't step on this mic. It's amazing to me that if you read the scripture, and I'm going to go ahead and read very briefly, Isaiah chapter 45. Isaiah, the prophet Isaiah, wrote 200 years before this certain event that he prophesies about. It's a specific individual by a specific name who is chosen and endowed by God to do a very specific and important task. And Isaiah says, "Thus says the Lord to the anointed, to Cyrus." Cyrus, an eventual ruler of the Medo-Persian Empire. In the book of Daniel, Daniel chapter 7, Daniel lists 4 different major world empires during certain parts of history that played an important part of history. Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greece, Rome. So we have here this individual chosen by God, a special calling by him. Normally I have a platform, a podium. This little known man, little known section of the world, Persia, becomes prominent, especially endowed by God. He says, "Whose right hand I have grasped to subdue the nations." Little guy, little country, 10 years later, becomes king, forms a large army, becomes very prominent, and defeats Babylon. In Babylon at that time, we still have the prophet Daniel. Daniel, of course, was taken into captivity when Nebuchadnezzar came and sacked Jerusalem. He's still in that court. And after Cyrus and his army was able to literally walk into Babylon, the people at that time were so disgruntled with their leadership, they actually unlocked, over 100 gates. The Syrian army walked in and subdued them and took them over. So these people were disgruntled with their leadership as well. God calls this man. He names him by name 200 years before his birth. He specially endows him. He raises him up. And I would submit to you guys that those of us in this room, we are part of a movement. We've seen God over and over again in history that has torn down empires and raised empires up. He has given his people undeservedly a reprieve. And during those reprieves, it's always been, and I mentioned this 3 months ago, back at GART, When God provides a reprieve, it's for his glory and it's for our good. God has called us as well, the rich, the poor, the quiet, the loud, Badlands media. We know this. We know that we are an important part of what God is doing. And I would submit to you that as we move through this day and we move through the subsequent days, that we see it this way. We're family. Families don't always get along. We are people, diverse people. We're all specially gifted. As Cyrus was anointed and selected and chosen, I believe in a very real sense, this movement that we're all a part of, we have been chosen, we have been selected, we have been specially gifted and endowed with abilities, and God is using us to do something, I think, pretty remarkable. If you'd stand with me, we'll go ahead and pray, but I want to read from verse 5, and you can stand there quietly, and then I will lead us in brief prayer. I am the Lord, and there is no other. Besides me, there is no God. I equip you, though you do not know me, that people may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none besides me. I am the Lord, and there is no other. I form light and create darkness. I make well-being and create calamity. I am the Lord who does all these things. Father, you are the Lord God, and there is no other. We know that history is your story, and we know by your grace you have called out a people, many of us who know and love you. We understand the veracity and the reliability and the reasonableness of Scripture. We know your word is true. We know, Father, that we can see it. We understand that you are doing a marvelous thing among us, not just in the United States, but across this world. And we know it's for your glory, and we know it's for our good. So, Father, we ask your blessing, wisdom upon this day and the subsequent days, that we would have stimulating, meaningful, helpful discussions, and that we would enjoy each other in this fellowship that you provided for us. We ask it, Father, in your name. Amen.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife, thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas from sea to shining sea. Detroit down to Houston, Boston to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her till today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to GART Plymouth. Okay. How many first timers? Whoa. Maybe more than Vegas. That's awesome. How many are from Massachusetts? I'm sorry. The craziest thing happened this morning. Ty, can you stand up? Ty, can you stand? Stand on your chair and show everybody your shirt. So it's a Doge shirt. Okay. We were standing out in the lobby, and this lady walks up, and you can tell she just looks like a cranky old liberal. And it's like, your shirt is super offensive to me. And just walks away, a Doge shirt. I was like, that's why we're here. We need to fix things. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally just a Doge shirt. Also, I was told I need to incorporate more jokes into my intro, so I got one joke for you guys. Why can't Michael Jackson go within 500 feet of a school? Because he's dead. That's all I got. Okay. So guys, the whole point of these conferences is for the community, the friendships that you build. So we want you guys to be engaged. We don't want anybody sitting by themselves. Don't be afraid to walk up to the hosts or other people here and just say hi, introduce yourself. And later on in the weekend, we'll get the people here in Massachusetts connected with other Massachusetts people, and you guys can start your own little Badlanders group. There is a piece of tape over here. I'll be over there with a mic, so if you guys have questions during the panels, you can come on up. Yeah, New England. See, yeah, we're going to connect you with the New England Badlanders group. Yeah, we're going to start things off. I figured we'd start things off with probably the most upsetting pairing. That way it's only up from here. But come on up, Ash and G. Good luck, guys.
We're double miking. What's up, everybody? I feel like we don't actually know if Michael Jackson's dead, right?
Cozy up here. It's just us. It's lonely, kind of. But good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Let's mix it up. Hopefully, we won't trigger too many of you. But again, these are meant to make you think, right? Critical think. These are meant to challenge your paradigm, challenge the way you think, challenge what you think is normal. And so hopefully we can do that today, this morning.
Yeah, so I'm a little overwhelmed by how many people want G and I to fight. I know you got some of that too, right? it's intense. But I thought we could start by looking at this concept of what I have lovingly named Gtopia, the future as you imagine it. And I think, maybe start with kind of how you got to where you are with your imagining of Gtopia, and then lay out a little bit of what that looks like.
Yeah, I think that's a good, friendly place to start before we start arguing. Yeah, look, I mean, I think all of us have a sense that something is wrong in the world. We don't quite know exactly what it is. And, with everything being exposed, more often recently, you kind of realize that like every system of control is built to enslave you. Okay. And so you being a slave is a choice. Okay. Hate to say that, right? Like you wanting to be a slave and still continue and be compliant with these systems of control is a actual choice. And so, I worked in corporate America for a long time, and I got to the point to where my body was physically ill going into a box every day. Like our building looked like a prison, right? I mean, it literally looked like a prison. And so I would literally get physically ill just being there. And I was a successful tech guy, sold a bunch of stuff, but every year it's like, Garrett, you killed your budget, you went over, but guess what? We're going to need a little bit more out of you next year. And then we're going to need a little bit more out of you next year. And there's only so much blood you're going to get out of something before you're just like, I'm done with this shit, right? And so I think what people have to realize is that the time you are spent, earning money, doing whatever you want, a lot of it is you're not in control of that time, right? There is a time machine that has been built around you, and you are compliant to the time machine. You don't get to choose your time, right? The time is chosen for you. And so I think people have to understand they need to want to be out of that system. You have to actually have a craving to like want to be free. And if you don't have that, like that's fine. Like, live your life. If that's how you're happy, great. Some of us though, we want to break those shackles of slavery, of bondage. And all of that has to do with the monetary system, right? We'll get into that at some point. But I think people have to realize that, you kind of own nothing and you're happy to a degree. And you're all enslaved, and it's this illusion of privacy. It's this illusion of private property. It's this illusion of freedom that you all think you have. And I'm here to tell you, you don't, right? Like the song, I'm proud to be an American who's at least been over free. You're not free. You're not free. You're not sovereign. You're held in antiquated systems of control that are built to suck you dry out of all your energy life source. And that's just.
So when you say the system, and that's all about the monetary system, I want go a little bit further with that, because I think the systems that enslave us are beyond the monetary system. I think that's one of them, but I think that is beyond the monetary system. And if you think about culture, you think about process, beyond the monetary system, and we can come back to it because there's other stuff we want to talk about related to that. But the systems that enslave us that we're breaking out of, that's a choice, you said, right? It's a choice to break out of these systems. What, aside from buying Bitcoin, right, and the monetary system, what does that look like?
Well, I think what we have is a compartmentalization of entire societies, okay? Where we have a lot of folks here, like, you know what? Trump won. He's going to fix the government. We're going to use the dollar, and we're good. Right? And you have like Bitcoiners that say, oh, we're going to we got our money, but like the government's fine, and we're going to vote, and we're going to do this. And so you have like these groups of people that I think don't see this as like this bigger event that's happening. It's converging to where the election systems are rigged, the courts are rigged, okay, the monetary system's rigged, Wall Street is rigged, all of these systems are rigged. And so the breaking out of all these systems, there's only one way to do it, right? You can't individually vote your way out of this, or then, the courts are going to give me reprieval. All of those systems are built on a foundation of fake money. And so once we're able to actually take our power back through our energy, through our life source, okay, we can then dictate and be voluntary associate with whatever we want to, okay? Because right now, you're being coerced at the end of a barrel of a gun to do things you don't want to do. And so you're voluntary complying because you're afraid. I get it, you're afraid. right? It takes a lot of courage to do some of the stupid shit I do, right? I didn't like choose this. I just got fed up. And so I think when enough of us are fed up, you know, part of the reason though, I think people like don't understand I think the terrain. Like who here's been in an actual war? Raise your hand. Okay, all of you should be raising your freaking hands right now. Because all of you guys are literally on a battlefield. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. Like your mind is a battle space. And they are attacking you every single day. And you're like, oh, like I'll just vote and I'll just like, you know, I'll just watch the news. And, you know, and so there's this quote, I was talking about it last night where, you know, I'd rather be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. And so what I see is a bunch of gardeners out there and they're like mowing their grass and like, oh, I'm over here like, you know, taking shrapnel and, you know, walking through the, you know, the barbed wire. And these people are just like, oh, I'm just, you know, having a good time, like, you know, eating my bonbons and watching football. And I'm like, Jesus, like, so my goal is to weaponize every single one of you and realize you're on a battlefield and there's a way we can win and we don't have to kill anybody. We can like do it peacefully. And we can do it with technology, and we can take our energy back. We can take our data back. We can take our time back. And it's like, you know, you're going to spend 40,000 hours of your life working for pieces of paper that someone decreed value on. A piece of paper, a man decreed value over it and said, that's worth this. And so why not take a little bit of time and understand money, maybe 100 hours, and understand Bitcoin? Because Bitcoin is the foundation for how we defeat this system and how we move into the future.
So is Gtopia a voluntarist system?
Absolutely, it's a voluntary system.
So, okay, because you mentioned before, like all of our systems, voting, financial system, and you mentioned the courts are based on, you know, fundamentally flawed money. I want to go into the courts one. How do you resolve disputes in Gtopia?
Okay, well, right now, how do we resolve disputes? Right, common law. What is it? It's based upon precedent. Who sets the precedent? These guys in black robes that are like appointed by Joe Biden that make precedent. And so I think we need to look beyond even like how our laws are written to some degree, because I believe that, you know, a voluntary system in adjudicating, you know, whatever that is should only be done through maybe fraud and violence. Everything else, the courts have no fucking business with, right? No victim, no crime. And we can solve this with smart contracts. We can solve this with decentralized, autonomous, you know, consensus. We can solve this with AI in the future. We can solve these disputes without having to involve all these like people that have biases and that have control. So we're living in this proof of stake system.
Okay, so this is where it breaks down for me, because you're suggesting that through technology we can solve human nature. We're not going to need courts anymore, which have been around since Plato's Republic. We're not going to need courts anymore because we're going to have smart contracts. Smart contracts are an operational layer. Smart contracts are fantastic in terms of streamlining different areas of, you know, within different industries, streamlining such that you don't have to have a whole bunch of people doing disbursements and understanding the terms and digging into, you know, the language. But smart contracts from a legal jurisdictional standpoint, there's questions about who has jurisdiction, because you're talking about state, local, and federal entities. You're saying do away with all of that, but it's reliant upon, well, as if we just do away with all of that, then people are going to be less human, and we're not going to need to resolve disputes. How do you get there?
Well, I believe in natural law. I believe that humans aren't necessarily just going to start killing each other because like there's a law that says you can't do that, right? Like,
no, they're going to kill each other over resources and other things. And
no, because we're going to have abundance, Ash. We're going to have abundance. We're going to have free energy. We're going to have technology that's going to provide abundance for everybody. And that won't happen.
How do you get there?
We get that through a hash war, which we're going through right now, which will eventually make energy free. And then we'll have flying cars and, you know, we'll have a whole thing.
Sure.
You know, there's no need to doom right now. Like we're winning.
I'm not dooming. You've asked me so many times to imagine the future. Don't be afraid, Ash. Stop being afraid. Let's imagine the future. Okay. So let's imagine the future.
Okay, tell me about the courts.
So
How many bonds are created when a court case is set up? How many bonds? Like, what's it, the penal bond and appeal bond? How many bonds
know.
are created? I think there's like 3.
Oh, in a criminal court, you're talking about?
In a court case.
Yeah.
Court case.
A criminal court case.
And so, like, those bonds have QSIP numbers. Anybody know what a QSIP number is? It was Series 7 traders. So why do courts create bonds with QSIP numbers that are traded on Wall Street? Does that make any sense to anybody? So the judge who's adjudicating the trial is actually getting a kickback through bonds that are made out of thin air. So the judge is a banker. The clerk is a banker. When you walk into a courthouse, you're fucking dealing with banks. You're literally dealing with commerce. Our entire structure is built upon commerce. You are not who you are. You're an entity of the state through the maritime.
Okay, but I keep asking you about Utopia, and you keep telling me the problems.
You asked about
now.
the courts. I explained it to you.
Flying cars and free energy.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Right. I All right. So is it your position that when we throw out all of our current systems, so we don't need the courts anymore, we don't need the legislature anymore, right? How we make laws, you added that in there, and we'll replace it with smart contracts, with code. We're going to replace code and algorithms are going to replace our system of government. And therefore we won't need to resolve disputes in real life. We won't need any.
Well, let's just step back and look at the system we're in now.
But
no, all this that you said, like, we're not
the future though. We're
Right.
supposed to be imagining the future.
We're in a transition. It's not going to just flip over one day. We are slowly going to a transition. There is a reason Donald Trump released a governance token on a blockchain, a shitcoin, but whatever. He released a governance token. Okay, so let's look at our governance structure today, right? We hand over our power to 435 people to then make decisions for us. Why? Why do you hand over your power to those people, right? Politicians are like scumbags. You think they give one fuck about you guys? They don't give a shit. They're all employees of the Federal Reserve. They just want the money. They want the kickback. So we have to start understanding our power, which is to not give it away. Why are you freely giving away your power? You shouldn't be giving away power. You should have direct representation into what happens. And that, like, you know, the Constitution was created for 13 colonies and 4 million people. It's out of date. It's out of scale. It needs to be upgraded. It needs to be digital.
What about the principles are out of date?
Absolutely not. We can definitely strip all the great principles that come within the Constitution and within the Bill of Rights. I'm not saying, like, you know, we strip some of those stuff out, but we don't have to entrust those rights with humans anymore. We can entrust those rights through a wall of energy that no politician can change in the future.
Explain the wall of energy.
Let's explain it. Okay. So laws right now are written on pieces of paper, correct? Okay, pieces of paper.
A lot of them are written with code now, actually.
Okay, well, AI code, but it's still pieces of paper, okay? And then that pieces of paper, we're supposed to trust a human to then protect what is written on that piece of paper, correct? And if we don't like the person that's doing it, they'll change the piece of paper that says, oh, the next guy can do it. And by the way, you only need a small group of people to make those changes. You don't need a large group of consensus. You need like 51%. Okay. And so what is code? Code is just like stuff written down, but it's digital. Okay. But it's written in a way that is protected by energy, meaning the consensus mechanism of Bitcoin, right? In a sense, right? Code is law. Code is written laws, basically. And that computers, like, they either accept it or they don't. And so to make changes in the code for Bitcoin is very hard. You can't just have 51% of people change the code, right? You need an overall, like, consensus mechanism that if you do not get it, it will not happen. And so what is happening is we are shifting from allowing a small group of people that can collude, right, to make decisions for the rest of us, 330 million. You only need to change the minds of about 501. And they can change that through endless money printing and just give them whatever they want because they don't give a fuck about what you wanted. They just care about their pockets or whatever they want, to a system of direct representation to where, guess what? You got to like convince everybody to like tear down their incentives. Hey, guess what, Ash? This new protocol, these new laws we're going to write are going to they're going to basically debase your energy and your value. Is that cool with you? Well, fuck no, it's not cool with me. And so what you have to do is you have to convince everybody else on the planet, because this is a worldwide system, that they also should deteriorate their own rights for someone else.
So is there any national identity within Gtopia?
Yeah, I think actually it protects national identity. I think if anything, people get to protect their cultures, right? Because we're not going to war with these. Like, it actually incentivizes cooperation involuntarily, right? Because if we're on a global network, and this is the thing, guys. Like, you know, it's been we've been like brainwashed for so long that these concepts, I get it, they're difficult. Like even to me, when I talk about them, it's difficult to fully conceptualize what that looks like in the future. But if you look at how nation states are actually cooperating together involuntarily by creating the cheapest source of energies to, you know, mine different, to basically protect Bitcoin at this point, right? You got El Salvador mining out of volcanoes. We're doing gas flares, and we're sucking up energy out of all different types of places of the earth. But these economies are actually working together to protect the network. And eventually, okay, when your neighbor is doing really good, it actually increases the value of what you have. Okay, because all of that energy is thermodynamically sound. It's all in this structure to where every advance that they get, you get in a sense. And so why would you want to go to war against another nation state when like you want them to actually be successful? Trump even said it. Trump's like, well, we want China to be successful. You know, we want other countries to be successful, but not like we want to still be number one. But in that sense, like, you know, involuntary cooperation is what this is about. And that's why this is so special. This is literally like a biblical event, because now we have a technology that monetizes love, monetizes energy, and we're able to cooperate at scale across the entire globe. I know it sounds like a little bit too good to be true.
Okay, so here's what I'm hearing. We are going to involuntarily force cooperation into a global collectivist system, and it's going to be great.
That didn't make sense.
So it's a global system, right? And if we're running our new governance layer, right, that gives us all direct representation, major democracy, just enabled by technology, and the underlying technology of that is global, which gives the global institutional players in that space a significant edge. How are there no players? You're the owners of the Bitcoin, maybe, but are you running the miners? Are you running the nodes? Are you writing the code? Yeah, and institutions are running nodes at scale.
See, this is the thing, though. It's all open source. Go check it yourself, bro.
The node owners are not open source.
It is open source. The code is open source.
There's 60,000 node owners that are unidentifiable.
Oh, so you want, like, that's the whole point, is being anonymous.
It could be super cool anons like all of us in the room. It could also be BlackRock.
Why are you such dooming again, Ash?
There it is.
Like, I thought we weren't going to doom.
There it is. Yeah, we can't ask
it's
questions
just
about
amazing that this
Utopia because you're going to
technology
make
came out of
us
nowhere.
think it's not going to be great. But you're talking about throwing out all of our institutions, and you're saying we have to do that because they're corrupted. And I am not disagreeing with you that our institutions are corrupted. They are absolutely corrupted. But to think that a global technology-based system cannot be corrupted is undeniably naive.
Slavery is a choice, guys. See,
There it is.
you don't have to be like
It's
that.
always to the ad homs when we can't move to the ideas.
Literally,
Like,
being anonymous is a good thing. The U.S. Navy created the Tor browser for service members to be anonymous overseas. Okay, think of Bitcoin. Tor browser came out
give
before
all
Bitcoin,
your freedom to people, but you don't get to know who they are.
What are you talking about? It's full transparency. It's full transparency. It is, because the code is there for everybody to see. And eventually, these governance contracts that your president actually created will allow you to directly vote on things.
Is he not your president too?
He's my president too. Love Trump. He's the guy that helped wake me up. By the way, Trump since 2015 over here. Hello, okay. And when he came out and started calling people retards, I was like, hell yeah, they're freaking retards everywhere. Because I was stuck in corporate America, and I was like, yeah, this guy's right. And then, that's your first like wake up is getting out of that. And then you're like, oh shit, I'm a slave. And then you're like, oh shit, I'm on a battlefield. And then you're like, oh shit, what do I do about it? And if anybody has a better idea than what I have, please, all ears, bring your questions up to the front. But here's the thing. Bitcoin is a global counterinsurgency where it gives power back to the people, and people can then choose to be free, or they can choose to live in old systems that are like corrupt and fraudulent and steal from you.
Can they though? Can they choose to live in old systems if we're throwing them out?
Here's the thing. If you live in a bad country that is tyrannical, you can liquidate all of your energy, put it into something, throw it in your head, get on a plane, walk across the border, and walk to somewhere that you want to be free. Okay? You don't have to stay in those systems. Today, if you have real estate, you have all this other stuff, you can't take any of that with you. They won't let you take anything out of the country. So this gives people the ability to be free, take all of their energy, and move to where someone is going to treat them more fairly.
Which country lets you take your real estate with you when you leave?
I'm saying they don't. Bitcoin, you can. If you can liquidate your assets and you can somehow get this technology, you can store it in your head, walk across the border, and you can go live your life. And that's the most beautiful thing about this, is that it truly, like, you own nothing. Your house, you don't own it. Your equities, you don't own it. What are the most expensive things in the world that you can own? Real estate, stocks, money. Who owns that ledger? The state owns that ledger. And if you don't comply with the state, at the barrel of a gun, they take it from you. Okay? Now, Bitcoin flips the tables. Bitcoin allows you to now have pound for pound, watt for watt, the arms equivalent to that of a powerful government.
What prevents the powerful government from taking your real estate in a Bitcoin model?
Well, they can't take the words inside of my head last time I checked.
No, your real estate.
Okay, well, we're going to get to tokenization. You want to get to tokenization, we can get to that. Tokenization, right, will allow eventually people to have ownership of their own assets, okay, without anybody being able to attach taxes to it, right? Because right now, you live in a property you own, they just arbitrarily attach a tax to it because they own the ledger. And if you don't pay the tax, well, they just take the property from you. If you tokenize that asset and you have full ownership of it in cyberspace, you can't attach tax to it and go fuck yourself. Try tax.
So they can't come after you for tax evasion because it's tokenized, and they can't, and the government cannot come in with force and take your real estate from you?
They can absolutely come with force. They arrest everybody? No. Now, just take a look at what's happening with Trump and
they don't have to arrest everybody, but they can seize the property of people that they want to. How does that get handled in G2?
Has anybody been following the news on what's happening with taxation lately? Right? Donald Trump is eliminating the income tax. Donald Trump is trying to tell everybody, right? He said in 1913, they created the income tax for reasons unknown to mankind. Hint, hint. Okay, it's all bullshit. All taxes are bullshit. Property tax is bullshit. And so what is happening in certain states? Ron DeSantis is eliminating property taxes. Texas is eliminating property taxes. This is a slow transition because everybody is so fucked in the head from years of slavery that they can't do it themselves. They have to usher you guys through the door like cattle.
Forget taxes.
There's freedom over there.
Forget
Get
taxes.
over there.
Let's say that the government decides, well, we think G is growing opium on his property, and that's wrong. So we're going to go and we're going to seize his property. How does that get handled in a G-topia situation?
Well, how does it get handled now?
In the courts.
Right, in the courts, where the judges are paid through the bonds.
Yeah, but how does it get handled in G-topia when the government shows up to force you off your land and seize your physical assets in meat space? How does that get handled in the system that you envision for the future?
Well, they wouldn't be able to take your property. They could take it by force, but the underlying ownership you would still have. So I guess they could put you in jail. But
what is that worth? Because in property law, possession is 9/10 of the law, as they say.
Look, I think this gets into those freedom cities and those voluntary associations. And so if you want to live in a citadel that allows people to grow opium, go live there.
Well, in every country in the world, those types of disputes between individuals and the government are handled in courts. You're suggesting we throw the courts out. So how does it get handled in G-topia? That's my question.
Well, I think there's going to be some level of courts. And I think it's going to be for violence and fraud. Okay.
Okay, we're adding courts back now.
We're not adding courts back. I never said we got rid of them completely. I said we can eliminate most of them. But I think we need to get back to, natural law. We need to get back to, like, how many laws are on the books these days?
Actually, I know the answer to this.
well,
nobody knows,
right.
according to Supreme Court Justice Gorsuch. Nobody knows. There's way too many different registries of
So
laws.
maybe we need to get back to more of like an equity jurisprudence or something, right? To where, like, who's like ran a red light or something when at like midnight when there's nobody around and you get a ticket. Does that make any fucking sense? I remember getting a red light. I remember making a turn on a red light at like 2 a.m. There's literally nobody there. Cop goes, you made a wrong turn on a red light.
You'll get no argument with me
I know, but
from me that we have too much law. But how do we get there? How do we get back to?
This is a problem with the common law restrictions we have now. It's too to the letter. It doesn't make sense.
Agreed.
Right. And
right. So how do we get to the Gtopia place?
Well, we get there by equity, and we get there by fairness, and we get there by understanding. What did they have back in, like, I think it was back in England, like chancellors or something, or what was that they used to do? They used to like look at a situation and like equitably, like, somehow do it. So you can
like
do
a
that
judge.
through like a DAO, though, through like a decentralized autonomous organization, to where like you have a pool of people that decide maybe what's fair or something.
Decentralized autonomous organizations
Yeah.
are going to replace the courts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
So
smart
it's kind of-
contracts and a lot of those things.
How are the decentralized organizations, autonomous organizations decided, staffed?
through like,
How does that
through
work?
like consensus mechanisms? You
What
can decide.
consensus mechanisms?
Well, we have a jury pool of 12 people right now, right?
But we're throwing that out, I thought.
We're gonna change
All right,
that.
so we're going to change it to a decentralized autonomous organization
Yeah, I
for the
think
smart
there's
contract.
definite ways we can eliminate 99% of single points of failure, to where like weirdos in black robes get to make the rules instead of like all of us as a collective get to make the rules. Who knows here about jury nullification?
Oh, we have questions.
We have questions, right? And so I think jury nullification is like a great place to start.
Jury nullification is fantastic, and
Right.
yeah,
But you can't do
we should
that.
definitely
Because if the
talk
judge
about
asks
that.
you and you tell them, then they kick you out.
Yeah,
for the
you'll
jury.
get in trouble. But
Exactly.
it's actually
So
built
it's bullshit.
into our system as a principle, like many others that have been thrown out. I don't think the answer is to throw out all of the principles. It's to enforce them.
We got questions over here.
Hi, it's amazing that GART is in the communist state of Massachusetts. Thank you so much for coming. So my question is, like, I love the idea of Bitcoin. I told G last night, he's changed my world, waking me up. Ash, you're brilliant. So that's kind of where my question is. With the power outage that we just had over in Europe, what happens if I can't access my Bitcoin? So how do we merge it together? That's what I'm trying to understand.
You mean like meat space and cyberspace, like
Yeah.
human IRL space, and how do we bridge that? Is that what
Right,
you're
I'm
asking?
going to go over there, right? I'm going to Europe next week, going to walk the El Camino, and I'm trying to understand, well, the credit card might not work, how do we function? How do we get there? So, and I think that's what you guys are trying to talk about, like, how do we get there? And then how do we go forward?
Well, I mean, look, when that power outage went out, like, couldn't use your credit card. The doors to the stores wouldn't open. So, like, the Bitcoin thing is like, it's like all part of that, right? But like, look, we're going to have abundant sources of energy. We're going to have abundant, like, internet. We're going to have abundance in all these different technologies, to where those things are few and far between. But look at what Europe's doing to themselves. They're eliminating nuclear power plants. They're literally going backwards. They're going back to the Stone Age. Look, the only way the enemy wins is if they take us back to the Stone Age, okay? Because they've played their hand way too hard, and they didn't realize the trap that was sitting for them, which is Bitcoin and patriots are in control and all this other stuff. And now they realize that their systems of control fail against this technology. And so literally the only way they win is to take us back to the Stone Age, because they can't control the new freedom that's been built upon the foundation of Bitcoin. Like, literally they can't. They
And
have
that's because the servers are decentralized.
That is because it is backed by a wall of energy that is 3 to 5 times the size of the United States Navy, power distributed across the globe. Okay.
Okay,
And
just
it's not
FYI, this is also the promise that the globalists gave us about unlimited energy that was too cheap to be metered, which never came to fruition.
Hi, I have 2 questions. First one is, You keep saying that the code is open source. I can't read code. Probably the majority of people in the world can't read code. So how does that help me? And how does that prove that Bitcoin is great? The second question is, in light of the Bible, there will not be a utopia until Jesus comes back. So how do you, Jesus is not Bitcoin. Okay, I've heard you say that. So anyway,
To be fair, I don't think he's ever said Jesus is Bitcoin.
Yes,
I
he
think he
has.
said that Bitcoin is Jesus.
Bitcoin is digital Jesus. Hell yeah.
all right. Thanks, John.
So, what was the first question about? I already forgot. We got all excited about Bitcoin as Jesus. Oh, open code. Okay. Well, how do you read laws? Do you read the laws that they're produced as like
Yes.
10,000 pages? Okay. And then when you go into like a courthouse, like definitions of words actually mean something different. So when you go into a courthouse and you hire an attorney, you actually tell the court you're incompetent.
I didn't.
Okay. Great.
Because I can't, but because I can read them. I can read the laws. I can put in the time and effort to learn it and understand it. What you're talking about, though, is an article of faith, which connects
It's
to
not because you probably use AI to read the articles. You can use AI to read code and be like, hey, blah, blah, blah. This is what this is. But this is why the governance token comes into play. This is why Trump is introducing meme coins and all this other crap, because he's trying to explain to you guys in the easiest way possible without telling you it's Bitcoin. He's like, look, we're going to produce this governance token and we're going to vote on it and we're going to see what protocols we like and we're going to test all these different things out, because you can like read and like see what the vote will be on. You'll like actually have a choice, and then you can see your vote on a public ledger, and then that ledger nobody can fuck with. And it's like, wow, I can actually see my vote and I can see it counts and I can see it's right there, versus what we have now to where we write it on a piece of paper that gets sucked into some machine that nobody knows where they're at and somebody else counts it. And then all of a sudden, like, you lose an election because elections are fake and gay.
Next comment.
So I have kind of a proposal, and I think the way to make it happen is to challenge Ash to do this. So I love the banter and all this between this conversation. It's excellent. But I feel like the way to do it is to have you guys either handwriting this conversation or emailing it, typing it out. That way there's a little bit more of a process for you guys to think about your answers, clarify things, and I think it would be beneficial for everybody.
Oh, you guys should know that G and I argue in writing in DMs all the time.
All right. What if we post all that in like some kind of a separate channel? Everyone can read through it.
I would actually be okay with that.
Sounds good to me.
Wait, but hold on a second. We forgot about Bitcoin as digital Jesus. Okay, because this is an important point. Because we need, no, we're going to trigger people. Like, I'm here to trigger people. Okay. Look, no doubt the Bible is a very special book and it has very special meaning, but there's no power behind it in the physical sense. In the physical sense, I knew the boomers would get pissed about this. I love it. Because we're here to
Everyone
challenge.
G
We're here to
doesn't like
challenge.
is a boomer.
We're here to challenge. We're here to challenge narratives, okay? Because in this world, right, the power of information has never been backed by physical watts, okay? And so now what we have is a technology that had an immaculate conception, okay? It was given to the world, okay? It started a revolution. It monetized love. It helped the poor.
Explain the immaculate conception. Is that like a big bang? Did Bitcoin come out of a big bang?
Well, it was started with the Genesis block, to where the Genesis block was mined, and then 6 days later, the entire code was open source to the world, which meaning anybody could have plugged in a computer and started mining this from scratch. It was not one single entity that created a bunch of shitcoins out of thin air and then tried to sell them to people like some other Fruit Loops that are no longer with us. But anyways, I diverge because this is an important point. Like, the Bible is transitioning to a digital power. And yeah, the Bitcoin is the new interpretation of that. And it gives you the ultimate power to understand how to actually take your freedom back. Because look, we always say we're God's soldiers, we're this and that, we pray, we do this. Look, those fairy tales and stuff are great. I'm not here to like challenge whatever you want to believe in, but you have no power. Like, you're a gardener. Like, you're literally a gardener on the battlefield, and you're doing like very like minute things that don't actually end up defeating the enemy. Do you want to defeat the enemy, or do you just want to sit here and sing?
Who's the enemy?
Who's the enemy is a small group of people, small group of insurgents, a cabal that have controlled all these different layers of systems. Did you not live through COVID?
That's the enemy in your,
What's that?
that's the enemy is the
Well,
cabal.
we don't know who the enemy is. That's the problem. You can't really point them.
I think the followers of Jesus absolutely know who the enemy is.
Okay. Well, then what are you doing to fight that enemy? Paying your taxes to pedophiles? Sounds like a great. What churches do not have a 501c3?
No argument for me on this
taxing.
point. You have
Churches
no
are-
argument for me on this
Churches are
point.
a arm
But
of
here's the thing,
government.
G. We're now throwing out the Bible. So we've thrown out
We're
the
not
courts.
throwing out the
We've
Bible.
thrown
We're not
out the.
throwing it
Oh, sorry. We're transitioning it to code.
We're transitioning it to
We've-
digital. Absolutely.
We're throwing out every institution for what is 100% a statement of faith on your point about technology.
Not faith. It's trust.
It is
through
100%
verification. It's not
faith.
faith. It's not
Because
faith at
your
all.
answer to the boomers that don't read code is, don't worry about it. All the people that do read code, they know that
That's
it's
not what I
fine and
said. I
it's
said
safe.
you can use AI to
Trust
help
the
you.
experts. If you can't read code, it's totally fine.
See, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we can take the good and we can transition with the good into the new system to where you as an individual have the power. You as an individual can be sovereign. You can take the teachings and the preachings of the Bible into the new world with you as your shield, as protected, and you can protect yourself with physical watts in cyberspace so that you can live whatever life you want to live and you can take your time back.
Bridge
is
the
what-
gap. Bridge the gap from the physical watts and all of the protection that you have in cyberspace to the actual protection IRL on the ground in meat space with your assets.
Well, and that's where Trump and the team is helping that transition. Right?
Trust the experts.
I'm kind of waiting for the conference. G gets like smited down from the stage.
Salem's not too far, right?
You know that's coming.
I have to go back to the beginning when you were talking about the Constitution. I want to know what part of the Constitution you feel is outdated. I really think it's more a matter of the corruption of the mechanics of the way we run the country. It's not the Constitution. That's a pretty solid document if you really go into it.
Just the first 3 articles.
So, and my other is a statement, and I've tried in my little pea brain to wrap my head around the whole Bitcoin and, basic value. And I kind of am thinking about Bitcoin as being the gold bars, and then things are built on top of it in order to transact. That's just how I'm trying to. I do have Bitcoin. I did buy, but I also have some other shit coins.
I love it when they call it shit coins. I love it. Great. Look, the Constitution itself isn't out of date. Maybe there's some things in there like let women vote and stuff is out of date, but no, it's the apparatus that allows it to be protected, right? Because we entrust our congressmen to protect that document, which they haven't protected in a very long time. So I'm not saying the document itself is outdated. I'm saying the way in which we kind of allow ourselves to comply with it is outdated. We need to upload it to cyberspace and let that be the law of the land, not entrust humans to protect those rights.
Okay, so Article 1 of the Constitution is how laws are made. It's the powers that are granted to the legislature. It's how we get to the 535 people that you say we don't need anymore, but you're saying that's not outdated?
Well, that part is outdated too, right?
Okay,
To
so
where-
Article 2 is the powers of the executive branch, the power of the presidency, and is that outdated?
Yeah, there's going to be some changes for sure. Like
Okay,
there's
and
going to be
Article 3 is the courts. That's got to go, except for the
there's
very
definitely-
small fraud and
absolutely,
violence courts.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, so that's how it's outdated. And it's all
I mean,
gonna
it's
be-
been written like
and
a
it
couple
will
of
be
years ago.
replaced with code-based systems.
Absolutely. And it'll be
Technology,
protected
code-based
by
systems.
physical watts in cyberspace that no small group of people like congressmen can ever change. And guess what? We don't need congressmen at the end of this. We won't need representatives because you'll stop being like, why am I handing my power over to these people that make changes that I don't agree with? When I could just have direct access to writing new laws if I wanted to. If you want a new law in the books, you can start a GoFundMe, bro. You can start a governance token.
It's solved. It's human nature
is
is
sitting
solved.
right here, my dear. You can make your own law. You can create your own governance token and be like, I want to create a law that people have to grow tulips. But then you don't have to. That's what's great about it. You can just voluntarily associate with people that want to. Oh, see the slavery.
If you have a
is
comment,
choice.
please come to the mic.
Slavery is a choice.
If you guys have a comment, come to the mic to say it so the people on the street
Slavery
can hear.
is a choice. Slavery is a choice. And blindly trusting a global financial system that runs on technology that you don't control, and you're not allowed to know who's running the full nodes. The full node, for people that don't know, is the entirety of the blockchain, right?
That's the system you live in right now, Ash, actually.
Right, but you're telling me to throw out the controls that I have, that I can stand on, that I can go to court and I can fight for, and I can say, no, you don't actually get to do this. You're not going to do that. You're saying I throw all that out and trust the code.
Did I say, you keep saying I say throw all that out. I didn't say throw all that out. I say we can transition and we can take some of
started
it.
at throw all that out, and then you hedged back a
No, I
bit.
didn't.
We got another comment over here. And I think you did say throw it all out. I'm pretty
Thank
sure.
you, John.
Thank you. Just a brief comment about open source software versus commercial software. All of us in this room have mobile phones that run commercial software. Those companies that make that software, they're not letting you see the code. We're not allowed to look at that code. With open source software, we can look at the code. Now, you don't need to be a coder to look at code necessarily. There are tools like AI that can help you do that. Befriend someone in the IT world. There's a chap here, Dan, who knows a hell of a lot about IT. Go have a chat with him later at the break. But the point is, if you have a choice between not being able to read the code and being able to read the code, I would always opt for being able to read the code, okay? At some point, I couldn't read when I was a little human. And as I got older, I learned how to read, and I'm a big human and I can read. So can all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I would say about that is that open source code is also an article of faith. So there are many examples of where code has been pitched and represented as being open source, but there are propriety bits of it that are held back. And you're trusting the
levels
people
of
making the
trust you're giving
assertion.
now, Ash. Look at the levels of
Yeah,
trust
but you're
giving
asking me
now.
to give the exact same or more levels
No,
of
you're
trust,
not.
but put them in technology.
You're actually wrong because you actually can verify everything. You can't verify anything right now. Did you verify your vote? Could you verify your vote?
No,
Okay.
elections are fake.
Okay, thank you.
Next comment.
All right. So last week during one of the shows, Ash announced that she was going to open her candidacy against Lauren Boebert.
Did not announce that. I
So-
asked if I should. I asked if I should primary her. I did not
So we
announce
just want to
anything.
applaud our girl Ash in America. Let's recognize her.
I'm supporting that. I love
She
that.
is my congresswoman, and it is painful to watch at times.
Question for G. First of all, I believe in the power of cryptocurrency and the freedom and independence. So the question I have for you with Bitcoin is, as you know, there have been maybe 21 million at the max. So this always question bothered me. What prevents like an institution like BlackRock to really accumulate most of it and be able to completely control it, even if the rest of us has tiny bit of Bitcoin, and yet they control 90% of the supply, and they can manipulate the price by trading it down, trading it up. So what is your thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, the greatest and beautiful thing about Bitcoin is no matter how much you own, you don't have any like special powers over the rules of the network, okay? So you could own 1 million coins, right? Michael Saylor has over 500,000, but he doesn't have any extraordinary influence over what happens in the consensus mechanism, okay? Because look, BlackRock could literally just copy the Bitcoin code and then say, we're gonna have 42 million coins and we're gonna put away those other 21 million for us, right? And then what you'd have to do is you'd have to convince everybody on the planet that's running Bitcoin and be like, hey guys, why don't we switch to BlackRock's version of Bitcoin? Right, that's what every other shitcoin does actually. It's like a copy of Bitcoin with different rules. However, you gotta convince everybody through incentives, okay, to run this new source of code, which good luck doing that at this point, right? And so that's a beautiful thing about this is that it's voluntary self-association. Like, why would you intentionally like ruin your own monetary energy? You wouldn't. It doesn't make any sense. And you need an overwhelmingly, group of people to make that happen, which is impossible at this point. And I keep forgetting the second questions here. What was the second question? Oh, trading it down. Okay, so the fiat price is fake and gay. Fiat price is fake and gay. 1 Bitcoin is always equal 1 Bitcoin. And so, our measurement tool is broken, right? We don't know how many dollars are in existence. We don't know how many are printed and hiding under people's basements. And so, they just print it. They just like literally push a button on a keyboard and it instantly prints more money. And so the way they play games with the fiat price is just, like I said, it's kind of fake and gay because the markets are built upon
Which
fake and
metrics
gayness.
do matter? What are the metrics that matter for investors?
Well, I think I like to strip away the financial part of it primarily. I like to focus on the sovereignty part of it because what would you pay to be free? Can you put a price tag on it? Can you put a price on full, immutable, unfuckwithable property? Probably not. And that's the beautiful thing. It's like,
But
we're
you started
a sovereign
with
nation.
sound money. Everything's based on non-sound money, so we have to get to sound money. But now, in terms of understanding the metrics about that sound money, the financials don't matter.
Yeah, you have to kind of crawl through the rabbit hole to get to where I'm at, which is like at the end of the rabbit hole. But like the easiest way to first understand it is the money's broken. Okay. And that's where people start at. It's like, oh, I'm going to buy this to hedge inflation or do this and that. Right. But when you get to the other side of the rabbit hole, you read Jason Lorry's software thesis, you get to where you're like, wow, this is actually a group of people, okay, with underlying property to where the code base is protected by Watts in cyberspace. And so, it's the military because we pay the miners to protect our access through cyberspace. We have nodes that is like the legislature. And then we have like the underlying property, which is like Bitcoin. And so we have permissionless access to our property in cyberspace. That's a sovereign nation. Wow. That's a beautiful thing.
And your legislator is made up of anonymous people.
You actually built this badass power projection protocol that nobody can mess with, that is completely voluntary. And so that's the beauty of Bitcoin. It's not like the price and stuff. That's just that's just a bug, not a feature.
So how do you know if Bitcoin is doing well or Bitcoin is not doing well if you're throwing out all of the financial metrics?
I'm not throwing out all the financial metrics.
You literally just did. I like to take the financial aspects out of it.
I do.
Right.
I do,
so how do we
absolutely.
know?
How do you know
What metrics matter?
What metrics
Which
matter?
ones?
Well, which metric matters? The hash power. Who looked at the hash power? We almost passed, what is it? Second.
Hash power is a mining metric.
No, hash power is the strength of the network. It's like the size of your military, right? If you compare Bitcoin's military, which is submarines and aircraft carriers and F-16s, and then you get XRP, it's like a fucking mouse running across the fucking room over there, So compare which network do you want to be part of, right? You want to be part of this big ass military power projection, or you want to be some mouse running around the corner.
What are the military metrics then? What are the military metrics that we're measuring to understand this system that we're throwing out all of our institutions and diving into?
Power rules all.
Hey guys, we got one more question over here, and then we got to get closing thoughts. So I think this is a good question.
My question is, how do we get beyond the bias that's in this room, that we aren't open enough, even within this room, to consider things? People are a little bit condescending in the questions about Bitcoin because they don't understand it to the level. If we can't understand it to the level in this room that we need to be at, how do we expect the rest of the world to get to that point? And that scares me. That's the thing that scares me the most about Bitcoin, is that people aren't open to learning. And if you're not open to learning and asking questions because you're so set in the old system, we are never going to transition to that point where we need to get to Bitcoin and really enjoy the benefits of it.
I'm 100% open to Bitcoin. I own Bitcoin. I don't own Bitcoin Cash. I don't own XRP. I own some of the coins that are in the thing Trump set up, the crypto stockpile. What are we allowed to call it now? Stockpile or reserve? Right. But to dive into a technology-based system without asking questions is not being condescending, and it's not being resistant to change. It's being thoughtful about the change. And to say we have to get to Bitcoin is an article of faith. You're making a faith-based statement because you're already bought in. And I'm bought into Bitcoin. I'm just not bought into throwing out all of our institutions and way of life for Bitcoin. Still not into it because you're throwing out rights. You're throwing out the framework of rights, and you're saying, well, technology is going to take care of that. I don't want different rights. I want my natural rights.
Yeah, well, yeah, look, your natural rights are given to you by your creator. And, you know, if you still believe in man-made laws that they can put restrictions on you, like that's a you problem. That's a slave problem. But, you know, I try every week.
No, when they come and take your property, it's a you problem, regardless of whether or not you own
property inside
Bitcoin.
my head last time I checked, unless they torture me.
No, they can take your physical in real life assets and property from you, and Bitcoin doesn't do anything to solve that.
That's completely wrong, because you can actually liquidate your meat space assets and put it into something like Bitcoin to where they can't take. So for instance, like, you don't have to be a psychopath like me and not pay your taxes and do all that stuff. But look, I've been living in cyberspace to a degree. You can all have the choice to be free. You can decide how you create value for other people. And you can throw up a website, throw up some Messenger, throw up a Twitter account, whatever you want to do, and accept payment in crypto. You guys should be doing it peer to peer. You should eliminate the government. I think I've reported anything I've fucking made in the last 5 years? Fuck no. Who am I? Who are they? I have to report anything I want to them. I don't have to report shit, right? I can keep my energy in my own system. And when the system is ready for crazies like me to like thrive and own meat space property, when that happens, then I'll maybe buy some property at that point. But, you know, we're in a transition. I don't know how long it's going to take. But the point here is that, like, you guys are all on a battlefield. There is only one weapon that's going to save you. Okay. And so some of you guys, like, I need to see your war faces. Can I see a war face out there? Ah! We have any war faces out there? We're going to be gardeners out there. You know what I mean? Like, I want to weaponize you guys, because this is the tip of the spear. Like, we are living in complete bondage. And for those that want to wake up, I'm here for you, right? I'm here for you. Come talk to me. I help people all the time. If you want to live in the old system, like, that's cool too. I don't hate you. Go do your thing, right? Like, whatever. So for those that want to be activated and want to actually have power and want to be sovereign and want to stick it to the man and want to give the cabal like the ultimate FU, I'm here. Come join us. And you don't have to be like in America. You can be in freaking China or India. And like, we all are fighting this battle worldwide. We're taking the fight directly to the bankers' doorsteps, and there's nothing they can do about it. Nothing can stop this, Ashley. Nothing.
I'm not trying to stop it. I'm just trying to understand it. I'm just trying to understand how it's going to work, how it's going to impact our lives, and how we're going, like, let's run scenarios through Gtopia, which we tried to do in this panel, but we keep going back to why it's bad and why we need Gtopia. I'm bought in on that. I get that the systems that we have right now are corrupted, but suggesting that an emerging technology, and 2008 is an infancy for technology. We're in an emerging technology, that it's already solved all our problems and we shouldn't ask about rights. That is a recipe for slavery, new digital enabled slavery. And I'm not saying Bitcoin is bad. I'm not anti-Bitcoin. I'm not anti-tokenization. I was hoping we would be able to talk more about tokenization, because I'm actually pretty bullish on tokenization, but understanding how it's worked. I don't think tokenization replaces the law. I think it creates at least 7 new domains of law. These are things that, while we could say, I want to not have to deal with the 535. I want to have regular, major democracy. I want my voice to be the one that matters in the decision. You can say those things, but the reality of this transition period that we're in is that the people with the power are not going to give it up so easily, and we should not forfeit our rights for technology.
Suck it, G. We're going to take a quick break. Be back here in 6 minutes for the next panel. 6 minutes, 11:20. Just 6 minutes, yes. If you guys could take your seats, please.
Charlie Rose set up here. Yeah. This is better.
If you guys could take your seats, or take it outside. If you guys could take your seats or take your conversation outside, that'd be great.
Thanks, Ty. We're going to let people fill back in for like another 30 seconds.
Matt, could you sing the Canadian national anthem for us while we're waiting?
Be careful what you ask for. You want in French or in English?
French, if you know.
I'm not feeling very patriotic right now, unfortunately.
I wouldn't be either if I were you.
Canada's got a great national anthem, though.
It's not bad.
I used to see it before hockey games all the time.
You know, the theme comes from Mozart.
No kidding.
Yeah, Calixa Lavallée is the author of this thing. Wow. He was the author of the Canadian national anthem he was fighting in the Union in 1862. He got like eight bullets in his body, and he was a Republican fighting for making Canada a republic during the Civil War. And yeah, he tried really hard to create a national culture of music that could like generate original sound that would have a Canadian sort of vibe, and just got cut down by Jesuits and Anglican, Freemasons left and right. And finally, he gave up on Canada after he wrote the national anthem and it was being rejected. And he went to the United States and he set up the first U.S. music conservatory to generate an original sound for Americans, for an original American school that wasn't simply replicating what European artists were doing. And he invited Dvorak to come to America, which he did, and created this whole school of, all of Dvorak's music on the frontier, taking like the best of Manifest Destiny, a lot of Native American sounds, like Negro spirituals, were all generated by Calixa Lavallée. And his network that were working with like freed slaves who had like developed the spirituals on the plantation. Yeah.
I just learned something totally new today.
Cool.
Well done. Well, first off, he knows so many more things than I know. We thought maybe a good and fruitful conversation to have today would be about the epistemological approach to history, and his in particular, and then I'll probably just be asking him questions most of the time. But as a starting point, I think many of you have probably heard at some point, Burning Bright or I talk about a story-first approach to analyzing what's happening in the world, analyzing news, analyzing history, et cetera. And within that approach, something that I think is kind of a natural outgrowth of that understanding is to recognize public communications toward us, whether it's the news or history or whatever, are presented in a story form, and that story is designed to provoke emotional response and then attachment and belief, and then the actions that follow from that belief. And to make, from my Hollywood entertainment industry adjacent past and Burning Bright's past in fiction writing, you understand the beats of a story and how no matter what story is being told, the structure is going to be similar, if not the same, because it's designed to provoke those emotional reactions as time goes on. And so if we're getting stories from the news and from history, et cetera, then they're probably going to fit those similar structures too. And so I take what I observe in the world today and then apply it to history. And so I think that that's a jumping off point. And I'll let you respond to that, and then I'll tee up for the kind of color revolution side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a nice way of setting the stage, quite literally. And I just want to say, first of all, this is a breath of fresh air. I really appreciate my first GART experience, and yeah, the amount of love and just being able to be free with your ideas and to share in this type of community is great. So well done for putting this stuff together, guys. Really, really great. Yeah, on those points, I think the idea of narrative and story is just, it's at the heart of everything. And I think, the idea of good versus evil is something which we all kind of know that we have choices, we have free will. We could become worse or better people based upon the choices that we make, based on the values that we hold or the virtues that we aspire to, or that we fail to awaken in ourselves, right? And every individual is kind of the microcosm of humanity as a whole. And when you look at humanity, there's definitely a tension shaping all of the wars, the peace treaties, the assassinations going back thousands of years. I think the whole human experience is shaped around an expression of evil and goodness. And the oligarchy will sort of overly simplify in the stories that they give us in Hollywood stories and other things. They'll overly simplify things to a Lex Luthor Superman type of template, right? Which will destroy your ability to appreciate the real sophistication of evil and good. Which it's not like, oh, I really just want to take over the world and I have power, so I'm going to do it. And Superman, what's his motive? Like, I just need to do good because I love the flag. And it's like that's not why good or evil actually happens. So when you look at, I think the study of history properly, I think what we've all discovered is that there really is a continuity of evil that goes back to ancient times, that is at the heart of a lot of every crisis that we faced. And we can say that when you read the writings of the founding fathers, they understood that they were up against a very centralized evil ideology that was manifesting itself in things like the Hellfire Club and things like the City of London and its global expressions. And they understood counterintelligence in a very, very profound manner, right? So when we are given a lot of the stories of why did the American Revolution happen or why did the Renaissance happen, the academic narratives usually either overly simplify things or they'll overly obscure them and just make it seem like they're all disconnected events. Yes. Right? So we just didn't want to, we got tired of being in a dark age, so then we had a Renaissance. Oh, we just got, we didn't want to pay taxes, so we had a revolution. And it's like, no, that's not the reason why those things happen. And I think our ability to just like look for a better story that tells us what really was the drama on the stage that these people lived through will help us thus better recognize that we are living in history and that we're making history. Where the future is being fought over, and people will look back at the present and think, were we acting like tragic characters on a tragic stage, or did we overcome our tragic impulses to become better parts of ourselves, the way people like John F. Kennedy or, the founding fathers by and large were not tragic. So we could situate ourselves in that context more rightly, and that's why the oligarchy is afraid of us having these kinds of conversations. Right? For sure.
I think that all that's very well taken. The connective tissue, as we discussed a little earlier, seems to me, in my view, to be this centralized, top-down control network. It's not necessarily an entity, but there is a flow towards that centralization. And I think that, and maybe you can go into some of the, flesh out some of the details of this over the centuries, but that there's been a continuity of that thing over the centuries, perhaps stretching all the way back to ancient times. And I am guessing that you would agree with that. And the ability to maintain power and to write history and rewrite history and propose the future that we will accept once we get there because we were told the smart people saw this coming. It all is of a part with the fake news that we get right now, and it creates this reality. And what makes it so effective is that they present both sides of an argument and allow people to self-select into, now it's obviously a little bit more fragmented, so there are just more brands of the same product. But the important thing being that they set up the controlled opposition dynamic, and you have essentially everybody willing to buy Coke or Pepsi, while Coke and Pepsi are both owned by the same company. And I'm not saying that's how it is in reality. I'm not saying that they're owned by the same company. So if that just blew your mind, it's not true. Although probably high enough up it is. You're like, oh, it's BlackRock again. But I'll pass it back to you in terms of that controlled opposition, the stories kind of coming from either side, and both of those stories, no matter how much the groups are presented as hating each other, no matter how they're presented as polar opposites, they both bring in the same notions to culture. And on both sides of that, people understand that, well, the history was pretty much like that. Like one side or the other side's got to be right.
Yeah. No, I think controlled oppositions is the formula, right? The oligarchy will rarely create just one thing at a time. They'll usually create things in twos. So you'll never have just the Templars created. You'll have the Templars created and the Knights Hospitaller created as a left-hand, right-hand path, which appear to be rival agencies, like Gnostic orders that are managing the Crusades. But in reality, when you get into the inner esoteric section, there's collusion, there's collaboration. Those who are not initiated don't realize that those people that they're told are their rivals are actually being played for the same objective, which is forever wars, which was what the Crusades were all about. And I guess the same thing you and I were talking a little bit earlier today about the French Revolution as a prototype for the current array of color revolutions that have plagued humanity, including have come back home to America to roost with Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and these other Soros operations.
And that's they would set up Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and then they set up the Proud Boys and whatever other organizations are supposed to be on the right.
Yeah, guaranteed, whenever you scratch on an American neo-Nazi outfit, just scratch a little bit, you'll find the FBI, right? It doesn't take long. Or any of these like satanic agencies that are also encouraging domestic terrorism. Again, you'll find Five Eyes, FBI, intelligence agencies behind it, navigating it. Same thing for Canada too. It's not an American thing alone. And the Heritage Front, which is like the only major Canadian white supremacist organization that was set up in 1989, it was discovered in 1996 that the founder and the guy who ran it was a CSIS agent. Like a CSIS, that's the Canadian CIA. So the whole thing, like you said, yeah, they create a right reactionary thing in order to create a boogeyman that will then put fuel on the fire of the left-wing reactionary wokeists who will then be recruited by their radicalizing teachers in university or whatever to become eco-anarchists or Black Lives Matter. And going back to the French Revolution, this is the way that thing was derailed. Because if you think about it, and I wrote a book with several chapters on this story, that the French Revolution is a great case study of how not to do, or how a great idea can be derailed by when you're not aware of the sophisticated nature of imperial agencies and intelligence. So the American Revolution was organized by people who had a much greater sophistication and were able to navigate through the psyops much more effectively, even though it was imperfect. By the time 1781 rolled around, 1783 rolled around, there were imperfections, but it was still something transcendently better was created than what was begun with in 1776 under the British Empire. Whereas all of those allies of Ben Franklin that had been organized to assist in the cause of the American Revolution, which would have failed had it not been for the French resistance, right? The people around Marquis de Lafayette, when they tried to replicate that success in France, all of a sudden it worked for maybe the first 5-6 months. They had the Great Declaration of the Rights of Man in 1789 on June 14th. It was you read it, great principles, very similar principles to the Declaration of Independence. They had a movement going. You had Jean-Sylvain Bailly, the best scientists, Antoine Lavoisier, the great chemist who was also a revolutionary. All of these people were in place to make the move, but within after that first 6-month honeymoon, it turned into a bloodbath. And the bloodbath began into a civil war of left versus right murder. And it became the Bloody Terror. And so 40,000 people had their heads cut off in the course of that time. And you had the whole thing organized around a fake left versus right reactionary, controlled opposition movement with the Jacobins on the one hand, run by people like Robespierre and Danton, who were rabble-rousing the abused masses, right? It's kind of like the Antifa sort of template. So the masses who had been so clearly and truly abused by their aristocratic detached, elites, they had a lot of rage, a lot of hunger, and that was mobilized to create a mass movement that began to get revenge. And they started tearing down the churches. They started, the churches where Christianity was soon legalized. Anybody perceived to be among the elites, if you had wealth, you were an elitist, and thus you had to die. So Jean-Sylvain Bailly, all of the leaders who were the champions, the heroes of the American Revolution, who led the French Revolution, all lost their heads. Jean-Sylvain Bailly, the great astronomer, the mayor of France, got his head cut off. And there was soon a vacuum of leadership. And then who was going to fill the vacuum? Well, you had the Girondins, the right wing, the logicians who were able to impose order and recognize the folly of mob rule. And they would bring in the 10-day calendar that based on the decimal system. Absurd. It had no bearing in astronomy. But they also had their own cult of the supreme being as their own like cult of reason that created a false opposition to, you could have the cult of reason or the cult of the supreme being, and you could fight over that. But the idea of Christianity, everyone just agreed had to be illegalized, right? And then coming out of that, after enough people on both sides got their heads cut off over 5 years, then a bigger vacuum was there to be filled by a Rothschild-funded Napoleon, who declared himself consul, but then, soon said, you know what? Yeah, I'm actually not going to go with the Roman Republic, so I'm not going to be a consul like I promised. I'm going to go with emperor instead. And by like 1801, he was declaring himself emperor of the world. And, 20-year forever war, or not a forever war, but a 20-year unnecessary war happened. And all of a sudden, coming out of that, the solution in 1815 was, well, we just need to restore forever oligarchies under the Congress of Vienna. And then we'll just ban ideas that cause revolutions. So we'll ban Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Paine, anything that might inspire people to break from the mold, we'll just ban them. So that was it.
Yeah, and I think that and then the question becomes, what is it that the people are revolting against? And it is that oligarchy that's actually a bit behind, and it's often obscured, obviously intentionally in the way things are communicated. But it's also difficult for us to detect if we are trapped within the controlled opposition dynamic, if we're doing left and right, which is improperly defined, if we're doing Republicans versus Democrats and all of that. It's very difficult to see what that next level is. And the confounding part of that is that those two factions can legitimately be in opposition, but they're kind of competing for attention and resources from like a parent, essentially, right? It's they're brothers, and they're visibly fighting, but they're fighting for the attention and resources from the parent. And we often just get ourselves involved with who should win the fight rather than understanding that they're both in this competition. And from the top level, they're like, okay, well, yeah, let the best man win. Whatever works, whatever these people get on board with and believe, as long as you just keep fighting like this, it's totally fine.
Yeah.
And I think that, the comparison to the color revolutions is actually, and maybe this, we can kind of move into this a bit, but I look at the playbook that is available for us to understand now. We can see it play out again and again and again. We had the Reichstag fire, maybe you want to speak to that. And then we have Maidan, and we have January 6th, and we have January 6th down in Brazil. And these all seem to be the same part of the playbook. And we have the Black Lives Matter response to stories of atrocities. I'm not trying to say that racism's not real, but the idea that there was this race war where white people were killing black people, or even white cops killing innocent black men, I think we can all understand how oversold that was. And so I take something like that and I look back through history and I think, are these same dynamics present in stories that we've heard about or indoctrinated into believing over the course of our lives? And every time I look, that's what you said a second ago, you just start scratching that surface, and underneath it is the same thing again.
Yeah. What was crazy when the Black Lives Matter riots were really like, the fire was hot in 2019, they tore down a Frederick Douglass statue. Like, because he was like collaborating with Lincoln, and that got torn down. And I think that that's an irony, because if you look at it and you look at that part of the history, Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, and maybe we can talk about that later, but in greater detail, but they both recognized the trap that had been set over the course of the 1830s, 1840s, 1850s, which was capitalized on by a weak spot in the U.S. system, which was obviously the slave question was a weak spot, because if the Declaration is true, then how can you allow for a system that allows human beings to be property of other human beings? It's a big paradox. And the enemies of America, both within the United States and outside in London, recognized that that was a weak spot to be pushed on. And they did. They pushed on it really good. And on the one hand, you had this left versus right thing as a formula we were talking about just outside, where you had those who were organized in the color revolutionary tactics that by the 1830s became known as young Europe. You know, you had young Germany, young France, young Albania, which was basically like a model of weaponizing the masses, focusing on young people who didn't have that much life experience, but they had a lot of ideals. And so that's the energy for any type of revolution, including in Ukraine today or wherever you're going to do it. You focus on the young. And then you give them a new narrative about their history, about the greatness of the past and how they were wronged in the past by some other powers. The Albanians had a chip on their shoulder for the Russians, you know, and the Germans had a chip on their shoulder for everybody. And so, but they were all told, okay, you have a special Teutonic race. You got a special Teutonic destiny to be your own empire. And you could have this greatness, you know, Slava Ukraina. And that's that set Europe on fire in the 1840s, 50s, all over. And in America, there were two channels, two groups that represented the Mazzini networks through the Freemasonic outfits, which we're going to talk about probably at 2 p.m. today in a bit more detail, which was Young America North, run by Ralph Waldo Emerson, who was also the founder of Transcendentalism. And he was also a part of the Freemasonic networks that were running the northern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite. And similarly, you had in the South, you had the Scottish Rite Southern jurisdiction run by people like Albert Pike, you know, the founder of Morals and Dogma, the Grand Master, a Confederate general, and people like George Saunders, who was the U.S. consul to England under Pierce, and he was the Mazzini of America, and he ran a lot of the Confederate operations in Canada, where I'm from. And these were the Confederate operations that ran John Wilkes Booth and a whole network at the time to kill Lincoln. So, but that was being run from Canada, from Montreal, on invitation by the British that gave the Confederates this stuff. So you had this Young America South and Young America North. One ran the abolitionists that was trying to say, okay, if you want to fight slavery, you got to go for the guns. You got to do John Brown, or you got to go into Harper's Ferry and shoot it up. And that's the only way to stop slavery. Inversely, you had, you know, the Knights of the Golden Circle crowd that was set up around the same time as B'nai B'rith was set up in 1851 by the Pike networks of Mazzini in the South, that all had special relationships with England. England was very happy to maintain special relationships. They bought 80% of the U.S.
Much like our special relationships that the United States has with the countries of the world now. We're just kind of the center state of the global state.
Same thing, yeah. And the idea of both, they both said, okay, well, you know, North and South branch, well, we're going to go for terrorism to get our way. We know when that is necessarily going to force a breaking point, we'll dissolve the Union, get rid of the Constitution, we'll create two confederacies. The northern states that don't have slavery will join Canada, and they'll have a special relationship with England. The southern branch will have their own empire called the Golden Circle, and they had maps with Cuba as the center of this new slave empire with a special relationship to England, which is buying all the cotton. And who's going to be laughing at the end of the day is going to be the city of London, which is like managing this whole stage. And this is what Frederick Douglass, when Frederick Douglass broke with William Lloyd Garrison, right, who was like trying to manage Douglass as somebody who you could just like treat like a show horse, right, a former slave, and you could just have him give speeches to crowds, you know, in the North for the abolitionists. He was treating them like a horse and or a stage show. And Frederick Douglass is like, no, I want to show my ideas about human nature. He's well read, you know, and he realized that he was being used to provoke this dissolution of the Union, which is when he broke with Garrison and started allying with Lincoln, who had to like navigate these like all sorts of power networks, and they were able to sort of keep the Union alive, I would say, at a time when the left-right trap was there to break it up completely. But yeah, everywhere you look, you find the same model being applied, like you said, in Germany with the Reichstag. You see it applied in the Bolshevik Revolution. You see it applied today, left and right.
I think even slavery might be an example of exactly that dynamic. The Prussiagate guys did a great job in a sub-series called The Evolution of Slavery, but discussed it as a regime phenomenon, not a particularly American phenomenon, and that regime moves around the world. I would argue that there has been a slave trade at our own southern border. I think that even, I don't know what the official statistics say, but I think that they say there are more slaves alive today than at any point in the past around the world. And I think that we have slavery in the United States where when immigrants are moved from their home countries after that home country has been economically devastated for failing to comply with the global regime agenda or for being dissidents in that country. And then they are systematically moved here, told they're going to be embracing a better life once they get here. They're handed off to the cartels south of the border. They're crossed over the border where they're handed off to NGOs and then dispersed around the country to have high intensity labor jobs to pay off their trip. And they've basically got a life of indentured servitude funded on the back end by our government. And so the slavery of those former times still persists in the world. It's just no longer described that way because the marketing campaign for what it is has convinced us that we actually need to understand that we're helping those people.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, slavery manifests in so many ways, right? Like the more you look at, it's how you define it. We don't have necessarily so many cases of physical shackles, but if you look at Africa as a continent, the way I've come to see it, Africa is like one giant slave plantation by and large. Like there's child mines that employ up to 60,000 children under the age of 16. Some as young as 2-3 years old. And you see the videos on YouTube in cobalt mines, and that's reality for millions and millions of people in the world. But you know, the argument made by mushy liberals is, well, you know, it's better that they get 25 cents a day, right? Would you rather they get nothing? And it's like, well, that's a false dichotomy. Like, why is this even a choice? How about like stop sabotaging their aspirations to have modern infrastructure, maybe, right? Like stop killing their leaders who are trying to resist the IMF and the World Bank, maybe. See how that works. And yeah, no, I think that absolutely we're totally addicted to a system that demands that most people stay underdeveloped, poor as possible so that their labor remains cheap. And if their labor remains cheap, they can be exploited for, pennies a day. And we can fool ourselves into thinking that capitalism works the way it's been working under globalization because everyone's getting paid. And it's like, no, not really. At the end of the day, they're not allowed to develop beyond like just having their nose above water. And if they try, they get killed.
And the same system is controlling the world economy in a top-down centralized fashion in the same way. And if they're choosing winners and losers, then you've already eliminated the market effect. And so using the market effect as a justification for why things are the way they are becomes immediately and obviously dishonest. The slavery that led to the Civil War, correct me if I'm wrong here, it's my understanding that the slaves were freed, but that many of those slaves or former slaves at the time were recruited into the army, as were foreign immigrants as soon as they landed on American shores. Is that crazy?
You're speaking of what year, like during what time frame are we talking?
The Civil War period in particular.
Well, okay, like I know that definitely both, like there were from what I've gathered, slavery was largely, you couldn't import new slaves, right? I think 20 years after the Declaration of Independence, but there was breeding. So slaves were still bred like cattle. So the population of slaves from 1830 went from 2 million to 1860, which was 4 million. So there was still a doubling of the quantity of slaves, though they weren't importing new slaves. So how? It was by breeding and ripping up families and things. So it was still very dehumanizing. Now during during the Civil War, from what I gather, there were slaves fighting in the South because they were told, you'll get some benefits if you fight to defend the slave system. And then in the South, you had blacks also fighting, and they were told, you'll fight and you'll have freedom. But I think overall, the Confederacy, I've read the Confederate Constitution that Jefferson Davis oversaw the drafting of, and in it calls in the Constitution that they would have set up for their Confederacy had it succeeded. It calls for illegalizing any attempt to ever abolish slavery. So it actually calls for making it impossible to, in any future moment, get rid of slavery. It also calls for no government intervention, no protectionism. It was a free trade system. Like free trade was enshrined in the Confederate Constitution as well, which would have made any type of protective tariff that largely saved the Union over the years under McKinley, under Garfield, under FDR, or even today's efforts. It would have made those things impossible to do. And it was understood that free trade is not necessarily a bad thing. It could be a good thing if you have everybody who's honestly trying to compete and do good. But if you have a City of London centralized global, British East India Company monstrosity running the game board, no, then free trade is just a way to get nations to open up, to shut down their sentinels and allow the criminals to enter in and burn their house down, which is what it was.
And I think we can see that right now. I often point to the World Economic Forum's partners page. Like if you go to weforum.org/partners, you can go through and they have it very well laid out, all of the corporate partners of the World Economic Forum. And there's something like 1,000 of them. And there's every major transnational corporation whose names we're familiar with. And then you can go to another part of the website and see the code of conduct, where it essentially says that anyone who's involved with the World Economic Forum has to profess the ideals of the World Economic Forum and not violate the ideals and not publicly oppose them in any way. And at that point, you've really got a substantial amount of control over the highest level of the transnational corporations, who then employ millions and millions of people who themselves have to conform to the same policies. And so you have this top-down centralized authority, this governing body that makes the rules, and people who don't even think they're following rules, they're just being good employees, are essentially carrying out the same mission unwittingly. And yeah, I mean, the network systems of control are just amazing.
Yeah, man. No, absolutely. And I mean, it gets at what you were saying too. Like you look at Brookfield or BlackRock or Vanguard, and at the end of the day, when you allow these types of entities that have CEOs who are affiliated with the Bilderberg steering committee members, right? Like they're tied to the Bilderberg group, set up by an unreconstructed Nazi SS officer, Prince Bernhard. When that type of entity is allowed to organize the both private and public sector ideologues who are all committed, they all agree that nation states shouldn't exist, that human beings need to be organized around masters and slaves in a technocratic feudal type of system. They all agree on that. You could call whatever the system is that they're pushing capitalism, but it's not. It's designed to be a certain perverse expression that uses capitalist language and maybe brings out the worst of us, by encouraging hedonism and license and calling it value.
And competes the same way to appease the higher authority. Like there's still the competition on the bottom level to get the rung up.
Yeah.
But at the top level, it's just control.
They all agree, right? And you have people like George Soros who are able to then, with his billions of dollars of assets being bankrolled by Evelyn de Rothschild, right? His whole quantum management, open society operation is completely tied to the same Bilderberg group thing. He can go run about and do currency warfare on small nations that are trying to defend themselves by destroying their local currencies like he did in the 1990s as a speculator, and just say, oh, it's just capitalism, right? If I'm not, maybe millions of people are dying by me selling short on the Malaysian, whatever the dollar is in Malaysia, whatever, maybe millions of people are dying and suffering, but that's the rules of the game. I'm just playing by the rules, right? If I wasn't doing it, somebody else was doing it, would do it anyway. And that's the logic of the drug dealer as well. Like I don't like selling drugs, but if I'm not doing it, someone's going to do it. So I might as well do it. Which is why he's also, I think, promoting massive global drug legalization at the same time. George Soros is behind that too, because he knows that that's the best way to control a society, is to destroy their economy, demoralize their youth so that their youth don't have a sense of a future and will thus be more liable to escapism into all sorts of abundant narcotics and drugs that you're also controlling and you're promulgating, when maybe some of your collaborators who are part of the mafia cartels and organized crime in Latin America and everywhere else are now going to be legitimized, and they can be like normal bankers and businessmen, but it's the same effect. And they did it with the Chinese Opium Wars, right? Like China tried to stop opium coming in from the British Empire, from India, during the 1840s. They tried it again in the 1860s. And the British said, no, you're breaking the rules of free trade that you signed up for. Gunboats are now going to have to destroy your country and force that opium down your throat. And that happened twice. And that's why Hong Kong was kept under the control of the British Empire. But the idea was not just to make money. They didn't care about money. They cared about destroying the spiritual basis of that entire society to make them more pliable and thus easier to rape.
And when the material, not wealth is even too powerful a word, but when you don't have the basic material goods to sustain yourself, then the slip into a focus only on materialism is a totally natural thing. And we see in our world the results of that. But to the systems of control, there was actually an interesting article at the beginning of the week in Semaphore, of all places, and Limited Hangout perhaps, talking about this 300-person signal chat group set up by Mark Andreessen. And it was everybody from people like people in the administration like David Sachs to people like Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro. And there were liberals in there, other technologists. It was a group of 300 people that have had this long-running signal chat where they basically discuss politics and world events and what their interests are and how these things, and those arguments would then be the basis for the public communications on Twitter. And I have to imagine that the set of people that Elon is often amplifying and reposting has significant overlap with the group of people talking behind the scenes about how all this stuff should work, forming consensus within that small group, and then immediately presenting consensus among the informed and intelligent, the smart people, the elites, to the public. And, you know, when someone's not spending all their time focused on these things as we are, it's very easy to say, okay, well, this set of 20 people, I don't agree with everything they say, but I know that they're like roughly on my side. So if they all agree about something, it's a good chance that thing's probably right. And that, I think, is one of kind of the cognitive shortcuts that people have been taking for a long time in the social media era. And until that problem is solved, I mean, that's going to continue to be, I think, really destructive.
Yeah. Yeah, good points, man. Yeah. No, I agree totally. Well, look, I don't trust transhumanists at all. I just, you know, yeah. And so for me, like, I hope that Elon and Peter Thiel and people trying to sort of influence the MAGA movement, I'm hoping that something good is influencing them, maybe beyond themselves. That, however, I know that I've read enough of both men's writings and speeches, and they both self-identify as transhumanists, which is sort of like exactly what Yuval Harari identifies as well. And you know, at the end of the day, if you believe that human beings need to merge with machines in order to stay relevant, in order to avoid extinction, because naturally self-emergent AI tech is going to replace us in some Darwinian struggle for survival, and so we have to do it. We may not want to microchip the kids and Neuralink ourselves, but we got to do it. If that's the way you're thinking, I'm sorry, I don't trust you.
And I think you've actually touched on another one of those dynamics that we can see replicated throughout these historical revolutionary periods all over the world, where it is sold to the public that we must do something terrible to prevent a potentially much more terrible thing from maybe happening if we don't do this.
Yeah, well, that's Hitler's enabling acts too, right? Like, the Reichstag's on fire. We got to just give up our freedoms for a moment, and, you know, it'll all be given back, and we'll have a strong man but bring in moral order, because, you know, the Jews are lighting our buildings on fire, and so we'll let him have the enabling acts. We'll let him become emperor, but he'll give it back. He promises he will. Now, that was never the idea, right? Neither was it the idea for the neocons around Wolfowitz who were setting up the 9/11. The idea was to always do a Hitler 2.0. and to bring about things like the Patriot Act, the massive security and surveillance dragnet. That was always the idea, and they were never going to give it back to us. So now we have domestic terror variants or expressions of the Patriot Act 2.0 that Biden advanced, and even Biden was like the guy who did Patriot Act in 1995 when the Oklahoma City bombings happened, and also the first World Trade Center bombings. That again was Biden who drafted, or maybe it was Jake Sullivan, I'm not sure, or Bruce Reed. It was Bruce Reed, another Rhodes Scholar who drafted the omnibus crime bill that then John Ashcroft said, yeah, we modeled our Patriot Act in 2001 off of Biden's omnibus crime bill. So it's actually Biden the whole time that did that. So it's always this, yeah, like you said, we'll terrorize people, give them a sense that the future is hopeless unless you just do this thing, and then they'll have security again, and things will be better. And whether it's microchipping our kids or whatever, they're doing the same thing too. It's going to be a crisis. Your kids can't compete with AI unless you merge.
Turn all of our wealth, power, and control over to the regime, and then they will be our saviors. I know it didn't work last time, but you can be sure that it is going to work this time. It seems to me, and I've been talking about this for a couple of years now, that they are attempting to recreate Donald Trump as Hitler and all of us as the Nazis. And the uniparty right, the organ of the regime that is branded as amenable to us, will combine with the MAGA thing and assume the identity of the MAGA thing, and then steer the MAGA thing back in their direction. And whoever goes with them will be fine. But at the point that they've completely left the MAGA thing behind, they'll reassume their old identities, giving us their prior identity, which is the Hitler, Trump as Hitler, us as Nazis. And then you immediately have the justification to destroy those people. Oh, those people on the fringe, they're the ones who went too far. It's not the global regime that's doing any of these awful things. It's those fringe people. Yeah. And sure, we allied with them for a little bit, but then we realized just how fringe they were. And so we've gone back to the center, while those people probably need to be eliminated. And the controlled opposition, it combines and then it separates. And I think that we can, I would ask your opinion on this actually, but I was having a conversation with ChatGPT the other day about what other, my ChatGPT has become surprisingly based, to be honest, about what other world leaders might fit that same profile. And it talked about Stalin and it talked about Napoleon. And I wonder what you think in that framing, if that framing makes sense.
So you're thinking like
that there was
the Project
that there would have
Trust.
been a split between like the Leninists and Stalin, for instance,
Yeah.
or the pushback that came to the Jacobins in the form of Napoleon after. Now, I'm not trying to say that Trump is either of those figures. I'm just talking about this in relation to this playbook that seems to be playing out over and over again, where the characters are replaced with other characters as time goes on, or the location changes and some details are altered, but ultimately it's the same baseline story.
I highly recommend people read Peter Thiel's The Straussian Moment 2007 essay. Peter Thiel is not, I think he's, in my view, he's pretty dangerous. And that essay is sort of his manifesto. If you want to get like his philosophy of life, read that essay. And who was Leo Strauss? Well, Leo Strauss was brought in through the Frankfurt School operation into the school of, into New York. He taught in Chicago, but he organized in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s a grouping of intellectuals that became the neocons. So, Paul Wolfowitz was part of the Straussian organization that Zbigniew Brzezinski brought in the 70s under Carter in the first round. Dick Cheney was a part of that operation in the 70s, right? And then they came back with their revenge after Clinton. John Poindexter was also a big part of that, who ran a big part of Iran-Contra.
Irving Kristol and then Bill Kristol.
Irving Kristol, Bill Kristol, yeah. And the interesting thing is that a lot of them were also Trotskyists. Yeah. There were Straussians and Trotskyists in the 30s, in the 40s, and then when Trotsky dies, they all become neocons. under people like, yeah, you notice that's here, right?
Yes, it's crazy that our conservative movement is actually just Bolsheviks.
Hard Wall Street Bolshevik revolutionaries. Exactly. Yeah.
And so if they are able to wear MAGA as a skin suit and push it toward the extreme and then leave, you've once again just got the Bolsheviks representing the right.
That's my concern, is that there does seem to be, like Peter Thiel back at that time that he was writing
my
that.
concern as well, yes.
In 2007, right? He was part of the Stanford operation. He had a whole libertarian journal in Stanford. He fell under the influence of Rene Girard. Rene Girard being a major behaviorist who despised Christianity, but said that we can use that the elites should use the noble lie of Christianity to have the masses do things for them. So it's good to have social controls. They saw Christianity as sort of a tool of control, not as anything more than that. So when they say that, oh, we like it, we like Christian, they're not talking about that they like any of the content of the Bible. They're talking about they like the effects of like the type of control grid you would get with, let's say, the Catholic Church in feudal Europe. They like that idea, right, of obedience. So this is the type of thing Peter Thiel is self-identifying. He's describing in a very thorough detail his immersion and his association with the Straussian philosophy that believed in a noble lie for the elites to manage the slaves, in a perversion of Plato's, the famous Plato's cave metaphor, that the elites will control the shadows on the cave wall. And at the same time, he was working with a bunch of behaviorists in 2007 who were also being brought in to the United States. So he was directly tied to Richard Thaler, who was setting up these EDGE conferences that Thiel was bankrolling, that Elon Musk was involved with, all of the EDGE conferences, that Richard Thaler became one of the lead behaviorists with Larry Summers and all of the behaviorists from Peter Dvorak, that guy, STRZORG, AAK or something. Anyway, but all of these behaviorists who took over with Barack Obama in 2008 were all organizing these things that Thiel and many of these today MAGA transhumanists were all a part of. So I share your concern very deeply that they're trying to wear MAGA as a skin suit in order to sort of nudge it back into a more a neocon effect, but with a different pathway than we'd ever seen before. Yeah.
It's funny, Peter Thiel was actually just on Jordan Peterson's podcast last week, and Jordan Peterson brought up the Nietzsche God is dead passage from The Gay Science, and he did not use it in the way Girard understands it. And so you could kind of see Peter Thiel bristle, and then the next time it was his turn to speak, he immediately moved into how he studied under Girard at Stanford and had it. I don't want to say it's an uninformed take about Girard, and I'm not deeply read in Girard, but it's something that I have spent a little time with recently. And one of the interesting things, and I take your point about Girard, I'm not sure his overall perspective on Christianity, but one of the interesting things that he said, because Girard is concerned with the scapegoat phenomenon and how societies need to find a scapegoat, someone to blame so that they can have the catharsis and then move on. And he thought that Christianity was an interesting departure from other religions and from pagan mythology prior to it, because they all found someone who, through actions they actually performed, was in some sense responsible for the disaster that followed, but that Christ was actually totally innocent. And in Christianity, the mob is actually seen as not the victims of the one scapegoat, but the scapegoat is, in that case, seen as the true victim of a riled up mob. And so that I thought was really interesting in terms of his perspective on Christianity, that one key point.
Oh, we got a question?
Yeah, real quick from the chat, John Drake wanted to give you a shout out, Chris.
John Drake is a hero.
So I'd like to pull a thread from the last conversation as, Ash and G Money were fighting and what you're talking about here. And it's your reflections on two questions that are common to this conversation. But these questions are founded on the belief that we have a common worldview, that we are moral creatures and that there is a God. And the first question is about freedom. We hear people talk about you're not free, you're slaves. And without context, that can sound pretty cool. But we know we're fallen creatures, and we know that, for example, the rules that we abide by give us freedom. It's like driving on the road. If there wasn't a line in the middle, it would be pretty dangerous. But the line, a rule, allows you to be free to move fast and safely. So like the 10 Commandments are rules. So you can say, well, I'm a slave to those rules, and I just want to do what I want to do. So the first question to you is, as we move into this new age and all these technologies, what are the rules that keep us safe and free? Because without rules, there's just chaos, and everybody does just what seems good in their own sight. And we know that's a road to death for the human race. So what is freedom in this new age? And the second is with these technologies, new emerging technologies like AI and those transhumanists and all, new technology always seems like magic to people that have never seen it before. Airplanes seemed like magic. Fire seemed like magic. Engines seemed like magic. How do we partner with new technology in a way where the human is the master and partners, not merge, but partner, so that we solve problems with that technology? Even though evil people will try to make new problems or enslave us with that technology. Those are the two questions. Freedom, what does it mean? What rules are required to actually have freedom versus chaos? And two, can we partner with this new technology in a way that keeps us human and moral and uses the technology as our slave?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think this is, first of all, thank you again to General Quast for being here and participating in these. This is the crux of the issue, I think, ultimately, because the most powerful people in our world right now are, if not technologists themselves, then very close to all of this emergent technology. And some of it may have been hidden technology that we just didn't have access to. I'm totally open to that idea. And I would like to embrace what the world as it is actually is. And so I'm totally open to all of those things. But I think that the critical aspect is who is controlling these very, very powerful tools. And I have very few concerns in my optimism about where we're headed in the future. But if I had one, it's that these technologists, as you mentioned, don't seem to have a God-centered approach to the world that they are trying to build. They seem like they want all of these things that they know will empower them primarily. We hear about how they're going to cure cancer and how they're going to solve all of these diseases and make people live a long time. Well, are you also the guys causing cancer? Because then when you say you're going to cure it, I'm not quite as impressed. And I'm not quite as convinced that I need to embrace your technology. And so that's been the critical thing for me. And unfortunately, it's probably the hardest thing to discern, to be able to tell whether or not a stranger like Peter Thiel, who seems to have some interesting leanings in terms of freedom and sovereignty. He's certainly more conservative than many of his counterparts, but he's also just kind of a progressive when it all comes down to it. And, eliminating the controlled opposition understanding of his kind of uniparty right closeness once that vanishes, it's like, oh, wait, he's just the same as those other guys. Now, I don't know that that's true. Again, this is one of the hardest things to discern. And if you listen to my show, this is something I spend a lot of time on because these are very confusing problems. But ultimately, the most important problems to solve, the last thing I'll say is we're not going to solve them if people aren't told the truth about any of this stuff, because the hive mind needs to be operative and people need to hash these things out among themselves and then come together in groups, maybe like this one, where at least some common understanding. People don't have to agree, but if there's some understanding on what this thing is and how we can be looking at it and then judging for ourselves, I think that's incredibly important. And right now, I don't see the truth being told about the world that they want to see emerging. And Elon constantly saying that we need to establish civilizations on whatever Mars is does not get me there.
I would add a few thoughts based on, okay, so I have a lot of writer friends. A couple of them I've noticed have gotten seduced by AI in the sense that they're allowing it to write articles for them and even write books for them. And the question is like, well, AI does a pretty decent job on one level of taking the essential ideas. You know, they'll say like, take my last 8 episodes of this podcast I do and extract the essential points I was making, make it a book. And it does it, right? And it fools a lot of people, and it might be kind of useful on a certain level to have that. But what is going to stop that from corrupting? This is brand new as well, right? So what's going to stop that crutch from destroying the creative minds of so many researchers and writers who want to take the easy path? And if they allow themselves that liberty, we could see the dissolution of major faculties of the noosphere, of human cognition as we know it, eliminated by virtue of allowing this technology to think for us, to create for us, which is a big misuse and a danger that freaks me out a little bit. So the thing that would prevent somebody from engaging in that corruption of themselves would be their conscience, their sense of knowledge of what they are losing if they allow that. And knowing that means that they have to have some self-awareness, some self-knowledge of what the mind is in a healthy state, in the sense that it's made in the image of the creator, but that requires work. You don't get the best of yourself if you don't put in work. And that the payback is infinite, right? By doing hard lifting, your muscles get better, you go to the gym, your body gets better, but the same thing for the mind. If you do the heavy metaphysical lifting, your mind gets more powerful. And it's something that in a healthy society, the way I see it, right? Like kids receiving a healthy education will be given access to what their mind can do, not by being told you have to memorize these formulas in order to pass the test and never know why the Pythagorean theorem is true. You just memorize these symbols, you reproduced it, kind of like a computer would. Whenever a certain pattern emerged, it got a result and you passed the test, but you never knew the question. You just got the right answers. So that type of culture that gets brainwashed by that type of rote education will thus not know what allows technology to progress. You read Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin he put a lot of work in during his lifetime to make his experiments on electricity very transparent so that both the elites but also the masses could reproduce his experiments, and he made them games. Everybody would hold hands and one person would get an electric shock and it would go through like all people in the ring, and then the last person would get the buzz, right? And so it was fun, but at the same time, he was doing it in a very loving, platonic manner, making the experience of reproducing discoveries about the laws of creation something we could all do in varying degrees. And then when that happened, you could then look at the new inventions being brought online, and they wouldn't be mystified. You'd be like, okay, I know the science of what allowed these inventions to happen, these lightning rods, these different ovens, these different things, right? These radios. I know what the electromagnetic field is. I'm well versed in that language, so I appreciate this invisible ocean of electromagnetism swimming around us that we could tap into for communication. So I think part of the thing today is people don't know what freedom is because they have been detached from what their mind is, and so because they don't know what their mind is, as far as like being, if we're really made in the image of a living, loving, reasonable creator, and thus we can create and discover in a participatory manner with creation, we should know that freedom is the ability to abide by our conscience, to express the best of ourselves. And whenever that's being taken away from us, we know, okay, something wrong is happening, and we would have a metric. So that's my problem today, is I just see a controlled ignorance over these essentials, and that's why people also tend to fall into this formula that says, you know, technology is just going to grow in a mystical way, like a demon spirit, new species that will evolutionarily want to destroy us, because that's what technology is. But the reason why we fall for that type of thesis that Marshall McLuhan and others were putting out over the years is because we never got to know the cause of technological growth, which is the human factor. We don't know. We're never told that, and so we buy into it, and then we fall into the trap of saying, okay, well, I guess I do have to merge with the machine. I guess I do need to make CRISPR babies in order to stay at the cutting edge, right? And in the race of Darwinian survival. So that's the way I'm thinking about it: is culture, conscience, and knowing ourselves.
We're getting the almost time to wrap up cue from John. And maybe I'll just say my piece and hand it off to you and we can wrap. One of the interesting comments made by Peter Thiel in that Jordan Peterson interview was that he suggested that perhaps the singularity had already happened. And I wonder, and have thought quite a bit about whether or not that's true. It seems that through the algorithmic control of social media, through the algorithmic control over a lot of the physical systems that we interact with in terms of, and I was talking about this a little bit last night, just with my plane experience the other day. It seems like we have these systems set up like the Walmart just-in-time system, where things just arrive when they're supposed to arrive, inventory moves and then is immediately sold, and everything is supposed to be working perfectly, and that's very efficient and it's very profitable for the company. But the problem is when something like that is implemented in the airline system and they know that this plane is going to be here and then it's going to be there, and once it's there, it's going to make the flight we sold everybody to over there. And so if something back here in the chain breaks down, then the whole chain is broken down and then the whole system collapses until they can get it back online. And it's like how I remember Christmas lights back in the 80s and 90s. Like if one went out, they all went out. And it seems like we have those systems replicated again and again and again. And so we have the algorithms controlling our beliefs, the algorithms controlling aspects of our physical world, the algorithms controlling probably the ways that we are steered by media communications. And at that point, you really have to wonder if behind that is already the thing that we're scared of emerging.
If you got any closing thoughts, Matt, you can go ahead.
Oh, that was well said, man. I guess, like I said, I'll just restate. In my view, culture is the principal battleground that I think is undervalued by a lot of people. But the oligarchy that's been trying to like stage manage this show for centuries, they know that, and they primarily organize themselves around the battlefield of culture, which is sort of the environment, right? Like that shapes all of us as individual identities, that determines what we can do, what type of limits we put on ourselves or overcome. It's like just the seed that you put in the soil, right? Will be shaped by whether that is healthy soil or not. Is it getting water, sunlight? Is it getting the nutrients, or is it sick soil, right? And that will determine the growth of whatever seed is put in that soil. And that's the culture. And all of us are seeds, you know? So if you have a sick culture that encourages the lowest aspects of ourselves to be rewarded and to come out, well, you're going to get a society that will almost demand for some zookeeper to manage the chaos, because we can't manage ourselves. If you got a society of dignity that encourages the best part of ourselves to come out, which is what I think the founding fathers were talking about when they were describing, the idea that we need a society founded upon the consent of the governed, that every individual is sovereign, and that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness has to be the mandate of everything else you consider in society. Well, that idea of happiness isn't just happiness to do whatever I want to do, like license. It's really the happiness of expressing the best part of yourself and being happy with your life. The higher happiness, not the lower kind of happiness of the belly and down, But I think we've sort of gotten we've gotten out of touch with that better culture that allowed for these greatest displays of human excellence to happen. And so we're left very overly perplexed when we shouldn't be about like how do we organize ourselves to have a society that is truly free and that is able to ever more perfectly express ourselves in the image of natural law and the creator's will, rather than, just floating moment to moment, waiting for some, dark age to befall us, right? So anyway, that's my thing. It's culture and the human mind being allowed to be as natural as humanly possible. And I think that's the fight. Yeah, I'll end it there.
Thanks for listening, everybody.
Well done. Yeah. That almost made me think a positive thought about Canada and Canadians. Great job, guys. We're going to take lunch. We'll come back around 1:30, so a little bit shortened, but we'll see you guys in a bit. Right out there, buffet style. Go get in line.
That's a hell of a name.
All right. How was lunch, everybody? Good. Just want, if you guys do have any complaints about the weekend, make sure you file them with Mrs. Bright directly. She appreciates that stuff. Very excited. We got Cam Cooksey's first time on a live panel. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It could be his last time too, depending on how this goes. Why don't you guys come on up here? I think they're talking culture stuff. Good luck, boys.
All right. What's up, everybody? So I think what Cam and I have been discussing the past few days is mindset, really, but culture. I think the last panel, they did a really, really great job. Obviously, two guys who I've had great conversations with. But speaking about culture and how it is kind of the foundation, the bedrock of everything else. And sometimes we get distracted by shiny objects when we get into the minutia of specific ideas or debates. And without really analyzing the underlying premise of some of those debates. And I think it's worthwhile considering, are those debates the best, most efficient use of our time? And the example that I would go to is the other day on Badlands Daily when Ash and I were listening to a debate on European television about a trans woman. And I just kind of stopped and thought, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. And we're still allowing ourselves to be trapped in this debate about what a woman is. And we're celebrating, people are celebrating when they announce we're not going to allow this boy to play sports with women. And I'm just like, 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been a celebration. That would have just been like something that's understood, right? And so does that mean that we're like, in a lot of ways, we've ceded ground and we've allowed the Overton window to shift in a way where that does become a celebration? So on Monday night, I had Oak on the Book of Trump. We did maneuver warfare. It was a fascinating discussion, and I love those kind of episodes. Yes, round of applause for Oak. Because that was one where I really learned something. And that's a show that I really value because I do learn so much from the people I bring on. And there are some great cognitive ciphers. I'll steal Burning Bright's lexicon that he gave to us, a feint, a demonstration, different types of maneuver warfare. But one of the things he talked about was in maneuver warfare, what makes it work is the general allows his junior officers to make decisions in the field as conditions evolve. And what makes that work is you explain to your junior officers what the end game is. Here's where I want us to be at the end of this campaign. Things are going to change moment to moment. And rather than coming running back to me for answers and direction, you need to follow your training and take the initiative. When we look at the information war, I think we all understand what the end game is. I think whether you're looking at it from the Q standpoint or the things that Donald Trump has said or devolution, all these different ideas, they all kind of lead to the same end. And it's hard to fully fully form what that end game is. I think we're working on that still, but we understand the golden age. We understand that there's an end game. How do we get there? Have we stopped and took a moment to do a sit rep and understand, are we where we need to be right now? What are the objectives that we need to accomplish in the short term in order to reach that long-term goal? It's kind of like I was telling Cam earlier, it's like having a business and saying, well, what's the goal of the business? What are we trying to accomplish? Well, we want to make money. Okay, well, obviously, but how are we going to get there? What's our 1-year plan? What's our 3-year plan? What's our 5-year plan to get to where we want to be? And what's our actual financial goal as a company? We don't really do that enough, I don't think. I don't think we take a step back and do that sit rep. We just kind of, we're like dogs chasing traffic. It's like we're constantly reacting to things that are happening to us, to narratives that are being deployed against us. And I think it's healthy to take a step back and analyze where we are, where we want to be, and understanding that the underlying premise is culture and how our culture has been taken from us. And reclaiming that is really the most important thing if we want the political stuff to actually work.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that, Ghost. And I think for me, I realized that this is the first time we've really been, in my opinion, in a position of power, where we've been fighting with our backs against the wall for so long, and sometimes we didn't know that we were doing that. But once we finally got this last push in 2024, got Trump back in office, we're maneuvering people into position to, I guess we're already attacking, but to really put a full-out assault on the uniparty, the globalists. And in order to get there, we have to do the things that Ghost was talking about and the things he talked about with Oak on his show. And for me, I haven't been big on like day-to-day goals in my life. I kind of just have a general plan, but I've realized that doesn't really work out in a movement this big. We have to start laying down some groundwork. I know plenty of people have done it for a long time, but in our communities, so our group in Atlanta, we have a Hotlander Badlanders group. It's like 12 to 15 people that'll meet up every once in a while. And we met on I don't remember when it was, but yeah, Sunday of last week. And during our meeting, everyone had basically the same idea as we all do: America first, bring as many things back home as we can, send things out that we want to produce and sell to the world, things like that. But one lady that I was speaking with, I believe her name was Jennifer, she was telling me about her fight with the GOP in her county right near us in Georgia, and the different steps that she had to take just to break down little pieces of it, which barely got her anywhere. Now, this is obviously pre-Trump and then into Trump, but it all kind of ties together to where I think it's really important with what Ghost said for us to start making steps. And like you said, culture is a very important part of that. So culturally, one thing that I want to challenge people to do themselves is, what type of culture would you want to see? Because it's easy to come to a group like this and you'll hear an idea from someone else. And of course, if you're in this group, you're America first. So a lot of the ideas you like, but they may not be perfect for you. So I think one thing that I would challenge everybody to do, at least this weekend or when you go home, is figure out, what type of world do I want to live in? And I'd start with yourselves, because even though I know many of you are parents or you have children or younger people that you care about, yourself, your mindset and yourself are the only thing that you fully control. And if you don't know who you are, if you don't know what you stand for, if you don't know what you want your goals to be, then how do you even start making an action plan for yourself or the people around you? So I want to pass it back to you for a second, but just starting off with that idea of what's your ideal culture look like? And it doesn't have to be specific, but just kind of like a few core points.
Yeah, well, it's an important question. It's probably the starting point, right? I mean, so if we're talking about changing the culture and reclaiming the culture, understanding that a lot of the things that make up the superficial, surface level culture that has been curated for us in a lot of ways, is fake and an illusion. What do we replace it with? Because if we're not precise in that, and one thing I learned from studying art at art school is that if you don't have there's no such thing as arbitrary art, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Anytime you watch a television commercial, there's a red car in the background of that commercial that has nothing to do with the product being sold. Somebody made the decision to put that red car in there. They had a choice between a red car, a blue car, a yellow car. They picked a red car. All of those things that you're seeing on screen was a conscious decision that somebody made. And there, maybe some decisions are more important than others, but it's all defined. If we don't define where we're ultimately going, then we're going to end up somewhere that, without that action plan, like how are we going to end up where we want to be, that precise location where we want to go. And so I think before we get to the like the definition of what that culture looks like and fully defining it, we need to understand where have we gone wrong, like where have we been led astray. And ultimately, I think it comes back to morality. I think we've been
absolutely,
and Matt Ehret could give us, I'm sure, a lot on moral relativism and how that has been seeded from different nefarious, probably occult origins. But this idea of moral relativism, where your truth is not my truth, and we all have our own different versions of truth. That is a very, very subversive idea that has permeated not just from the left, but into the right as well. And it ultimately leads to people being able to become nihilists, and without even realizing that they are nihilists. I think that's kind of the end game of moral relativism.
Yeah, what I've noticed is I would never say that I went anywhere close to nihilism, but in my past, I was definitely a defected person, but I was more on the social liberal sphere in that area. They call it like center left, whatever. But for me, what I realized was as I got older, the groups that were comfortable for me to be around got more, I guess you could say more extreme, but it went further and further away from what God intended for us. And it started off, when you're young, it starts off as something as simple as like, this wasn't based off God making it for us, but like PG-13 movies. Kids weren't watching PG-13 movies when they were 12. My mom would move hell or high water to make sure that I wasn't able to see a PG-13 movie in school. And it wasn't necessarily because of the ratings, although the ratings are there, but her thing was she didn't want her son's mind being manipulated by somebody else with ideas that are meant for people older than me. And what I think, sorry, what'd you say? Good job, Mom. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, she's a great lady. Now she is still a little bit on the other side, but I think she just has a little bit of a TDS that she needs to get out of her. But I'm getting to her. But no, back on the topic. What they've done is, when parents like my mother and like many of y'all, what they do is they just change the rules of the game. They put PG movies with gay sex in it, or you know what I mean. And then they say it's cultural relative.
Moral
relativism. Yeah. So they say, well, it's not okay for you to keep gay things out because it's cutting out a whole section of society. And then they slow walk you and they say, well, there are parents that have children that are gay, and if their kids feel as though their parents aren't real people, then they're going to feel that. And it's all just a back and forth. I guess you could call it a Hegelian dialectic. And all they're trying to do is distract you from the moral relativism, the walk they're taking you away from what I consider center, which is God. So, yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Well
weaponized.
So, moral relativism, this is a very, very broad topic, but I think what it comes back to is principles.
Yeah.
And a concept that Burning Bright has forwarded that we've talked about a bunch at different GARTs is first principles, and kind of reinvigorating the discussion and debate about principles. And the intent of the founding fathers, I think, going back to what Matt and Chris were discussing, but also what Ash and G Money were discussing, what was the intent of the founders? Because you can certainly revisit those discussions and debates they had on the specific legislative framework,
right.
and the constitutional framework. As long as you first understand what is the intent and what are the principles that we're trying to have reinforced by this bulk work, this constitutional bulk work. Because if we don't have those principles in place, the Constitution that we come up with, or the amendments to the existing framework that we have in place, may not give us the thing that we actually want. And our intent may be lost in that process. And then ultimately we could end up with something way worse than we already have. So I guess the question becomes, how do you get back and how do you get back in touch with the principles? How do you reinvigorate the conversation about first principles and getting away from moral relativism? Because moral relativism will lead you to the place of, for example, being pro-election integrity until your people win the election, and then all of a sudden you don't care about election integrity as much anymore because, hey, our guys are in. Or being anti-war, like being pro-peace, being like, hey, we shouldn't be fighting forever wars, but hey, there's this one conflict that's happening in a very specific place that we don't need to talk about, that where my emotions and my
You mean
bias
Gaza?
is being manipulated, and people stop abandoning their reason. And that leads to things like Mike Huckabee this past week arguing that starving children and women in Gaza is justifiable, is morally justifiable. That is the definition of moral relativism, because I know Mike Huckabee doesn't actually think that, or I would expect him not to think that, but he was arguing in favor of that.
Yeah, I think
from a political position, that is moral relativism.
absolutely. And one thing that I've noticed, especially on, well, I can't even really say sides anymore, because I think we're at the point now where we have one common enemy, and it's that ideal. Doesn't matter what the face of it is, the skin suit that they wear. But one thing that I've realized with the Uniparty is all of them are, especially now with Trump in office, they're all crabs in a barrel, and they've always been that way because their system is, as many people have said, it's a death cult. So you're just fighting to survive to the next day. So just because Mike Huckabee doesn't feel that way deep down, he does realize that for his survival, he's gonna have to trade his ideals to stay here on this physical plane. And I think one thing that, especially when it comes to morality, one thing that I've known my whole life, but I've really become strong in not just my faith, just knowing it, is if I'm not willing to die for something that I consider a foundation, it's not a foundation. So all these people that are trying to keep their survival here, they have nothing else to look forward to. They have nothing else to look up to. There's nothing higher than themselves. And that's where, in my opinion, that's where the lack of morality comes from. When you understand that we are all equal because there's someone or something greater than us, it makes it a lot easier for us to work together because we know at all times we are inferior to something. Whereas for these people, they're inferior to the Barack Obamas in the world, who are inferior to, I would argue, the H.W. Bushes of the world. And I'm only saying that because there are rungs for presidents too. Like there are intelligence community presidents. Well, there's one. And then there's his offspring. And then you can just go all the way back to all the presidents before. All of them were beholden to somebody else. And then before that, even some of our founding fathers, they were beholden to other people, but they decided they were going to choose death over subjugation, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
So basically all I'm trying to say is that when people don't have that higher power to appreciate, all these moral issues don't matter. And so getting our community and then our country back to that being our focal point, God, it's helping us get to the point where we're able to actually have discussions and have conversations about what's good for each other, because we have one common starting point. And the last thing I'll go with before you go again is anybody that saw us outside yesterday, it was myself and I don't know where she is. There was a lady with me. There were a few people, but we started talking to a couple people from that LGBTQ group. And it was funny. It was funny, but the thing that I kept trying to get the guy to understand and the lady was that we're arguing from two different points. They're telling me Trump's this, Trump's that. He's got 34 convictions. He did these things. He grabbed women here. He did that. And I'm like, I told him, I was like, our problem is that you believe that that's fact and true. I don't think any of that ever actually happened. So how are we going to have an intelligent conversation when you won't even entertain the ideas? I'm entertaining your idea, but you're not entertaining mine. So those are the people that we're not dealing with those people. Those people, in my opinion, not a lost cause for God, but for us right now, lost cause. The people we're dealing with are the people that come to us with, yes, Trump's good, Trump's this, Trump's that, but we still need to go to war over here. And if he's not going to do that, then he's not the president for us. And it's just them trying to self-preserve whatever thing, or not self-preserve, but preserve whatever thing they have their eggs in, whatever basket they have it in. They're just trying to preserve that. They don't actually care about whatever's going on in any situation. It's self-preservation.
Yeah, and that kind of starts to get into a little bit of the shiny object debate. It's like when you're arguing about the number of convictions Donald Trump has. It's like you're getting distracted by some very surface level things where the underlying premise behind that is, even at the highest surface level, is very, very silly and has no legal framework. But then you go much deeper than that and you find that it's far more subversive than that. And talking about first principles, talking about moral relativism, and talking about taking a sit rep and trying to understand where we are so we can establish a plan of attack, a plan moving forward to get to the ultimate end game of the golden age, requires us to ask hard questions and to have difficult conversations about things that may make us uncomfortable. But more importantly, asking those questions to people that we may admire greatly or may respect greatly because of their clout as a television character, for lack of a better word, right? And what I mean, of course, is I'm talking about the Republican Party. I'm talking about the people who have now become part of the Trump administration, and just the blind trust that we're going to have that these people are going to deliver. These people who, by the way, most of which were part of our government long before Donald Trump came along, are suddenly now going to deliver this awesome thing that we are expecting from Donald Trump. But these television characters are not going to give it to us because Trump said so. Maybe. But I think if we don't have the courage and the moral fiber to ask them, what is your specific plan to get us there? As opposed to saying, why haven't you arrested anybody yet? What is your plan to get us to this place? What is your plan to create the multipolar world so we don't have to have 700 military bases around the world and send our sons and daughters to places where they become targets, where there's no active war right now, but there will be when a missile's fired at a ship that my son is serving on, in the Red Sea. How do we get to that spot, right? Well, I mean, one thing that I would suggest is maybe if those places become self-sufficient and autonomous and have good moral people, leaders leading them. General Quas has talked before about the hero system of Africa being destroyed, and having like the reemergence of actual heroes, like people who have moral centers. That would be a good first step, giving them the ability to produce energy so that they can have prosperity and an economy, so their people don't feel the need to flee their country and come to America, enter illegally, get involved in the cartel system that of indentured servitude that Chris was describing earlier. The incentive structure is totally gone for them to do that if they can find a better life where they are. So why are we not allowing them? Why is there a debate right now that Saudi Arabia shouldn't have a nuclear reactor? Because we're scared that they might make nuclear weapons? That is absolutely asinine to have. And again, moral relativism, because you're saying that one country is allowed to have a nuclear reactor, but this other country, which has been proven itself a great partner to us in the past 7 years, they're not allowed to have a nuclear reactor, even though they have arguably single-handedly prevented World War III from happening in the post-October 7th era. So it's very, very silly. We don't ask these questions of our leaders. We don't ask Marco Rubio why his donors and his lobbyist friends think that Saudi Arabia shouldn't have a nuclear reactor. Why does nobody ask that question of Marco Rubio? Can he explain why these people don't think they should have a nuclear reactor? That's just one example. But if we don't have these discussions and we don't talk about this stuff and we just think in our head, well, this stuff's going to get figured out, like Trump's going to figure all this stuff out for us. That is a very pedantic, like childish way of looking at our problems. And it's not a realistic plan. It's not a realistic way to reach our goals. And I really think that we need to have a sober moment where we look in the mirror and say, how are we going to get to where we want to go?
Yeah, and I'll add to that okay. One thing that I think is important for each individual to do and each family to do is, again, I said figure out your morals, but I would say start slowly pulling yourself out of any situation you're in that's compromising your morals. So obviously with COVID, people were just shocked into it. All of a sudden you had to decide, am I going to take this experimental mRNA test that they're, am I going to participate in this experiment willingly, even though they're telling me it's forced, or am I going to take the choice to leave, take sacrifices, and try to figure something else out. So we went through that. We were forced to go through that. But in your everyday life now, there are plenty of times where you compromise. We all do. I know there's plenty of times where I go to Walmart when I could go to the store right next door because I know it's a little bit cheaper. It's the worst. But sometimes when you're thinking about a bill to pay, you go to Walmart instead of going to the other place. Or something more fun, people will buy like a Coors Light instead of getting a local beer. You know, you think, oh, it's $4 cheaper. Well, first of all, you're already drinking, which I don't have a problem with people drinking, but I mean, if we all know we're slightly poisoning ourselves every time we do it. So it's like, am I going to have cheap poison or am I going to have nicer poison that helps my community? If I'm going to go down, I want my community to stay afloat. So buy local beers, people. No, but yeah, just start pulling yourselves out. I know it's hard for people that have so many commitments and ties to what I would say is basically the same as Chris's version of the false reality. Just start pulling yourself out of it. Pull yourself out of the matrix one little step at a time, because it's hard to just get out of a situation. If anyone's ever gone through any type of addiction, food, not eating, whatever, drugs, alcohol, people don't just get clean all of a sudden. Like, it's steps. And even the people that get clean very quickly, or it's cold turkey, they're taking mental steps. So what we're doing is we're trying to rid ourselves of this mental illness that we have in Western culture, which is not ours. It's not our culture. Our culture comes from Judeo-Christian values, from, I would say, the Middle East. So these aren't Western values. Western values are created by these globalists that have taken over the world in general. So, so before I ask Ghost a question, I just want you guys to remember, every time you do one thing to pull back on that, to recenter yourself, recalibrate morally, you're keeping that darkness out. Like, people think, yes, I'm making a decision, like I'm buying something now, but maybe next time. Well, that's still one win. An entire room can be dark, but a little bit of light makes it brighter. But if the whole room is bright and there's a little bit of darkness, no one notices the darkness. So just be that little light. Now, my question for Ghost is, let's talk about, thank you. It's less of a question and more just prompting what we were talking about earlier. Talk about a little bit about artists and how they influence our culture and our morality in a way, or at least move it.
Yeah, I mean, that was something we were talking about before, and I think the example I gave was Da Vinci, and so Da Vinci is called an artist, but he actually only completed like between 15 and 20 paintings.
Yeah, not very many paintings.
He was far more known for like his engineering skills, his thinking, and you know, when you look at some people today, there's certain figures out there that cause controversy, and they would be what Burning Bright would describe as mind movers. That's a word he's used. Da Vinci was somebody who also caused controversy in his day because he was known to buy cadavers of nameless people, you know, people who had died, who didn't have a family to bury them. He would purchase the cadavers in secret and perform autopsies. And he was taking apart these bodies, and then he was drawing what he was what he was witnessing. And he used that to develop an understanding of the human body and anatomy. He drew these amazing diagrams of, you know, for example, a in utero fetus. I'm sorry. In utero fetus, he found all sorts of connections between the human body and nature, and how like you can find the same patterns that you find in the human body can be found in nature. For example, your brachial, like the veins in your lungs match like the root system of a tree. It's like, I mean, those sorts of patterns he figured out, and then he started to understand there's a relationship here, and how these things are functioning and how they're working. And there's a lot of informative stuff happening there. But at the time, the Vatican, it was totally unthought of to cut a body apart and look at it. That was considered like satanic, basically. And you could see from a certain perspective that maybe that would be conflated with the occult and conflated with, you know, ritual. But the point being is that in order to impact culture and push it in a certain direction, which is what I think ultimately what an artist does, regardless of what your medium is, whether you're a musician or a visual artist or whatnot, that's what an artist is somebody who moves the mind of a community or society in a specific direction and is able to have that kind of impact through whatever means it is. and getting distracted by the shiny objects again. This is what Oak was talking about on my show was, one of the tactics in maneuver warfare is to send a detachment way over here and distract the enemy. So the enemy directs his army over there to deal with the distraction. And then you come in and attack from the flank, or you go around them. So while we're sitting here arguing about name your distraction, whatever it is, like whatever
Trans people.
I mean, just pull up the headlines, whatever Fox News is talking about right now. Like we're arguing about whatever Fox News is talking about right now. They're meanwhile printing money and looting our coffers and putting us in debt up to our eyeballs. And rather than asking about the Federal Reserve and asking about why the fiat currency is the greatest system in the world and why it should never be replaced and never be evaluated, we're not having those conversations. We're not asking the people those questions because we're too busy arguing about what is a woman. And they want you trapped in that room forever. They want you having that conversation forever while they're over here actually making monumental changes to your society. And so if you go to first principles, and use that as your framework for asking earnest questions of these people, you'll start asking real questions that should get answers beyond this surface level crap that and the shiny objects.
Yep, absolutely. Just to piggyback on what you were saying about artists and mind movers, some of y'all probably saw the first time I came on one of the shows besides Liberty Den was an episode of Book of Trump with Ghost we did on Kanye West. And he's probably been the craziest subject that you've talked about on
He's the one that was coming to mind when I was talking about Da Vinci. It's like,
yeah. So and so for me, I had an interesting experience when I was still in college. We had an award show and we had different skits that we were putting on, and I got to play Kanye, and it was right after the Taylor Swift thing. And it was all funny and all this stuff. And I did the whole run on stage and all that stuff, whatever. People loved it. And it was funny to people. But the reason I did it was because for me, I actually really liked that moment. And at the time, I think I liked it somewhat for the wrong reasons. But the reason I liked it was because he moved my mind to think, I know I'm not the only one that's never liked Taylor Swift's music. Like all my friends in high school wanted to go to her concerts and all this stuff. I remember some of my buddies saying that she was attractive, and I was like, that thing? I was like, that thing is attractive to you? I was like, dear God, I can't go places with you guys anymore. But it was cool to me because it was one of those moments that someone broke out. It was the same with the George Bush doesn't care about black people. I told Jackie the other day, that one actually got me real good at the time because I didn't believe that. I thought that he was saying, to Kanye West in that moment, black people were all the people in New Orleans, which would be considered the plebs. They'd be us, the lower people. And what he was saying was that class does not care about y'all. And you can see in the moment, like he's on stage and he's nervous because he knows this is the moment where everyone's going to consider me a pariah. But I have to say this, he felt it in his heart. And if you know anything about Kanye, his mom and dad, both educated, both worked in schools, that probably hindered him a little bit, but it also helped him a lot because he got schooling that was different than all the other kids in Chicago. So he grew up being cultured, learning about art, learning about these things, and being a person that was able to be privileged with that. It was really cool to learn about authors like Geoffrey Chaucer. We put on the Canterbury Tales when I was younger. I learned about obviously all the Shakespeare stuff. I remember going to see Othello plays. And when I'm watching Othello, I'm not thinking black and white. I'm thinking the Moors and I think it was the Spaniards at the time, and the Northern Africans. So when you change your focus from the trans people or the this, the that, the labels, all this stuff, and you start to see what's really happening, you rise above. And I feel like it's something that Abby said before, but you just get to a higher vibration where like those things they don't really matter to you anymore because we're working on a surface where we're going to the golden age. We're not in the bronze or silver age anymore. We're at gold. Like we don't need to keep dipping back down into silver and bronze. And I think that's what happens because we get so mad because for so long we were the ones being just ridiculed, and everyone knows we're finally right, even the ones that ignore it. And we just want to scream at them and be like, I told you so. But just leave that behind. Like we won. We got that part. If we got to where we are now, we won something. Let's not go back. Let's keep going forward.
Well, One thing that I think Kanye does really effective, and I mean, look, he's done a lot of different things, and there's things that I mean, nobody's going to take ownership of everything another person's done. That's not how human society is supposed to function. It's silly to operate from that framework. So when you look at what he's done, he's disrupted conversations. He's disrupted these binary thought patterns where you have to be on this side or that side, and he's broken them open. And one of the best examples of that is when he put on the MAGA hat and supported Donald Trump, like the week after he won the 2016 election, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what did they do? They sent him to the mental
Oh,
institution.
they tried to,
like all that stuff.
They didn't even want to end him. They just wanted to make him crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, that's like the one position that he's maintained up until this day is that he still loves Donald Trump and he will support him no matter what. And there's a lot to be said about having those principles, because there are a lot of quote unquote MAGA influencers who have waffled over time and supported Ron DeSantis and been uncertain about Trump. Kanye has never been uncertain about Trump, and I respect him for that. You know, but if we're going to disrupt the status quo, we kind of have to have like that mentality. We kind of have to have that that bravery and that courage to talk about things in ways that we weren't supposed to be talking about them, and to break through control, like speech control, right? And like words that are used to control you. 10 years ago, they call you a racist if you talked about certain things, or you didn't use the right words to discuss. You weren't even allowed to talk about racism, really, right? Otherwise, you'd be a racist. You weren't allowed to talk about black people. You weren't allowed to talk about white people, whatever it was. You weren't allowed to talk about the overt racism that's occurring against whites from certain elements in the federal government. It's like, that's the shiny object they use to control you, is when they can control speech. And when you show your careless nature, like when you have a carefree attitude the way that Kanye does, you break out of that fear. That's the example that I think he gives to everyone else, is like when you show no fear in being able to talk about this stuff, that's when they lose control. And the fact that they don't have control over him, I think, is why they've worked so hard to destroy him, right? This is frankly the same reason they try to destroy Donald Trump. You look at the rise of Trump and why Trump has been so effective. You can go find conversations Trump was having in the 1980s with Oprah Winfrey at the RNC convention in 1988, where he's saying the exact same things he is saying today. He's talking about tariffs against Japan. He's talking about how Japan has destroyed the U.S. marketplace by flooding us with cheap goods. He's talking about all these awful trade negotiations and trade deals that the Republicans have negotiated, and the Democrats, that are ruining our country. Nobody cared. Nobody paid attention. It wasn't until he started being provocative and playing this character and being very, very disruptive from a social standpoint, kind of like the similar tactic that Kanye does, that people started paying attention, because they started focusing on the provocative part, right? And then the message would kind of carry through with the provocation. So the point is that if you're going to disrupt the status quo, you can infuse those first principles and get that conversation going if you're just willing to be courageous about it and not worry about what people are going to think. I think that we spend too much time, like our egos, worrying about what other people who are alive right now think about us, right? We should be way more worried about what our grandkids and our great grandkids are going to think about us, because everything we're doing is documented on the internet. The internet is forever. I'll let you know, as an anon, that is the rule number one of the internet, is the internet's forever. It is a living history of everything that we've all done. Your grandkids are going to be able to go back and see the comments that you made online, right? Yep. I mean, do you want them to look at the comments you made online and be like, wow, my granddad was a real coward, you know? Yeah. Like what a wuss. He was putting a mask on, like, wow. Yeah, like you should be way more worried about how they're going to judge you than how the people living next door to you judge you.
Absolutely. And I think you used the word the first time not the first time I heard it, but when we were talking about Kanye before we got on air, you were saying that he's a shock jockey. And I was saying that Antonio Brown's similarly a shock jockey. He's actually giving Kanye a run for his money right now. It's pretty wild. But yeah, sometimes that shock value wakes people up. Because when people are in a slumber, or if they're just like zombie walking through life, and somebody says something so outlandish that they've never heard, they're going to perk up for a second. And then at that point, then you give them the information. I'm not saying we have to be shock jockeys, each and every one of us, but don't be afraid to shake it up. But just make sure that if you're shaking it up, it's not just shit talking and trolling. That's for fun. That's like recess. Like the rest of it's when you're on the internet and you're like, you can do some recess stuff, you know, shock some people with some funny stuff. But make sure that when you're getting into like back and forth with people and you want to actually move the needle, make sure that when you're using those shocking things, it's all based in your beliefs. You don't just say something shocking just because it shocks somebody. You say it because not only is it shocking, but I'm trying to get you to understand that this is how I feel, and this is my hill that I'm dying on. I'm standing right here. I'm saying that yes, all these things, blah blah blah. But if you try to take God out of the schools, this, or if you try to do this to our children, this. So you can be a shock jockey without you can ruffle feathers without being nasty, but sometimes being nasty will get the point across a little bit more.
Yeah, but I think it's like it doesn't even have to be that tone. It can just be the content of what you're saying can be shocking enough that people are going to be jarred awake. I mean, the abortion thing is something that I go back to, where the argument has become about the rights to access healthcare or something like that. And it's like, okay, let's just wheel out a video of what an abortion looks like, and that thing that's coming out right now, we're going to carve it up and we're going to sell the parts for money, and we're making hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, however much it is, off selling these parts. How is that okay? That's because ultimately that's the end game. You shift the conversation to that, and it becomes a totally different conversation than the way they framed it. All right, so that's just one example, and that's not even getting ugly. That's just wheeling the video out. Here's what it looks like. You know, like when we G Money and I were talking earlier about like the early days of the Q movement on 4chan. And for those who were following that stuff, I literally watched like this whole community of disaffected atheists, really like nihilists, find God. And a big part of that was like people were posting videos of abortions, which I would see that and I'd scroll past it because like that's disgusting. Or not abortions, but of the baby after it was out.
Yeah.
And when they realized, when all these people online who a lot of them actually I think were pro-abortion because they viewed it as like a eugenics program that was useful. I don't want to take care of all these poor people having kids. That's going to be my tax dollars, right? But when they understood what it was, when they saw the baby moving out of the womb and then it was killed after that and sold for parts, that's when it became very real and very visceral for them. And that's when they all started to be like, there is something much greater at play here than just a silly conversation about tax dollars and healthcare. There's something very evil happening here. And so whoever started that movement of posting those videos on 4chan fundamentally shifted the Overton window for those people. And a lot of those people found God, I think, through just that, in combination with a lot of the other things that were happening. But that's a perfect example of disrupting the status quo with a first principles approach, because they made the conversation about the sanctity of a human life and treating a baby like a baby as cattle.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even think about that yesterday when I was having the conversation with that guy, and which for me that was more fun than anything. But yeah, in these conversations when people ask or they say like, do you stand for this? Do you stand for that? And obviously you don't stand for some of the things they say, or they're conflating what you're saying. Just hit them with something like that. Do you stand? Or another one is, do you stand for, and then have something to do with the torture of already born children. Well, these are born children too, but like the child trafficking, something like that. And you bring up these things that shock people. Like I heard someone gasp a minute ago when Ghost was describing what the abortion looks like. And I don't know how many videos there are of human trafficking, because I mean, if there's videos, usually those people are getting caught. But still, the point is like, what got me to find my moral center again was going dark onto the internet and seeing what they were doing to these children after they kidnapped them. And I was just like, the first thing I thought of were my little cousins. I'm just like, absolutely not. But that was my line. Like sometimes you have to be shocked into being awake. And like Go said, it doesn't have to be nasty or anything like that in the sense of I'm trying to be nasty to that person. It can be nasty in the sense of like, this is what you are inactively supporting, or what's it? Yeah, I guess it's inactively, but like you're passively supporting this because you're fighting me on an issue that makes no sense, and all you're doing is keeping me from being able to save these lives. And sometimes just that, once it gets through someone's head, you'll actually have an ally for a while or for life.
Well, so here's an example of what you're getting at, like the tariff thing, right?
Yeah.
So like the Republicans, like Rand Paul, who want to argue about against tariffs. Rand Paul's argument is that tariffs are anti-free trade. They're anti-free markets. Matt did a great job of explaining that it's not really a free market if everyone in the marketplace is not playing under the same rules. If oligarchs who have infinite resources and money and connections can go to places like Vietnam and organize sweatshops where children are sewing up Nikes for pennies a day, and then bring those Nikes back to America and sell them for $300 a pair. That's not really a free market, right? I mean, because morality and ethics aside, I can't go start that same sweatshop here in my backyard in America, right? Like I would be arrested for doing that. But these people who are doing it in Vietnam, they're not arrested for doing it because they're in a foreign country, right? With different laws and different values. So the conversation should not be about is a tariff a tax, which is how Fox News frames it. Is a tariff a tax? Like, are we okay with taxing our citizens? The conversation should be about why did you negotiate a trade deal 30 years ago that made it fully okay and fully ethical and morally acceptable to go set up slave plantations in the third world and then flood our marketplaces with their cheap goods? Why did you, Mr. Congressman, do that? And why have you not talked about that? Why is that not part of this conversation? You know, and getting the righteous indignation out through that conversation, I think, is a great way to be disruptive and a great way to bring that kind of like provocative attitude without, again, like being ugly or being necessarily like nasty about it. But that's the distraction op. They want to distract you with the silly surface level arguments about, well, is it okay to make people pay more money for their Amazon goods? It's like, no, it's not okay to set up a system of slavery that, as Chris pointed out, the greatest period of slavery in history is right now.
Absolutely.
And U.S. trade deals that were negotiated by our Congress established that system.
Yeah. So we're talking about mindset and morals. We could probably sum that up as that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So to kind of bring it back around, so mindset between the two of us, what do you think? What would be some key points or key words that you would put for mindset? We can go back and forth. So I'll go with one first. Mine would be I guess it's 2 words, but you used it earlier. Righteous indignation.
Yeah.
I think that's important. And the reason I'm just giving a few words is because sometimes when you have these conversations and then we go back, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. So if you just have a few things that you just kind of keep in the back of your head or at the front of your brain, I think it's a lot easier to remember what we talked about, but also kind of use it in your everyday life.
Well, I think passion is probably the word I would use more than righteous indignation.
Okay.
I think righteous indignation is a useful mechanism when it's used sparingly. I think the problem is that if you use it all the time and you saturate your rhetoric with it, then it loses its value, it loses its punch. And that's part of like the reason the left has failed is they use that all the time. They implement the emotion and they try to get all angry and try to make everything like a do or die situation. And so therefore nothing's a do or die situation because everything has them worked up and everything has them, everything's an existential crisis, right? So I think you have to be strategic in how you implement that stuff. And being passionate doesn't always mean being fiery. Like being a firebrand is useful when the moment strikes, but there's a lot of other times where being more subtle and more direct, I think, is just as effective. From the first principle standpoint, some of the things that we've touched on here, the abortion thing, the tariff thing, when you cut through all of the noise and you cut through these surface level distraction arguments and you get to the core of it and you start talking about the fundamental underlying principles as I've laid out in those specific examples, you can win over people like your parents.
Yeah.
Because that's where you're going to find the common ground with them because it comes down to human nature and first principles as opposed to what's your political affiliation, what's your ideology, what are my personal feelings about this individual Donald Trump.
Right.
That's how they manipulate the situation is by getting you stuck on those really superficial, silly concepts.
I would agree.
Yeah. But I mean, so I guess, I don't know how we're doing on time, John. But if we wanted to get back to the idea of establishing an objective, because we talked in the beginning about a sit rep a sit rep and where we are and how we want to get to the end game. I don't think we're necessarily trying to establish those objectives right here, right
Right.
now. I think that's an ongoing conversation that we should do together. But, you know, we need to have a plan of action. We need to understand, like, what are the milestones we want to reach? Where are we right now? I think Donald Trump has accomplished an incredible number of things since taking office. I
Absolutely.
think there's other things that people would like to see happen, and maybe a conversation about how reasonable it is for us to see those things. When should we see them? I mean, I don't have those answers, but I think if we have the discussion, we can start to establish those milestones, the expectations, and then manage those expectations. Because if all we do is just play a game of guessing from here forward, then we're just kind of like a dog chasing our tail. And we're like 4 years from now, we're going to be sitting here looking across the battle space and wondering where all the time went, right?
Yep.
And everything that Donald Trump has done thus far has been fantastic, but it's all been done mostly by executive order. Congress, as we've joked about, John, I've heard John make this comment, but Congress hasn't done a damn thing.
Not at all.
They haven't done a single thing since Donald Trump took office,
Yeah.
which means everything has been done via executive order, right? Or executive action,
Right.
which means every single thing that has happened can be undone via executive action. All it takes is the wrong president, and everything that Donald Trump has undone in terms of dismantling this behemoth
Right.
can be rebuilt. It will take time, of course, but it can be done with the stroke of a pen. So the only way to make these victories lasting is to change the ethos, to change the culture and the way people view these arguments and view these discussions. Because otherwise, we're going to be stuck in this dumb debate, like the stupid distraction debates we have on every single subject forever. And it's going to be left, right, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative. You know, that controlled opposition dynamic they use, and we will never get anywhere.
Yeah.
So, figuring out how you undercut that binary in every single issue, I think, is part of our job, and like what we as a whole community have to figure out. And everyone's going to have their own passion. Everyone's going to have their own, vertical, so to speak, of where they like to focus their time and energy. And being able to meet in the middle and compare notes. And, Ash bringing her election integrity, Ash and Can come with election integrity stuff. I bring geopolitics. Everyone brings their own thing. G-Money has Bitcoin. We can compare notes and say, here's what I've figured out. Here's where I think we should go. And then as a group, we have those discussions and figure out what's the best framework for attacking this issue, disrupting the conversation so that we can redirect our attention to the most efficient debate possible. So we're not talking about what is a woman for the next 10 years.
Right. I agree.
Question over here, and then we'll probably do closing thoughts after this.
Cool.
Hi there. I just want to, not so much of a question, but to ask or to tell you that in terms of mindset, I've always kind of approached conversations in this way, that the idea, I ask people, or I ask myself in the conversation that I'm having with someone else, how is it that, in my interactions with other people, how can I stop the kind of perpetuating issue of some people telling other people what to do, right, and how they should act, and what they need to give up, or fill in the blank. But it's if you have that in the back of your mind, how can I, what is it that I'm doing right now to perpetuate this issue, this thing where I'm empowering other people to make third parties do what these other people want them to do, right? Politicians, my friends and family, my community, all of those things. And I think that that's a really kind of important, for me anyway, an important mindset to enter into these kind of conversations.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a good point. Talking about like third-party manipulation and these ops that are being run that are trying to get us again stuck in these distraction dialogues and distraction debates. But again, I think it's very case by case, because every issue is going to have its own underlying principle and underlying moral foundation of the argument. But I think identifying what that is in each specific instance, and then bringing that to the surface and making the conversation about that moral issue, again, like the abortion being, carving up the children and selling their parts. If you can make it about that, I feel like the noise really falls away, because when you frame it in that way, the idea of like tax dollars and right to healthcare just seem very silly and superficial.
Yeah. And if they do come back with that part, that means that they're not trying to have a serious conversation.
Yeah.
Those aren't people that no one's a lost cause ever, but those aren't people that we're trying to have a conversation with right now. Those people we can pick up on the way.
Yeah.
Like if we're getting the party started, we're getting the bus running. We can pick you up at the next stop if you want to get on, but we're moving.
And that's a great point. We shouldn't be framing our arguments to cater to a specific demographic or a specific group. We're trying to win these people over. No. You go to the first principles, you go to the moral center, and then you let them come to the rally point. That's what Donald Trump did in 2016. He set the rally point, and then we all ran to Donald Trump because independently, we all saw what he was and understood that he was the closest thing, the personification of what we understood as speaking the truth, right? So everyone went to the rally point. We all met at the rally point, and we're all coming from different places and different ideologies and different foundations. Now we can have the conversation. So we have to set the rally point as opposed to framing our narrative or our rhetoric to cater to a specific demographic.
And last thing I'll say is I don't think that I feel like most of us here, it's probably pretty difficult unless you're with other Badlanders or on in one of the chats or something like that to have these type of conversations. So maybe it just has to be amongst us to start. We start bringing more and more people into Badlands. But one thing I've learned is once I got into the Badlands community, that's when I was able to thrive mentally, because I was able to expand my mind because I wasn't busy having these stupid conversations about nothing or with people that had no sense of what I was talking about. But when I come over here, I'm not arguing, but I'm disagreeing with people all the time. But I'm like, this is healthy because it's moving us forward. It's not keeping us in one spot and it's not moving us back. So the Trump train started in 2015, probably way before that, at least before The Apprentice. But the Trump train started. We keep getting on the stops. Everybody's getting on. We're still on it. People have gotten off. We don't really care about those people. I mean, we care about them as human beings, but not for this movement. But the train's still going, man. And the thing is, the only thing that I plan on doing is once we get to 2028, if he doesn't win again in 2028, we'll just find we'll get a new decal for the train, but we're going the same direction. We're still going that way. So
yeah, we'll let this be closing thoughts, John. Yeah, I agree with the idea that did I just lose my train of thought? I might have. Yeah. Well, all right. So what you said about joining the community, I think a lot of people love coming to these events and they see the value in these events because they get to get face to face with like-minded people and people who are having real discussions and real conversations, and they don't have to cater their language to the people in their life who are not ready for these conversations and who get triggered by certain ideas, right? It's like sparring in a gym, right? You go to the gym, you get in the ring and you spar and you get better and better and better at it the more you do it. The more you talk to one another and have real, earnest, honest discussions, the more articulate you're going to become in having those discussions. And the more you're also going to understand about what your position is and maybe where the gaps are in your knowledge base and where you need to maybe go sharpen your mind a little bit on certain issues. That is, I think, one of the best ways to cultivate a first principles mindset, because ultimately I think you will, with the right guidance in terms of like a moral center and, I guess reaching God would be that idea. Once enough people have that sovereign mindset, we can then establish these objectives that I mentioned at the very beginning and manage our expectations so that we end up in the end game, at the end goal that we all want to be, which is the golden age. Because I don't think we should take for granted that the golden age is just going to happen. Like we're just going to stumble backwards into the golden age. I don't think it's ever been like that. I think it's going to require hard work, determination, and focus. And so we need to get focused.
Absolutely.
It's done.
Sweet. Thank you, everybody.
Thank y'all. Actually, let me say one more thing.
Stay up here, Gordon. I want to teach you. Come sit down. You guys ever notice this with Gordon? When he's talking on a mic, he'll like sit here and he'll like put the mic out here and he's like pulling it around. And here, yeah. Hold it up here, buddy.
Is that a familiar gesture?
Yeah, right. And that's why we were laughing over there in the corner because he was like, talking. But anyway, we're going to be back here in 15 minutes for the final panel of the day. So see you guys in a little bit. If you guys could all take your seats. If you guys could all take your seats. Hey, get out of here. We're going to kick off our final panel of the day.
Like this go. Okay. My mic isn't on though. Is it on now? Is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's on.
Testing, testing. All right, Zach, why don't you kick us off?
All right, welcome to the Geopolitics and the Occult panel. My name is Zach Payne, joined on stage with Ghost of Bass Patrick Henry, Matt Arrett, and of course, Burning Bright down there. Good to see you, my friend.
Why'd you say it that way?
I didn't realize I said it anyway, but so this is obviously an interesting concept for a panel because geopolitics is something that often gets talked about, and I think that the concept of the occult is intrinsically tied to politics and the larger global platform, but occult in and of itself as like a concept is really like hidden secret information. And even though there is a lot of secret information inside government machinations, doesn't necessarily mean that it's all of the same caliber of stuff. I look at the founding of the United States of America, and you can look at the design of Washington, D.C., and clearly there's a lot of occult symbolism present in there. Look at our money. There's obviously occult symbols there. We talk about the occult a lot in terms of the evil of this world and how people who are in the structures of power are obviously tied into evil occult things. But occult as a concept, again, is just secret. It doesn't necessarily mean evil. And knowledge itself throughout history has often been kept in secret. And for a long time, average people were not even allowed to write. I mean, like, we weren't allowed to put things down into hard form, and everything was passed down generation to generation through oral history and tradition. And so if you didn't have the benefit of receiving that information from somebody, then it would remain secret to you. And a lot of it was kept under lock and key, specifically within secret societies. And I see the occult playing out a lot on the global stage in the sense that the people who are looking at it from a nefarious perspective often time world events and important happenings in relation to their own occult beliefs and where they would like to see things go. So yeah, I guess maybe that's just the way to kick it off.
Yeah, but well, you actually were mentioning before about would you talk for a minute about the founding fathers?
Yes,
and some of the ideas around that.
Well, the founding fathers, many of them were part of secret societies. I mean, obviously the plans and the decision making happening behind the scenes had to remain secret because they had a lot to worry about in terms of people perhaps taking information back to Britain. But the knowledge itself has always remained hidden and secret because in that way they can safeguard it and protect it. And I think there's also sort of an underlying attitude even today about the common man versus like the educated and the elite, and keeping certain levels of information back And obviously that has resulted in a lot of interest in those specific subjects, in occult and in hidden information.
And Matt, and I know that you have a great deal of knowledge when it comes to this. Could you talk a few minutes about the founding fathers, some of the misconceptions with Freemasonry, and elucidate that topic for everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really fun that we're doing this panel. I didn't expect that this topic was going to be selected. So but it's really important too, right? Because as you pointed out, a big part of our history, I would say all of it, can't really be properly accounted for if we want to satisfy the deeper question of like why things happen, if you don't go towards recognizing the often causal influence of secret societies, of the occult, for good or for bad. And, you know, I think a lot of people that I've met, and I'm sure a lot of people here, have encountered truth seekers who, upon realizing the importance of Freemasonry in the founding of the Republic, quickly become blackpilled and jump to the opposite, the extreme conclusion that the entire revolution was a fraud run by, you know, Freemasonic secret societies that ultimately are just playing a long game to entrap us and blah, blah, blah. And they become very, very cynical very easily. And I think there's an important nuance that's being missed, which is that within the institution of Freemasonic lodges, there is a lot of evidence of a longstanding battle between different factions that have different worldviews, different ways of thinking about God, human beings, government, law, that are completely irreconcilable. And like when you look at the, I mean, for one example is like, yeah, you know, Ben Franklin and Jefferson and Washington and so many others were Freemasons. It's true, but part of it, like you just pointed out, was practical, that if you're going to maintain a global conspiracy, because it was global, you had networks in Russia and France and Germany, even India, working together to make the American Revolution happen. That requires a lot of, again, you don't have the internet, you don't have cell phones, you don't have any, it's very difficult to pass on sensitive communication. So the lodge system became a useful tool, practically speaking, for just communicating information. Ciphers, very important tool to communicate information as well.
Cryptography is what you're talking about.
Yeah, cryptography.
Encryption, yeah.
Yeah, this has been done since ancient times. You know, you couldn't reveal, you know, your plans, your secrets, even like military secrets, which is a driving force of much of the sciences has been historically through military endeavors. You have to keep certain things secret by necessity, or else your enemy will undo what you're trying to get accomplished. And then the other thing is that the actual, I read a book from 1978, which really helped me a lot, called The Secrets Known Only to the Inner Elites. And it was written by a now deceased philosopher named Lyndon LaRouche. And in it, he did in a fantastic way, I never thought possible, he illustrated the two opposing epistemological worldviews of the Platonic and the Aristotelian faction of the elites, which have had irreconcilable views that have been clashing throughout history.
You're referring to Aristotle and Pluto, or Aristotle and Plato, rather, right?
Aristotle, what did I say?
Yeah. No,
you said it right.
You said it right. You said it right. I was just referring to Plato and Aristotle.
Yeah, where Aristotle, who's commonly told, you know, passed on as the student of Plato, is actually representing an insurrectionary, anti-Platonic ideology that was infused into the Platonic Academy when Plato was very old. And if you actually look at the way of view of both men, one does represent an oligarchist idea of human nature as being something that has no soul. Humans are a blank slate to be written on by the elite. That law is something which is imposed from, you know, from an unmoved mover, a creator that is impotent but is a tyrannical force, because the Aristotelian creator created laws but is impotent to be able to improve upon the creation. So in that world, those who actually have power are those who can simply impose their interpretation onto the society that will then be more obedient by being blank slates or like human computers. Whereas the Platonic faction had a very different idea that there's an innate soul in all of us to be that yearns for perfectibility, that can co-create with the creator. And the two factions in Freemasonry could really be on first approximation defined by those two schools. And the founding fathers definitely had a much more Platonic view in that sense, that they believe that there is an inalienable rights that emerge from within because we're made in the image of the creator. We're not blank slates. We're not machines in that sense. And there was evidence of a purge, a battle that purged a lot of the Republican Masonic institutions throughout the 19th century, so that they lost a lot of their influence coming into the 20th century, though they still had some influence, but a lot less. And a lot of that was begun in the 1825 to 1840 purging of those lodges.
Speaking of Plato, I wasn't expecting to talk about Plato, but I think it's actually interesting because a lot of what we talk about, especially I think Chris and I talk about quite a bit, narrative. Obviously, that was a great discussion earlier about a lot of that. And Plato versus Aristotle is actually kind of interesting, and I think adjacent to that sort of argument that we often deploy that is more and more popular, which is that we're not being cute when we say that the story is more important than the actual, the narrative is more important than the actual. We're being very literal. And I think Plato, I've always felt, was saying something similar. He's sort of saying, truth is an inherent thing, but truth is not, you can't hold it, right? It's not an actual, it's in the realm of ideas, and was very consumed with the world should be, and human nature really should be spilling out from, radiating out from these first principles, ideas, whereas Aristotle was very mechanistic and like, if we can learn how to describe something and all of its nuance and detail, we can understand it much better. Now, like, obviously, I think that there's advantages to understanding mechanistically how things work. I remember even in university, indoctrination school, they would present Aristotle as the evolution of Plato, or I thought he was the devolution of Plato, no pun intended. But they used to use an example of a lion. So there's a real or storified debate between Plato and Aristotle about how would you describe the ideal lion. And Aristotle said, you go find one and look at one, and that's the ideal lion, the actual, right? And Plato argued that the idea of a lion is an enduring, eternal, permanent idea, and that you could actually never find a perfect lion in the realm of the real, in actual, but you could conceptualize one. And the reason he thought that was important to distinguish is that that's the sort of inspiration for all great human ingenuity, right? People are inspired by looking at actual things, but when you create something new, you are following the Platonic sort of pathway of iterating, of ideating, of creating an idea. And Aristotle, you'd never get there by just repeating things. Oh, I saw this thing, let's make it more efficient and more efficient and more efficient. And to bring this back into the occult, I think it's interesting because what these secret societies and the occult and everything, I think, have in common, the first note I'd kind of written down when thinking about what could I talk about here is, I think when you think about ideas, the occult is often stripped out of the conversation. It's put in this like silo because people feel odd talking about it, or it's kind of unwieldy. And I think when you consider the occult and secret societies, good, bad, and everywhere in between, you start getting much closer to the why behind the why. It's not, so much of our geopolitics is explained to us, as you were talking about earlier, as a cause and effect, like all causal relationships, right? Russia did this, so Ukraine responded with this, like this mechanistic worldview. When really, if you understand the intent to begin with, for example, the Gulf of Tonkin I've been talking about recently, right? Something happened there that people disagree about, and then there was a reaction to it that led us into this war, right? But if you're thinking platonically, you would think people in secret already had an idea of what they wanted to do. It didn't really matter what actually happened to kick off the chain of events that they wanted to perpetuate. So in that example, it is more important to understand the ideas and the occult, the people who are ideating toward an end goal, than it is to understand who shot who from which boat that led to the deaths of millions of people.
The secret idea gave birth to the narrative, which led to the war and led us to the history books.
Got it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know we were going to go this direction, but I love it. So Plato is the teacher of Aristotle. The teacher of Plato is Socrates. The Socratic method is what a lot of us have become familiar with. Socrates famously said, "The only thing I know for certain is that I know nothing," demonstrating his humility, even though he was widely considered the wisest person alive. And yeah, it's about asking questions. And as Matt explained on one of our recent episodes of Breaking History, Socrates was known for going, kind of leaning into what Cam and I were discussing, walking right up to the elites in ancient Greece and challenging them and saying, here's what the standard is, here's what the established idea is, explain it to me, debate. Like, let's cut through all the noise and let's just have the discussion. And he would humiliate these people by doing that. I mean, imagine going up to name your politician and just cutting through all the noise and asking him a first principles question and humiliating them like on camera, right? I mean, if we were able to do that over and over and over again, we would very quickly weed these people out. Of course, they ended up executing him for speaking truth. And they even told him, if you just denounce everything you've ever said, we will let you live. And he said, I can't do that. And so they killed him. The student then, so you have Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. The student then of Aristotle is Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great, of course, was known for taking up his father's ambition of conquering the entire Greek Empire, conquering the Greeks from Macedonia, and then continuing in the course of about 2 years, conquered everything from Western Greece all the way to India and down through Egypt very quickly. And then, of course, died young. Interestingly enough, one of the things that he's kind of known for is bridging East and West culturally. He had a deep fascination of Eastern culture. He was very intrigued by it, and particularly like the Iranian Persian area. MBS, the Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, at like 16 years old, told all of his cousins that he was going to be the next Alexander the Great. Like that was his like ambition, was to bridge East and West and bring those cultures together. So I think that's like a full circle. Let's bring this all back to geopolitics and the occult. But
yeah, that was very artfully done. But yeah, I would just add one little point of discontinuity there, because in my reading, it seems like Aristotle, though he did begin as the tutor of Alexander, Alexander did fire him and accuse him of trying to brainwash him.
There you go.
And
based.
Yeah. And it was Aristotle's nephew who was condemned by the generals surviving Alexander for poisoning Alexander. So it seems like Aristotle might have had a more direct role in Alexander's youthful, convenient death. And Xenophon, though, who did represent the more true method of Plato in opposition to Aristotle, did end up teaching Alexander after Aristotle was expelled. So it seemed like you had, and one of the things he did is he had written a book on the life of Cyrus the Great, which inspired Alexander, who wanted to live up to the ideals, at least as was recounted in Xenophon's Life of Cyrus the Great, of those ideals, which kind of brings it back to
the morning benediction mentioned Cyrus the Great. Yeah,
right.
This is why we love to have Matt on stage at GART, because he can give us those insights, right?
But we're saying Aristotle's deep state, I think.
Aristotle's deep state. That is the point. That's the lesson. But yeah, and just to say before passing it on, I think that the idea that ideas govern material reality, because we have ideas and material reality, right? Physics and metaphysics, but it's which one leads in the dance. They coexist. We have a physical aspect of ourselves, but where does the I, where is it located individually and in all principles, right? A materialist would begin, if they were using the Aristotelian method of focusing on the mechanics, looking for the question of what causes the rabbit to be alive. The first thing that this scientist would do typically would be kill the rabbit and dissect the rabbit. And then the thing you're looking for is long gone, and they don't realize it because they think the whole is the sum of the parts. Now, the person thinking from the standpoint of Plato, that the ideas lead in the dance, that the whole is more than the sum of the parts, that there's something additional, transcendental, right? And I think that those who say that there's no such things as that anybody who believes in conspiracy theories is a kook, you should stop listening to them right away. They're basically saying, I don't believe in higher ideas causing things. That's what they've been brainwashed to think.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I think this is where the philosophers erred, is to have the rigidity that they did. To think that it's always either or, this dichotomy, you can only go one way or the other. because it's obviously a lot more nuanced when you get into the living of these things, and really start dissecting them. Because without the full complement of both ideas and really understanding things from both angles, you lose one path and you don't understand how something is working. Like, as you said, you kill the rabbit, the soul is gone. You're never going to find what it was that drove the rabbit to live in the first place. And we see it a lot in modern day with the decisions between Russia or Ukraine, the West and the East, communism or the Allies. I mean, the whole thing.
He activated me. Yeah. Those were the activation words.
Do it.
No, I think to start tying this into that's a lot of good big picture setup. I think I think Plato framed it as forms and ideals. That's how he thought of the world. But to tie this into kind of why these things have an effect now, obviously I'm very interested in the Ukraine-Russia narrative. It's kind of what got me into the info war. And I think that we can later on maybe talk about positive examples of this, as we were saying with occult. But as a negative, again, people think of trying to find the mechanism, trying to understand why something is happening by examining the mechanisms at play, right? So even if you're not, a retarded leftist who thinks that Russia are, Putin's Hitler, et cetera, and the Ukrainians are Luke Skywalker against the evil empire. If you're trying to, what the community I often say that I actually get more annoyed with, because you just can dismiss people like that, right? They're idiots. But the OSINT community, I don't know if people are kind of familiar with that term. A lot of them on Twitter, open source intelligence. I can't stand them because what they do is they go, we're not going to listen to the media. We're going to find out what's actually happening, right? So that's an example of those are Aristotle sort of, they might have good intentions. We're going to figure out what's happening by examining the events that are occurring. So of course, what they're doing at that point is they're showing you satellite imagery to talk about troop movements that are being provided to them by governments that are lying about everything that's happening, right? But they're doing open source, and we went right to the source, which is the government. But we don't believe the government, right? So that's one problem with it. But another problem, I think, is that take Russia, Ukraine, for example. How many normies do you know that are aware of the underlying claim being forwarded, right? We think of a court case, and what's a court case? Somebody is forwarding a claim, and somebody else is defending themselves from the claim. The story in the central narrative is Russia invaded Ukraine because they think it should be Russian and Ukraine thinks it should be Ukrainian, right? That is not the claim being forwarded. That's a fifth order effect of the claim. The claim being forwarded by Vladimir Putin is Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is a Nazi regime that we are purging from what should be the Russian Federation and what always has been the Russian Federation. That's the claim. He said it's a denazification effort, right? Obviously, the counterclaim becomes, no, we're not Nazis, okay? And just to pass this on, but I wanna show an example of this. The New York Times, this is an article, this is a headline from July 2nd, 2022. So again, you do not need to read articles. All you need to do is read headlines and you'll get plenty. Read mine though. Mine are really good. So headline, I just rugged myself. How the Russian media spread false claims about Ukrainian Nazis. Okay, so they're like, ooh, we see some people talking about Nazis. We should tell them that that's all fake. All right? How the Russian media spread false claims about Ukrainian Nazis. Let's look at a different source, the New York Times, again. And this was 2023. Headline, Nazi symbols on Ukraine's front lines highlight thorny issue of Ukrainian history. So one of the things I say a lot on the shows is, does the truth become the truth once it's discovered? Or was it already there the whole time, right? And then we're trying to find out what it is. Now, which claim being forwarded is closer to the truth that we are now being told by the media? Does it seem like Putin was telling more of the truth about there's a big Nazi problem in Ukraine? And now the New York Times is saying, I mean, Ukraine's still great, but except for that Nazi problem. And I'll pass it on, but one more point on the Nazis is they're steeped in occult, right? That their whole thing is occult. I think the reason the media doesn't want to touch it is because it starts to, if you start pulling that thread of, hold on, the Ukrainians are Nazis? Well, yes, they are, actually. Well, where did that start? And why were we funding them against the Rus? And who are the Bushes? And you know, like that's, and you only get there, not if you're trying to figure out how many troop movements satellite images are showing you. You're just looking at what are the claims being forwarded and where's the story going.
So, I mean, obviously you can pull that thread all the way back to World War II, you know, and as soon as people do that, it becomes like this major mind altering moment because nobody wants to think they're supporting Nazis except for, I guess, modern day leftists. I mean, because it's undeniable at this point, you know, and so, you know, obviously the message from New York Times is, okay, so there are Nazis, but it's not nearly as bad as Putin said it is. And even if there are Nazis, we're supporting them against Russia. So it's okay. There are Nazis. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just wild. It's so wild. Yeah, I guess the thing I'll just throw in there, and you raised the issue that when you start pulling on the Nazi question, one of the reasons why I think that people have got why this has been allowed to happen is because we didn't really defeat the Nazis after World War II, though we've been told, right? Yeah.
He said it. He said it.
Yeah. And Victory Day is coming up. It's probably time that we revisit that question, you know? But yeah, you actually start looking at, well, what did these leading SS officers do after World War II? Yeah, a couple were thrown under the bus. A couple of like sacrifices were made, maybe 20 or 30 at Nuremberg were hung. A few lower level doctors and jurors. But by and large, the leading Nazi SS inner elite that were part of the Thule Society black magician class that were like doing demon worshiping in like Wewelsburg Castle under Heinrich Himmler's like New Templar order of child murderers, like most of them continued on to have great careers with the CIA and MI6 managing NATO secret armies after World War II. Like that sounds crazy what I just said, but it's all verifiably true. Some of them went on to advise the Mossad. You know, after what's his name? Scorsese. Oswald Scorsese, yeah.
Scorsese, yeah, Scorsese,
Or something.
Not going to work here anymore.
Otto Scorsese, yeah. Hitler's top killer was given a job advising the Mossad in the 1960s or after 1951. You know,
and hunting down and killing Nazi scientists who were working for the Soviets and the Arabs.
Ironically, right? Yeah. But lawful.
His old countrymen, his old friends.
Yeah. So that's part of, I think, the reason where, you know, you had now several generations of this going on, nobody dealt with this. And of course, many of those who had been working directly with Stepan Bandera in Ukraine, the leading Ukrainian Nazi that was collaborating with Hitler, they were given jobs writing textbooks to shape the minds of young Ukrainians, especially expats in Canada and more broadly, about what World War II was about and how Hitler was maybe not the bad guy in World War II. So of course, now they've got like, you know, third generation grandkids of those, you know, people who were working with Hitler, who, surprise, surprise, are part of the Svoboda and Pravi Sector and C-14 neo-Nazi organizations, because they've been conditioned by the textbooks that were funded by our taxpayer money in the United States, right? It's part of it, the thing.
Yeah, and you know, things become even stickier when you realize that a lot of that Igor Kolomoisky, who created the Azov Battalion in 2014, pictures of him in 2014 wearing a shirt in Ukrainian that says Hebrew Banderites, and that all of these militias, these Nazi militias that fly the flag of Stepan Bandera and have swastikas and many of them worship Hitler, are also all Jewish, and they have the Star of David printed on Stepan Bandera, like the Banderite flag. And that creates a lot of questions in a lot of people's minds. What the hell is going on in Ukraine? And what the hell is going on in history and what we've been taught? And there's obviously more to the story than what we've been told. And I don't have the answers. I mean, these are answers. These are things we should all explore as a group. But, you know, a lot of the debate online right now wants to make everything about World War II and Hitler versus the Jews and that whole dynamic. And it's one side or the other. And then you introduce this really, really inconvenient fact.
Irony, yeah.
Yeah, irony that you have Jewish Nazis in Ukraine that are direct apparent descendants of Stepan Bandera. What is that about?
It begs the question. I mean, we know about them. We know about the Nazis who came over here with Project Paperclip and integrated into the fabric of the federal government. We know about many that went to Russia. Clearly, some of them didn't make it. But how many of them took on new Jewish identities and maybe found their way to Israel and became, something else entirely?
Yeah. Well, I'll just add one thing. You guys know about the Havara Agreement, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Explain.
It's worth Googling. But to be very quick about it, this is the 1933 agreement between Nazi Germany and the British Empire to start getting as many Jews from Europe into the desert as possible. I think 80,000 or so were basically given full government paid, flights or I guess boat trips to now live in the desert. But it was Eichmann who was studying the Kabbalah. He taught himself Hebrew to study the Kabbalah, that Adolf Eichmann, who was overseeing that program as part of some weird, mystical, esoteric belief that seems to have been in play even back then, that some form of new age end times reset of humanity could be ushered in to have like a 1,000-year Reich, or what Aleister Crowley, who was also very deeply embedded within high-level Nazi commanders through his disciple JCF Fuller, who was the head of the Astrum Argentum Lodge that Crowley had set up. That was his back channel to Hitler directly to bring in the Thelema philosophy into the inner core. He had the idea of creating a 1,000-year age of Horus to usher in through a cataclysmic event, right? Some form of new age. And you had a left-hand, right-hand path going about doing that. But people, again, Oswald Mosley. Fuller was Oswald Mosley's key lieutenant. Who's Oswald Mosley? He was a Theosophist, a Fabian Society, and the head of the National Socialist Party of Great Britain, who was the Führer of England. He had a whole program in order to, create an Anglo-Nazi world empire under that would be the New World Order of 1945. That was supposed to happen. Didn't work out because certain patriots were able to play a very big role to disrupt that agenda. But it was tied to what Crowley was trying to do then. And it disturbs me that many of Crowley's followers who think that they're the reincarnation of Crowley and spoke about that, like Colonel Michael Aquino, who believes that he is the reincarnation of Crowley and did.
There's a real Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at Google a picture of Michael Aquino, and it's the most evil-looking guy.
You will never see somebody who has put more effort into grooming their eyebrows as that guy. But he did like weird Babylon workings in Wewelsburg Castle to honor Himmler. That's what he was doing in 1978 when he was trying to usher in the age of Seth. So you got these people who had an inordinate amount of influence in things like the revolution in military affairs that turned America's military into more of an instrument that became a vanguard of a new sort of mercenary class of crusader types that would usher in things like Desert Storm, the post 9/11 age, and other things. This was made possible through largely the efforts of Michael Aquino. So that's like a big piece of this bizarre, disturbing influence that we have to also take ownership of before we can actually start dealing with the consequences of that.
And again, I think all that's a great context. And I think, we're never pretending that we know what the answers are, as we've been saying here. But, sometimes I think people can get overwhelmed with that, right? They're like, all right, if I can't trust the actuals, and if a lot of the narratives are lies, then you're kind of taking Russia on faith or Ukraine on faith as this example, because it's the current Nazi storyline, because we haven't quite gotten the disclosure on the Israeli side yet, which is coming. But I think that you can start to get the direction of who is forwarding a truer story based on who is talking about things like these. And I don't know if you saw Dmitry Medvedev. He's one of the fun reads out of Russia. But he said that it's a joke to believe that that the United States has any standing to negotiate on behalf of Ukraine. And now I believe that there is an alliance between the US and Russia, and obviously, but people will look at statements like that and think that seems anti-American. No, what he's doing is isolating a Nazi regime, and he used the word Führer. I don't know how to pronounce it, right? But he said, until they're looking to appoint a new Führer, so and only that person can negotiate with us directly. Ukraine is going to have to come to the table and negotiate their surrender with us. And when you see that kind of rhetoric, if you're a normie who has no idea that Ukraine is full of Nazis, was installed by Nazis, managed by Nazis, et cetera. Again, doesn't mean all of Ukraine, but Eastern Ukraine for sure. When you understand that the CIA, this loops all the way back around, it's an Ouroboros pattern. The CIA was founded by Nazis. The Bushes are Nazis. Like we all kind of know this, right? It's kind of common knowledge in this room, not really outside of it.
Prescott Bush was arrested in 1943 for trading with the Enemies Act.
Yes.
For participating in the Third Reich.
Very literally Nazis. Very literally not like, oh, the figurative. They're kind of like, no, they're Nazis. They're actual Nazis, right? So you consider that. And now let's go back to 2014. Speaking of actuals, who overthrew the pro-Russian regime in Ukraine? The CIA. Under Barack Obama, right? So who overthrew the Russian regime in Ukraine? Nazis. And who did they replace them with? Nazis. And now the New York Times calling them Nazis. And to make another point, kind of loop back to what I said before, when you start understanding that, I actually don't get discouraged by it. To me, it assigns, once you understand that there is a deeply rooted belief system at the core of the evil that we are fighting against, if you think of things too mechanistically, which is my problem with the OSINT guys, besides the fact that you can't prove anything you're looking at, they're just thinking cause and effect. Well, it's all incentive structures and who wants the money in the oil. Like the idea that the Middle Eastern war was all about oil is ridiculous. It's patently absurd. There was a lot more going on besides oil, and part of it was perpetuating this massive controlled opposition dynamic of radicalizing Islam, so then we could say that Islam had been radicalized and was a threat to us, right? Also done by the Nazis. So when you understand the ideology behind the events that are happening, it turns out the world is not chaotic. It's very coordinated and planned, but the second and third order effects of that planning seems like chaos. It seems like total chaos. I think once you understand that it was planned, then it makes more sense. You have a question?
Yeah, this is for Ghost and Matt mostly, but along the lines of what BB just got done saying was the Muslim Brotherhood was heavily involved in all of that situation. I was just wondering if you guys could elaborate on that.
Well, as far as Ukraine goes, I'm not sure how the Muslim Brotherhood is tied in, and MI6 would be the connection. But I would say this, that BB mentions, and this might be kind of long-winded how Muslim Brotherhood comes in, but Maidan coup of 2014, they install a guy as an interim president for about 6 months, whose name escapes me, but he was a Ukrainian intelligence officer who is part of what is called the Ukrainian Israeli Mafia. In 2010, he was arrested by the Ukrainian government for destroying all the files on his mob boss, a guy named Mogilevich. And Mogilevich is considered, his nickname is the Big Brain. He's considered the head of the Ukrainian Israeli Mafia. And what's interesting about Mogilevich is I was reading a book by Gordon Thomas, Israel Super Spy, the story of Robert Maxwell. This is the father of Ghislaine Maxwell. And in the 1980s, when it was understood by the US and the Soviets and everyone that the Soviet government was going to collapse, all of the oligarchs in Ukraine started making plans for how they were going to integrate into the Western financial system and basically convert the Soviet Union into capitalism. And a lot of them went to Robert Maxwell. Robert Maxwell helped a lot of them launder their money out of Ukraine, launder it out of the Soviet Union. And he told them, he said, look, the country that has the most lax banking regulations in the world is Israel, because they are trying to promote money being sent there. They want people to invest in Israel, so they have very lax banking regulations. Use Israel to launder the money. And one of his number one clients in doing that, or the people he helped the most, was a guy named Mogilevich. So the guy who ended up plugging in the interim president, his lieutenant, who became the interim president in Ukraine in 2014 after the Maidan coup, was the number one guy that Robert Maxwell, father of Ghislaine Maxwell, helped get out of Ukraine, launder his money into the West, and basically remain a major mob boss. This guy established massive child trafficking networks, Mogilevich. Okay, so all of this stuff is connected. I don't know how Mogilevich connects to Jeffrey Epstein outside of Robert Maxwell, but I have to imagine that it's not a coincidence that that connection exists.
Very interesting. On the issue of the Muslim Brotherhood side of things, I think one of the most useful jump off points on that doesn't really play into what you're, but I'm going to approach it from a totally different angle that ties in both the weird esoteric underpinnings under Zionism as well as the Muslim Brotherhood sort of radicalization and perversion of Islam that were then used to play off each other. And something similar happened to Christianity. So I don't think like we're untouched by this problem of Satanists infiltrating and then acting Christian to get wars, right? But go back to 1090, right at the emergence of the First Crusade, you had the Templars, the Knights Hospitaller and the Knights Templar that were co-created, right? One became known today as the Knights of Malta. The other one was put down in 1312, but then went into a few different iterations in the ensuing centuries, one of those iterations being the Jesuits that emerged in 1535. But all that to say, the Templars had modeled themselves off of the pre-existing order of Hashashins, the order that had been set up in 1090 as a Batiniya order of a certain sect within Islam, within a certain Sufi sect of actually Ismaili Nizaris or Nizari Ismailis that were led by a figure named Hassan Isaba, the old man of the mountain. Marco Polo had met one of his grand masters a century later. And this Hashashin order is sort of, I think, the root of the ideology that created and was used later on by the Salafist faction in the 1890s, people, the followers of Jamal al-Din al-Afghani, who were sort of working with the British Empire to radicalize Islam in order to undermine the Ottoman Empire, which is what they did during World War I and a little bit, and then afterwards. But so Hassani Sabah, part of the order of the Hashashins, the reason why they got that's the root of the name Assassins. If people play video games and they play Assassin's Creed, there's actually a video game that has a lot of reality in it. It's quite sophisticated. But part of the idea was you would get high as a kite in a sacred ceremony involving like sacred use of drugs in order to then go and be deployed in an altered state to go and carry out a hit of some target. Often those targets were Muslims. That there were Muslims like what's his name? Peacemaker.
Bin Salman?
No, 1175, Third Crusade.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Gordon knows. The great
Muhammad bin Muhammad.
Oh,
Shafiqa.
it'll come to me later. It's fine.
It'll come to us in a second, but yeah.
Jafar.
You're throwing me off, man. I'm so stuck with my tongue. Saladin the Great.
Yeah.
Saladin the Great.
Okay. I thought you meant Al-Rashin, not Al-Rashin, but
Saladin. Yeah, Saladin was a Muslim leader who had avoided 2 assassination attempts by these assassins, these Hashashins. And he caught some of the assassins for the second attempt. He interrogated them, and it was discovered that it was the Templars who had hired him to kill him, hired these assassins to kill the guy in order to keep the forever wars going. So the Crusaders, the crusading Gnostic Templars, were working with their seeming enemies to keep the forever wars going. It's part of the game. And I think that, and part of their headquarters was Solomon's Temple. That's where the Templars, they're the Knights of Solomon's Temple. And that was their headquarters in the Solomon's Mines, which they had an idea of doing what Julian the Apostate was trying to do and didn't work out for Julian, but they were trying to do it again, which is create the third Solomon Temple to usher in some new age, in some, mystical purgative violence that would bring in a new kind of humanity. And it seems like that's sort of in play. That was behind the creation of Zionism. It was behind the creation of Salafism. The Muslim Brotherhood has Salafism large in many ways as an influence within its paradigm, as well as Wahhabism. So yeah, that's how the game. There's a formula, though.
So Matt got all this by watching the Kingdom of Heaven episode of Story Hour with Saladin. I was just trying to see if he was watching. I want to kind of spin this, maybe pass it to Zach next, because you were kind of talking about something similar before the panel, but this sounds very dark and negative, right? I can kind of spin all of this as a strange positive, which sort of helped pull me out of a lot of depression when I used to dig into this stuff, right? We've talked about that, I think, where, you know, when you first start digging into stuff, you're like, man, that too? And, you know, that guy too, and this too. And the controlled opposition dynamic is a huge thing. I think even these, what you're describing there is similar attempts that you and Chris kind of tangentially touched on with the reason people like us can get a lot of flack for calling out what we perceive as attempts to rebrand MAGA, right? Like J6ers and Proud Boys, and people will defend them and everything. And this is a lot of the stuff that we've got the context in our heads of saying, yeah, if they can't beat you, then they don't join you, they change you. They want to change MAGA into being the thing that they have branded it as. So if they can't convince everybody that MAGA, which is not that thing, is that thing, they will make it that thing. And they will, you know, get all these people. It used to blow my mind how many people would get mad that we would say, you know, some of the J6ers were, you know, deserved it. And then in the next sentence, they'd go, well, you know, it was infiltrators that caused all this stuff. And you say, yeah, who do you think got arrested? Right? Like, again, I'm not saying you could have it either way. I'm sure there's both. But to make this positive, because I said I would, all of these examples, I think, demonstrate that most of the world's problems that we think of are entirely engineered by a very small number of people. The good thing about that, the white pill in that, I think, is that if you understand that, you can start to break out of maybe the core programming that hits us from the time we're children, which is that human nature is inherently evil and self-serving, right? Like, governments want us to believe that human beings need to be organized and given a set of rules, because if they don't, this is the kind of stuff that happens. You see,
we're a cancer causing global warming.
Yeah, we're a cancer. That's my generation of programming. Is, you know, they stopped trying to tell you that they moved on from a lot of the previous programming, and then it just became like, oh no, there's nothing you can do about it. You are born inherently evil as a scourge on the earth. So to wrap it positive, when you understand that these small groups and small plans become these mass chaotic situations, forever wars, etc., if you can start at that first order effect and stop it, then the world, I think this is why we see this community is attracted to figures like Trump. Besides what you think of his specific plans, his rhetoric is, I think, revolutionary, where he came in and said, make America great again. Well, inherent in that slogan is a belief that it can be made great again, and a belief that it was great. Now in his next term, it's the golden age, right? And people make fun of that who don't get into this stuff, but he's the first leader, outside of Vladimir Putin, ironically, that is talking about a golden age of humanity that is possible to go into if we just figure our crap out and stop people from creating forever wars. You know, you've never seen a president whose most controversial statement seems to be about wanting people to make peace deals together, right? It's incredible. It's like, you can disagree with the manner in which he goes about things or whatever, but I think the posture of the administration right now, ironically, is a warlike posture for peace and for a rebalancing of global trade. And this is why when I talk to people and they say, oh, he's being too chaotic about trade deals, being disrespectful. Who's he being disrespectful for? Globalist regime puppets and other like there's no more negotiations happening. This is the way it's going to be. We're going in this direction because this direction is morally good. It's the good direction to go in. And I think, you know, maybe there's good secret societies involved in some of that stuff, right?
Absolutely. You know, I think that like the reason I absolutely love Donald Trump is because of his honesty and his candor. I mean, like, I appreciate the fact that he is willing to stand up to those people, because many of them may have public, you know, excellent decorum. Okay. I mean, they can be very polite, but then behind the scenes in those secret meetings, they're plotting the ways that they can destroy you and destroy society and how they can plunder all of the riches from it. So to think that someone is leading this country that's willing to stand up for the people of America and the people of the rest of the world at the same time. I mean, you know, peace is good for everybody. We can engage in trade, we can have bilateral relations, we can all prosper as a result of the policies that we're trying to implement here in the United States of America. But again, in order to do that, there has to be an inherent level of occult mysticism and secrecy to all of it, because to just come out and throw all of your plans out on the table, I mean, it makes it very easy for the people that we're trying to defeat to try to overthrow that stuff and to push us in the direction that they want us to go. So, you know, I mean, when it comes down to the, you know, kind of what you were saying a moment ago, BB, I mean, like the emotionality is what they're kind of counting on, that we're going to react in such a way and that we're immediately going to choose sides based upon the Hegelian dialectic. You know, I mean, like what it is they're presenting to us. This is the only choice that you have if you're going to play this game. But Donald Trump is kind of showing us a third way, a different way that can be good for every single one of us. And I think that a lot of people are uncomfortable with the idea of the secrecy and the occult nature of this stuff that we're dealing with. But I think that it's absolutely necessary, because I don't want these people to know everything that we're doing. I don't really want them to have the advantage of being able to overcome us if we're going to get to a certain point. And I think that's why Donald Trump is consistently keeping people, you know, global players kind of like rocked back on their heels, you know, I mean, like completely off their balance, so that when it gets to the point where we inject, you know, what it is that we really want to do, then they get to the point where they have no choice but to capitulate and to take part in this new way.
You have a question?
Yeah.
So this question is for you guys, obviously, directing it to you, and maybe Matt can take the lead. I don't know if my question is relatable enough, but my grandfather, my German Jewish grandfather, was a colonel in the Wehrmacht in World War I. There was a certain corporal who was injured, released from the hospital, and became his adjutant or his orderly, and that was Adolf Hitler. As the story goes, grandfather died about 6 months before I was born, so I never had a chance to question him, because I did hear from my mom that he thought he was a decent guy. He was a hard worker, conscientious. So what in your minds, because I understand that I understand evil from a biblical perspective, and I understand that people outside of religious faith can still do good things, and they do often. But what do you feel was the evolution in the transformation of an Adolf Hitler from this, you know, conscientious, hardworking infantry soldier, and, you know, serving my grandfather in that way, to what he became later on? How was that done?
Well, I mean, I can say that, you know, I mean, from what I understand about Adolf Hitler and his participation in World War I mean, he was very patriotic in terms of his love of Germany and the direction that he saw it going. He didn't care for that. And his evolution was based upon what he saw happening to Germany and the reasons behind it. And so, I mean, I think that you can take a look at any individual in the microcosm of a war. I mean, war is always going to be hell. People are going to be dying for this reason or that reason. And if you win the war, then you are the one with the moral imperative, and you were killing people for the right reason. But if you lose the war, then obviously you become vilified. And Adolf Hitler is very easy to vilify in terms of what happened during World War II. You know, I've thought about this on a number of occasions, you know, like, because I don't think Hitler thought of himself as a bad dude, right? You know, I don't know that he was waking up every morning and thinking, you know, okay, I'm just going to go kill a bunch of people, and it's because I simply hate people and I want to cause all this death. And I mean, he was probably thinking that he was fighting for the survival of his country. And of course, you know, looking back in retrospect, I mean, you know, he becomes the villain of the story. You know, I mean, America did bad things during World War II. Germany obviously did bad things during World War II. I don't know that there has ever been wars that have been fought where, you know, technically war crimes weren't committed. But I think that anybody who willfully engages in the mass killing of millions of people, regardless of whether it was Germany or the many wars that have been fought since that time, I think that it's universally as evil. And I think that there's been this sort of twisting reconstruction of history to position what Germany did during World War II as the most evil act that you could ever possibly commit. But far more millions of people since that time have died. I think more Russians died during World War II fighting in World War II than died as a result of, any other, battles that took place. And that gets kind of whitewashed. I mean, people don't really talk about it. So I think that evil in this respect kind of becomes situational, which is, obviously very difficult to reconcile.
I think it was because he got kicked out of art school. It's crazy that that's actually an academically acceptable thing to say. No, I think that it's a complex. Hitler was a complex mind. I don't think he was somebody who, and I don't think he was a good, high quality mind, but he had a complex personality type. And I do think that, yeah, he woke up in the morning thinking that he was saving his fatherland. He possibly believed he was the reincarnation of Odin. According to Carl Jung's assessment, he actually believed, he apparently believe that he was the avatar, not the reincarnation, the avatar of Odin, which is possible. There is something that my friend Uwe Alschner brought to my attention, who's a German researcher and a really good one at that. And he wrote an essay featuring an analysis of a painting that Hitler had done in 1912. And this particular painting had what looks to be a young Hitler sitting on a bridge. And it's a very peculiar rock bridge, which only exists in one place, rock for rock. It is that bridge that is in Exeter, England, right next to the town of Tavistock. It's called the Clapper Bridge. You can Google that. And this painting was discovered after World War II in Hitler's vaults. Now that puts Hitler in 1912, before World War I, with Rudolf Hess, who was also there, in a town next to Tavistock, which is the historic family town owned by the Russell family, aka Lord Bertrand Russell and clan, who was a leader of the Fabian Society, the same thing that Oswald Mosley later on was a leading member of. So that's what the Tavistock Clinic, people might know of the Tavistock Clinic, right? The thing that the gender realignment specialists of the world that also oversaw earlier on MK Ultra. It's the British Psychological Warfare Division that was set up in 1921 to investigate how to compartmentalize and fragment personalities to reconstruct them. And that was employed by the CIA after World War II. So this Tavistock town, this is before Tavistock Clinic or Institute was created. Hitler was right beside it. That's probably a thread that any serious researcher should probably pull on and try to investigate a little bit more to see what that was about. I would also say Hitler wrote at the end of Mein Kampf, he devoted it to Dietrich Eckart. Who is Dietrich Eckart? Dietrich Eckart is the head of the Thule Society, right? A follower of the writings of both Guido von List, a follower of Blavatsky, sort of the Aryan theosophists of Germany. And Hitler devotes it to him and describes how, or Dietrich Eckart had earlier, before he died in 23, described how he initiated Hitler into the secret doctrine, which is the name that Blavatsky gave to her work calling for the deconstruction of all existent religions and the creation of a new world religion based on a new high priesthood under her ISIS philosophy. So anyway, you got these really rich lines of research that are full of discoveries waiting to happen, but people are just not looking at that. Their brains have been sort of just cut off from it, so they're not going there even.
Any other question?
Yeah. Might have been the amphetamines.
Oh yeah, that probably helped too. Yeah. A lot of drugs.
Sorry, I hate to change the subject from Hitler, but
no, please.
Where does Q fit into this?
Well, that's a good question. We should address that. But real quick, I wanted to ask, wasn't Hitler assigned to infiltrate the Thule Society? Wasn't that what he was assigned to do wasn't he assigned to go infiltrate one of these political groups? As a soldier, and then he defected and went. I thought it was
he was never a member of the Thule Society. I know he was never.
Okay.
But I'm not. He could have been.
It might have just been the Nazi movement. But I do think that real quick on that. That's a really interesting thread, the Tavistock thing. And I would also argue,
Microphone. Go.
I would also argue that that if Hitler escaped from that bunker, because a lot of people,
Which he did. Argentina. Yeah, he lived out his days in Argentina. You
A
can
lot
say
of
it.
people, a lot of people like send me messages being like, "What about Hitler? What about Hitler? What about Hitler?" And if Hitler escaped from that bunker, all the people who are celebrating Hitler as like the guy who was right, like the good guy in World War II who got a bad rap, if he escaped from that bunker, which it appears he did because of recently declassified documents via JFK file, that means that he was part of the op to destroy Europe, which is what World War II was. World War II was an operation to eviscerate European culture, Western culture. He was part of it, and that also means that he was in collusion with the Soviets, because the Soviets lied to everybody and said that they found him and they found his body, like he had shot himself in the head in that bunker. So if he made his way to South America, then the Soviets were complicit in helping him escape. And and the CIA, which was operating heavily in South America throughout the 20th century, also understood that he was there the whole time and allowed him to live there. So that fundamentally, that truth, if that ends up being real, and I think it is, fundamentally changes the entire conversation regarding World War II and the history that we understand.
Well, there's also an argument to be made that like this was a plan that was long in gestation, because they had set up these sort of economic lines into South America with the assistance of like the Swiss banking industry very early on, and people had begun moving there like early. And it's interesting because the Russians just published some images that are alleged to be Hitler's jawbones, but there's a bunch of dental work that I don't remember seeing in photographs and videos.
I'll talk. I want to grab the Q question. So
Well,
I think
hang on a second, because she asked, where does Q fit in? Lorraine has a follow-up Q
Okay.
question, so maybe we'll ask both of
go
them,
ahead.
and you guys can address.
Great. Really enjoying this conversation and discussion. Thank you. But I was thinking in every session today, the same question, and it really relates to this talk about the Q operation. You were talking about how the secrecy and gaining advantage and how we're going to win this war. Are there other examples in history where revealing the matrix to people, revealing the manipulation, giving people information about how they've been being manipulated, has it ever been tried before, and what happened?
I would say no. I feel like this is totally unique. But I mean, if I may, just real quickly, I mean, how I think it fits in is, the revelation of all of this secret, behind the scenes occult information, because it, through the Socratic method, pointing out questions that we need to answer, led us into a bunch of different rabbit holes where, many of these subjects ended up becoming prominent.
Yeah, and ultimately there's a lot of dialogue in the Q kind of movement, and I think the Socratic method's a great one to highlight. It's funny that comes full circle of what we accidentally talked about at the beginning. I think it's worth questioning any of these things, the intention, right? That anchoring point. Why is this thing happening? And we've all probably heard like the counter argument to the Q operation is something called Operation Trust. How many people have kind of looked into this? But speaking of kind of the Proud Boys thing, it was a a different version of that, where this was in following the assassination of the czars in Russia. There was obviously a lot of sentiment in Russia, nationalist sentiment that was beloved of the czars and Orthodox Christian nationalism, and so people were upset. The Bolsheviks were not actually quite as popular as they like to say. It's because everybody who was not a Bolshevik ended up not being alive anymore. But Operation Trust was a move where, as the Bolsheviks were sort of getting into power, perceived power, they started infiltrating secret groups of patriots who were meeting in Russia, and it was called Operation Trust. And what would happen is you have a Russian patriot who would stand up in this anti-Bolshevik, pro-Orthodoxy meeting and say, okay, I hear what you're all saying, and you were all about to do whatever, do something. And I'm here to tell you that I'm in the military and we've got a plan. And if you just wait until this, we're going to have a meeting about it next month, and then a meeting about it, and then a meeting about it, and then a meeting about it. And eventually we're going to do something, but don't do anything yet. And the point of the operation was, first of all, those infiltrators would leave those meetings and dox every person that was in the meeting. So the Bolsheviks would kill them. They'd round them up and kill them, right? So like those are the most activated patriots. It'd be the equivalent of infiltrating Badlands media event, which definitely doesn't ever happen. And we definitely don't know that it happens and exactly who it is. But besides that, it would be like doing that and then being like, I totally like what you guys are doing. So here's all their names. Here's what they were talking about. Here's where they live. And, you know, rounding them all up, right? Now, say all that, I think it's good to consider and threat assess what we're being told. I don't think that the Q operation was an Operation Trust. I think people say that because there's the trust the plan rhetoric and all that kind of stuff. Why I don't believe it was a version of Operation Trust is the Socratic method. You get a lot of trust with me, ironically, real trust, when you operate that way. And I don't think it's just the Q drops that operated that way. I think Donald Trump operates that way a lot, where he puts something out, right? Besides in negotiations, he just seeds things constantly and throws things out into the public. Chris talks about this a lot, like beta testing. And I think what he's doing there is he's looking for consent. He's looking for feedback of saying, what do you guys think? What do you think about border security? What do you think about taxation? You know, like, yeah, I think there's a plan. I think the drops were talking about a plan where I think maybe, I don't know if this is why the questions are coming up, but obviously we've been talking a lot lately where there's a subgroup of Q people who think we're not Q people or anti-Q because we don't personally like what we kind of think of as, or at least I think of as, staying in a circle of trust the plan, match drops to numbers. I think it's good to do that if you're then saying, okay, so what do you think about it, right? There was a 9 and a 9 and a 9. What do you think about it? What do you think that means? What do you think we should do? What do you think? What ideas do you want to talk about? And in some of the Q commentary, that's not what's happening. It's just, here's the pattern, here's the pattern, here's the pattern. It proves Q is real. It's like, okay, most of us believe that the Q stuff is real. What was the point of the Q drops? They tell you in it, right? Frame and support, like, you know, be the plan, move forward, first principles, spread, save and spread, like spread this information. So I think spreading the Q drops is good. I think that demonizing people who are not only doing that is where the problem comes in, and why I think you get some backlash from some people going, man, the way some Q people act, they're kind of acting like this is the only thing you should be talking about. If you're talking about anything else, you're not trusting the plan enough. And if you're questioning anything that's going on in the administration, clearly you didn't trust the plan. And we're being told to trust the plan by people who are interpreting the plan who don't know what the plan is. Right? It's like, even if it's a good plan, they don't know what it is. They do not know what the plan is. Yeah, so anyway, that's my very short response to that. Like the Q drops, but...
Well, you're asking me how does Q fit into this? And, you know, on the last panel, we talked about maneuver warfare and, you know, how does maneuver warfare work? As Oak told us, it works because the leader, the general, tells his subordinates what the end game is. Here's where we're trying to get to. Here's some guidance to help you along the way. But ultimately, maneuver warfare is about speed, it's about deception, and it's about being able to decentralize authority so that people can move quickly on the ground and not come back and ask for permission on what to do next. So if that is what maneuver warfare is, and you use maneuver warfare in order to avoid attrition warfare is whoever has the biggest, strongest army wins, and let's just go smash it out on the battlefield. Can't do that because of the numbers game. So yeah, it seems like that's exactly what Q was meant for, right? Here's the end game. Here's some guidance. Go out into the field and maneuver and make your way to the end game. But you have to go out there and do it. This is not us doing it for you. This is not the generals out there telling you what to do. You have to go do it. Here's the end game. Here's the framework.
Hey, we got a comment over here, and then we're going to do closing thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah, this is actually a question because this is a battle. And those of us that believe know that it's more about the unseen than the seen. So this topic of geopolitics and the occult teach us lessons through history that was really fun to listen to you tease out. And I can't believe you couldn't remember his name. And you know, every good historian knows, it just rolls off their tongue. But what are the lessons for us? Because we are the warriors. We're the ones with the objective and the commander's intent. And we are in this battle space. And we, if we believe this is about principalities more than it is the physical world, what are the lessons to avoid the traps that the occult can create? Because great power there, not good power, but power that has been used by small groups of people to derail humanity and try to do the things that destroy God's perfect will, and that is divide us and accuse us. What are the lessons from your knowledge of the occult and geopolitics that we need to take home to be warriors in this battle for our future?
So for me, pretty clearly, the greatest lesson is that, I've seen a lot of people over the years suggest that because something is a cult, you shouldn't research it at all, that you shouldn't understand it, you shouldn't try to understand it. But I think it's necessary to, especially when we're trying to dissect the actions and motivations of the people that we're actively fighting against. So just because knowledge is hidden doesn't necessarily mean that it is evil or that it's of ill intent. But oftentimes it can be. And if we don't understand what our enemies believe or what they're doing behind the scenes, then we will never have an accurate assessment of what exactly is going on. So for me personally, I think that it's to actively understand and research this stuff. Doesn't mean that you have to internalize it. It doesn't mean that you have to believe it. It doesn't mean that it has to become part of your own personal framework, but just to know what is out there and what these people are doing, I think that is invaluable.
Yeah, it seems to me that, and I hope Oak and General Quast, I hope I'm not getting this wrong as a layman, but at some point in maneuver warfare, you do move to attrition warfare when you engage the enemy. It is ultimately about winning a battle and winning the conflict. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to ultimately shift from a maneuver warfare mentality to an attrition warfare mentality, and that would be by awakening enough people where the moral righteousness of our society elevates to a position where people see things for what they are and they are no longer entrapped by the psyops. They're no longer baited into by the shiny objects. And I wonder, how do we get there? That I think establishing those objectives are really important. We're not going to accomplish that necessarily in this moment, but focusing on the principles and focusing on developing our own understanding of what morality is and how we can engage in these issues and where we set the narrative and we set the parameters of a discussion rather than just reacting to every single narrative they throw out and reacting to headlines and reacting to bait that is dangled in front of us. I think we then become the infinite player, Burning Bright, in the game theory and are no longer reacting all the time to what they're manipulating us into doing.
Yeah, I would add my considerations on that. When you know your history, you're going to be a lot less inclined to screw up the way people in the past had screwed up when a similar situation emerges hitting your society, right? So you really do have to know the as truthfully as possible, the core drama, like the core dramas that give you the best universal lessons into the crisis that we're currently facing, because nothing new is under the sun, right? In many ways, the iterations are different, the form is different, but the principles are the same principles. And this oligarchy this doesn't directly address that particular question, but I'll get at it my way in a lateral fashion. But the oligarchy it's not like they only just all of a sudden wanted to have a totalitarian feudal system of controls forever, right? It's like they've always wanted that. That's been their constant desire and intention. And on a number of measurable occasions throughout history, the hammer has come down. Like they put their actions, their plans into motion and tried to finalize it on several observable, provable occasions throughout history, and 3 in the 20th century alone. They tried to finalize a new world order. They tried to get their one world government under a eugenics priesthood in place. It was subverted. How was it subverted? Well, it didn't happen through just one lone person emerging on the scene. You did have heroes, but you had a coherent conspiracy for the good. People were able to get their shit together and organize, and it did involve military and intelligence factors as well as civilian. But you had people who were able to, under Warren Harding, right, subvert the League of Nations push for world government in 1923. in 1933, there was another attempt to get a one world government under the League of Nations and the Bank of England and the Bank of International Settlements, subverted because the US delegations were all pulled out of it, and it sabotaged that conference. It was tried again under the Nazi fascist operation. And so I think it's important to look at how were these things sabotaged by patriots. So there is a certain amount of precedent to what a previous speaker was alluding to. And number two is I think we should expect more of the policies. Like I'm not seeing as much as I would like to see, and around the concrete policies that were able to break up the Wall Street banks at times when they were about to consolidate a world regime 80 years ago. These banks were, hundreds of bankers were pulled into court. JP Morgan Jr. was pulled into court in 1934, and he was forced. JP Morgan Bank was forced under public scrutiny to be audited, and they had to be. It was proven how they manufactured the Great Depression, which was a giant wealth transfer, kind of like today, right? Using similar principles of building up a bubble out of thin air on speculation, kind of like today, that was then popped, kind of like today. And so you could have resolved that chaos of the Great Depression by going fascist, like Europe did, or you could restore the American system, as did happen, which did involve Glass-Steagall breaking up the banks, the reassertion and control of productive credit, like real tangible things with a vision for the four pillars that animated these vast mega projects that rehabilitated industry and farming and gave people hope for the future again. Like that's what was done that allowed America the strength to build itself up to go and put down the Wall Street, London-funded fascist machine. We did that. Great. But like I'm not seeing enough of those principles being invoked today. I don't see the vision. I see protectionism, and that's good. But I don't see the vision yet. I don't see the actual call to restore Glass-Steagall the way Trump did in 2016. I think we need that sooner than later, because if the chaos happens and the banks get ripped to shreds and we don't have something in place to protect the civilians and the real economy, it could be so much damage could be done to the nation and the world that won't be easy to fix. So for me, that's something I would like to see a lot more of in the Patriot community, is discussions like that, I guess.
You're not trusting the plan hard enough, man.
I guess.
I'll use this answer as answer and my closing thoughts on this. I would say that to what you can forward and take control here is watch the Dark Knight trilogy and think of this discussion, because what Bruce Wayne does in that series is he is actually indoctrinated, if you remember, into the League of Shadows by Ra's al Ghul. And Ra's al Ghul tells him that the ultimate form of power projection, after teaching him kinetic, clandestine, financial, he teaches him every form of power projection. And at the end, he says, you're still never going to have any power until you learn the final lesson, which is that an idea cannot be killed. And the League of Shadows is not a man, it's an idea. So what Bruce Wayne does when he discovers the intentions of that secret society, the League of Shadows, is he actually uses their core governing principle against them and inverts it. And that's what Batman is, right? It's a symbol of somebody standing up against the League of Shadows. And it's this first principle where that's the deployment, right? Like the deployment in those movies isn't about stopping crime fighters and or stopping crime and arresting people and that sort of thing. It's becoming a symbol and using a lot of the lessons learned from the occult and from the way these people operate in the shadows in order to forward the opposite thing. And at the end of the day, when we're talking about Donald Trump, plans that people think may or may not be going on, the Q drops, all this kind of stuff, to me, it looks like the reverse engineering of what the enemy has been doing to us for so long, except orbiting around the ideas, the core ideas of sovereignty, individualism, manifest destiny, like all these kinds of things, and belief in God, belief in goodness. So, becoming a symbol of that, orienting yourself. What's your ideal? What is your purpose? What are you doing? As corny as it sounds, if you don't have that, then you're really just being spun in a void of other people's ideas.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good job, guys.
All right. Who would have guessed that panel was going to go long? That's it for today, guys. Okay, well, This was just part one. That was day one at GART. I'm trying to see what time it is. Almost 2 my time. I could keep playing the rest, or Saturday anyway. It's another like 6 hours, but I have to go to my son's basketball game here soon. I don't know what I'm gonna do. But we need another like 20 minutes. No, I'm gonna play one panel and then I'll do the rest tomorrow. Let's do this. Last night. I'm actually surprised Alpha made it this morning. Yeah, it was kind of weird. It was a weird night last night. Raise your left arm if you went to the ER yesterday. I'm just kidding, Lauren. I'm just kidding, Lauren. Lauren, a sweet lady back there. She fell, but she's such a sweetheart. And where's Brian at too? Brian, was Brian out last night too? Okay, never mind. We'll give him a shout out later. Anyway, this first panel today is going to be a fun one because at both points, both of these guys at some point in Badlands, I thought they were feds. And I think by the time we're done with this panel, we may have an answer of which one is the Fed. So good luck, boys.
I saw yesterday that CIA is laying off another 1,200 people, so we're going to be out of a job soon. All right, so I'll begin with my thoughts on this. Since Alpha and I are both passionate and knowledgeable about the idea of infiltration and psyops within the truth movement, that's what we're going to discuss here today, and I have some opening thoughts. So we know very well that this is something that's been plaguing, I guess, the truth disclosure movement for even before the internet for decades. This has been a problem, and especially in the realm of social media, now that social media has become such a prominent source of citizen journalists and people to share truth. It's the main battlefield these days. We know we're in an information war, and it makes complete sense that the deep state, the powers that be, they would be expending more resources into controlling the narratives on social media and alternative media than in the mainstream media. The mainstream media is people that believe the MSM these days, they're sucked into it. There's no more energy they really need to expend to continue brainwashing the people that still believe CNN. And those people aren't necessarily a threat because they believe the establishment lies. The people who are a threat to the powers that be are those that are on Twitter, Telegram, Rumble. So it would make complete sense that that's where the deep state are going to be expending their resources to control the information war. And they use the exact same tactics as the mainstream media. You know, it's not necessarily pointing at figures, talking heads within the mainstream media or alternative media to point out who the liar is. It's more important to figure out the tactics they're using. And it's the same tactics, whether it's mainstream media or alternative media. They use repetition. They use virtue signaling. They use astroturfing campaigns to make it look like there's more people that believe narrative than there actually are. So you see the fake polls that come out in the mainstream media, especially the last week, tons of fake polls about Trump, but you have the fake astroturfing campaigns for Democrat politicians as well to make it look like more people vote for them than really do. Same thing in the alternative media. You get bots, fake likes, fake views, fake engagement to prop up new individuals that come out of the woodwork, get them 1 million followers, and then it looks like they're more influential than they actually are. So it's the same tactics amongst both. And, you know, over time, I've been doing this about 8.5 years now. At the beginning, I was probably a little paranoid. I would look all over the place and go shill, 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 shill. And over time, I've come to the realization that there's less knowing deceivers, less actual shills. I think we throw that word around far too much, the word shill. There's less of them and more useful idiots amongst social media. It's kind of how I view the world too. There's less actual evil people in the world, just more misled people, more people who buy the lies and then unknowingly promote it. They have a good heart, they just don't have a very good brain, so they promote the lies. And these days, I do still think there's definitely paid for influencers, actual shills amongst truth, disclosure, patriot, UFO, whatever movement, but there's a lot more just kind of useful idiots being irresponsible with their platforms. And I try to give them grace as much as I can because they have a good heart. They're trying to do a good service by using the platform to share truth. This whole wild west of citizen journalism, it takes a lot of honing discernment. It takes a lot of kind of becoming accustomed to how everything operates. And it takes years to kind of understand and gather how to report properly and report without bias. And, you know, lately there's been, in my opinion, I mean, you still see like the Nazara quantum financial system nonsense promoted around, but also these weird people just going through mental gymnastics with their QD codes and just wasting a lot of time on things that I don't think are necessarily all that helpful nor effective for helping to wake up or actually bring society forward. And we need to be careful of this idea of unity. Of course, we all need to unify against evil and the deep state, evil in our society. But oftentimes, and I experienced this a lot in my UFO days when I was going through a lot of those conferences years back, it's kind of this new age narcissism where they try to force you to we're on the same team, so don't criticize me, right? Don't be negative. We need unity, even though they're just promoting nonsense garbage and misleading their followers. Maybe they're doing it knowingly, maybe they're doing it not knowingly, but regardless, they're being completely irresponsible with their platforms. And then if you dare criticize them, they say, oh, we need to unify. It's this pseudo unity whereby they just want to stifle dissent and they don't want any kind of criticism. Even if it's constructive, respectful criticism, they don't want any of that against them. And due to the nature of the internet, you know, deal with it. There's going to be criticism. If you're going to get into this industry, you're going to have to deal with that. And then the last thought I have here is we're all here to seek truth, right? Truth movement. We're trying to find that. But us being the little human beings we are, we're most of the conspiracy theories that we're researching, they're just educated guesses. You know, at the end of the day, with us being humble little humans here, some of these things we're not going to find the truth about. We might not even be able to find the truth about. We might never actually find the absolute capital T truth about whatever subject. We just have educated guesses. We're just doing the best we can to find what really may be from our narrow perspectives. So there's this idea of performance-based training versus outcome-based training. And this is often taught in athletics. It's taught within military training. It's the idea that the performance is more important than the outcome. So for instance, the outcome of scoring a goal, if you're so focused on scoring a goal rather than the process by which you get that goal scored, if you focus on the performance, the goals are going to come rather than focusing so much on the outcome. Or if you're trying to shoot the target, instead of focusing so much on shooting the target, what's the process by which you draw the pistol, present it, and go through the motions? The performance is more important than the outcome. So rather than the outcome of, well, what's the truth? I'm so obsessed on finding the truth. What's the process by which we go through our thoughts, our critical thinking, our discernment to find that truth? Honing that critical thinking is more important than finding that truth and have it presented on your lap. Oh, I found this influencer that's just going to give me the truth. Well, are you so sure? I think it's more important to focus on the performance of honing those critical thinking skills and that discernment rather than finding the truth that we might not actually ever really be able to find. We just have an educated guess. We have this evidence that shows us, well, this might be the case, but it might not be. So the performance-based thinking or performance-based process by which we try to find the truth, I think that's more important to focus on than the actual outcome of having that truth, because there's some things we might just never know. And I think we need to become accustomed to that, be comfortable in the fact that there might not be some things we ever know. We don't have the ability to know the truth about it. We just have a guess. So I think that's where I'm going to finish. What are your thoughts, brother?
Well, one, I'm glad we're on the same page for a lot of things. When we hear fifth generation warfare, when we hear the conversation surrounding infiltration, a lot of us are like, well, it's 2025. We've known about 5G warfare, for quite some years now. When the general came out with the book, and we know about infiltration. But we've also kind of been regurgitating the foundation of understanding fifth generation warfare. Non-kinetic, it's ideological, it's psyops, it's information, it's the battle for the cognitive battlefield. But I think this conversation is important today because it's also understanding, well, how has it evolved? Because if the enemy knows that you're now aware of the way this information psychological warfare operates, it means they're going to shift. They're going to make some adjustments to it. And are the modern day conversations we're having addressing that? And one of the things that you touched on is it's this rebranding of the Mockingbird media. The mainstream media just didn't give up and say, well, we've lost our audience, so I guess we're losing the ability to control how people think. They said, well, where is the audience going? Which gets us into the infiltration. They went to alt media, they went to podcasts, they went to social media, they went to Substacks. So in all this information, like what Jordan was talking about, the process, the pursuit to get that truth, they've plugged in operatives and because you remember, propaganda has to have truth to it, because if it doesn't, your discernment will pick up on it and you're not going to believe it. So it's weighing how much of this information is true and how much of it is the psychological operation. And one of the things that I've seen, and I've gotten a lot of pushback and hate on this one on social media, is, there's all these new classifications of the pill, the red pill, the Great Awakening that we all know about. I consider it the most dangerous one. But you have the black pill, you have the white pill, you have the light pill. And where I would tell people is, I'm not telling people not to go into those conversations, but understand the concept that can come out of that if people don't understand. And what I've seen on social media is this kind of going back to like what the Bolsheviks do, just wait, we got this, the Operation Trust. And that modern operation is unfolding right now on social media. It's unfolding on podcasts, on alt media of, hey, everything's good. You just sit back and wait, or I know a lot of people love it, but it's the misunderstanding of trust the plan. And I see it a lot on social media where, we don't want to push fear porn, but awareness is also a skill that we need in this battlefield. And when you start to get too relaxed, and this is how they've evolved their 5G warfare against us. They've gone to the point where it almost seems like a large portion of our community is happy with the idea that somebody else is fighting for them. And I think that becomes very dangerous, because if there is, and I truly do believe that there are, operations that are taking place to help us, but I believe that one of the fundamentals of this operation is group participation. That when they deliver, because there's bad SOPs and good SOPs, and when they deliver these operations, they do so with, whether it's through artificial intelligence, through its human experience, or a combination of both, they understand that there's going to be this kind of reaction. These different targeted groups are going to react like this. This action group's going to react like this. But if the bad guys, the global elite, the cabal, if they plug people into our communities that say, yes, you're seeing all this, but don't worry, just watch and it's all being taken care of for you, well, then you can see how this operation starts to get rug pulled, because it's completely dependent upon our own interaction and our own involvement. And the light pill, which is one that I took a lot of heat for these past week and a half, there's a lot of people that are like, hey, Trump's president now, we're getting people into the positions we like, and because there's great things. Trump has just been, doing great things in these 100 days. Congress, another story, but Trump and his team, they have been kicking ass. And a lot of people are pushing the idea of, we're kind of getting back into this normal lifestyle, and it couldn't be anything further from the truth. That the greatest war going on right now is the one we can't see. And we have to understand that while we don't want to push fear porn and panic, we also can't allow ourselves to become victims of our own beliefs that, hey, we're going to win, we're going to win, we're going to win, because this goes back into what Jordan was talking about, that process. If we're so focused on that outcome and we start to negate the process, then we can lose. This entire operation can collapse. And so I would say my opening thoughts would kind of be right there, brother.
There's been a ton of demoralization I've seen, especially over the last few weeks. Some particular influencers who used to be maybe super positive, super pro-Trump and MAGA and all that, they've just completely turned for whatever reason. But they've turned into arrests aren't happening fast enough. This isn't happening fast enough. I expected all of this. And that demoralization is, I think, in large part coordinated. And they might be roping in some people who are just negative Nancy's and upset that things aren't happening on their particular timeline. We don't know exactly what's going on at the highest levels or behind the scenes or whatever the case. So it becomes a problem where they're trying to rope people into their negative thinking in, why hasn't the Epstein clients been arrested yet? Or, oh my gosh, why would Trump choose Pam Bondi? Or these variety of thought processes. And I mean, I've got no idea what Trump's thinking or what his true plans are, what's going on behind the scenes. So I'm not going to place some judgment and be upset that things aren't happening on my personal preferred timeline.
Let me say something about that real quick, because that's been such a powerful, one of the operations on social media is this attack. They got to evolve their 5G warfare. They saw that every time they came after Trump directly, it gained him more power. So they realized, well, we cannot attack him no more because that always backfires. So what they've done is we got to attack his foundation, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, RFK Jr., go after all of them, because if you can subvert his support team, well, then you're going to collapse him. And so just understand that there's been an infiltration into MAGA. There's been an infiltration into America First. And that's why I've been telling so many people over the last year, some of the people that you love the most are going to break your heart, because they came into this movement to develop rapport, to develop your trust, so that when they got that script that now it's time to flip the switch, go after Bondi, go after Kash Patel, go after Bongino, when it's time to flip it, they don't have to impact all of their audience. If they got a 500,000 people, and I mean, statistically, they're probably going to affect 10 to 15% of them. Now you multiply that by the hundreds of operators that are out there, you can see how that can affect the movement. So to the Epstein files and the arrests, because I've been trying to put some perspective to this, because a lot of people are like, well, look how fast they arrested you guys.
We're lucky Epstein got arrested in the first place.
100%.
I mean, that never would have happened if Hillary won in 2016.
100%.
So just put that into perspective.
Absolutely. But people got to understand too, when they arrested us, they did it unethically. They did it illegally. They planted evidence. There was no evidence in a lot of cases. We can't operate that. You don't want to replace tyranny with a different tyranny just because you're from that side. So, when I look at the investigations that I did, and I kind of look at what, we'll just look at one Epstein case, with one victim, something like that would take us months to put together. And that's without people trying to hide evidence. That's without people, trying to, kill witnesses. So understand that the magnitude of what we're asking for in these arrests, and then you got to think logically, if they're doing, and I assume they're doing RICO-style investigations, these are things that take a very long time. And it goes back to, the process here. The arrest, that's not what's most important. It's the conviction. And if you're sloppy getting into the arrest, you'll never get the conviction, and then they ultimately walk away.
Who remembers about a month ago when there was this drama fest on social media of people trying to paint RFK Jr. as being blackmailed by Israel? And that was so weird to me, because RFK, maybe aside from Elon, RFK has probably been the most active person in Trump's cabinet in his position. So we can go down. I can't even name all the things off the top of my head that RFK has done, recommending CDC stop fluoride, investigating causes of autism, banning the food colorings, investigating baby formulas, food produce. I mean, he's done so many amazing things against big pharma and big ag. And yet we had this contingent of this network of all of these influencers who have a particular slant against Israel and Judaism. And they try to use that slant to then claim, oh, Israel has sex tapes on RFK and all this sort of stuff. And then I haven't heard a lick about that since they pushed that a few weeks ago. So, and a lot of these influencers have kind of come out of the woodwork over the past couple of years. Questionable to me. But also some thoughts that came to my mind when Alpha was speaking. Kash Patel, RFK Jr., Elon, Trump, they're all humans too. They're not perfect individuals. Ooh, a Kennedy with a sex tape. Color me shocked. But at the end of the day, if they're not like genuinely psychopathic evil people, maybe they have a few ego hang-ups and some shadows they're working with. But if they genuinely want society to get better, America to get better, to expose corruption and bring truth and justice forward, I think we need to extend them some grace and be patient. We're only how many months into Trump's presidency, and a lot of these people were just nominated a couple of months ago. Like, these things are going to take time. And it's mind-blowing to me that some people are so, obsessed with their own personal goals that they just get upset. And but I do think a lot of this demoralization is coming from deeper agency groups to purposefully water down the movement. But in that same vein, not only seeing people as human, it's also important amongst the alternative media landscape as well, because I don't think there's quite as many shills out there as maybe we might believe sometimes. But some of these people that might be promoting disinformation or using their platforms irresponsibly, again, I used to just be angry at everybody. And props to Alpha. He's great at just being the cool guy who's cool with everybody. I'm the bastard who just, when I see red flags in somebody, I'll just, this son of a bitch, and I'll post about him on the internet. So two different tactics of, I guess, exposing infiltration here. But his style makes him more friends. Mine doesn't. But over the years, I've tried to learn to give some of these influencers grace. But at the same time, if I see all these red flags start to pile up, and if I see them just promoting pure disinformation or using their platforms irresponsibly, then I feel at least the need to take a step and call out their narratives. Now, a lot of time, they take it very personally. Like, how dare you say these things about me? And I didn't say this about you. I said it about what you said, your claims, right? So I don't know. Maybe society needs some better reading comprehension or better understanding of verbal comprehension too, because there gets to be a lot of straw manning and misunderstanding of what people say and the way they say it. But at the end of the day, it comes down to our emotions. And the way that, whether it's mainstream media propaganda, alternative media propaganda, the way that they rope people in is through emotions. And it becomes very dangerous. You have to, a lot of the times, I might call out something a particular individual said. Like, for instance, James O'Keefe, right? The other day, he uploaded a video that to me was a little cringy, very theatrical. He had his, not going to be suicided. And then there was that second camera angle of like the crotch shot and he walks away. It was really weird. But people have been asking me about that. I'm like, no, I respect James O'Keefe. I think he's doing a very good job. I love the work he's doing. It's just, to me, that video was a little weird. But I understand that he's a theater boy. So, and he likes entertainment. He likes to DJ and these sorts of things. So it's the style he's going to conduct a lot of his content in. Not my kind of style. But I don't think James O'Keefe. Now, I mentioned that on social media. I'm like, this video is a little weird. And everybody took it the wrong way. And they thought I was attacking James O'Keefe, which I wasn't at all. I was just saying that video is a little kind of over the top, especially for the subject matter. But so there needs to be just this understanding of you're not necessarily throwing an individual under the bus by criticizing their narratives or their style. You really just have to focus on the words and the behavior as well. So
I've picked some bad friends. I get the DMs. There's a rhyme and a reason for everything I do. I think most people have.
Hey guys, so I got to get going to my son's basketball game. And so I'm going to end the stream here, but I will pick it back up from this point tomorrow morning, probably around the same time, 9:30, 10 or something. And tomorrow we'll watch the rest of Saturday's panels and both Sunday panels too. So thank you guys for tuning in, and thank you guys for being subscribers on Premium. I know we don't have our own promo code yet, but I think that's coming. But yeah, I'll see you guys later tonight on the Power Hour with Chris Paul. It should be another good episode. So catch you guys later.